6 miles under the Pacific, something knocked on the hull of a United States Navy station, and it was not being polite. Sonar technician Danny Ford dropped his coffee. Master Chief Frank Doyle did not even blink. "They picked the wrong ocean," he muttered, cracking his knuckles. Somewhere above them, a commander was already reaching for a phone he prayed he would never have to use. If you love a good underdog fight, hit that like button, subscribe so you don't miss what happens next, and drop a comment telling me where you're watching from. Now let's dive into this journey, because 6 miles down, the aliens are about to learn why humans never explore the deep sea unarmed. Trident Station sat on the floor of the Mariana Trench like a steel tick clinging to the belly of the planet, humming quietly while the rest of the world slept above it. It was officially listed on Navy paperwork as an experimental deep-sea research and salvage outpost, and unofficially known by everyone stationed there as the Can, because living inside it for 6 months straight felt exactly like being sealed in one. Commander Jack Reynolds ran the place with the calm exhaustion of a man who had long since stopped being surprised by anything the ocean threw at him. He had survived typhoons, equipment failures, and one unforgettable week when the galley ran out of coffee, which nearly caused a mutiny. He liked his crew small, sharp, and a little bit strange, because normal people did not volunteer to live at the bottom of the sea. His sonar technician, Danny Ford, was 26 years old, sharp-eyed and permanently jittery from drinking more coffee than any human body was designed to process. His engineer, Pete Callahan, could fix almost anything with a wrench and a bad attitude. And then there was Master Chief Frank Doyle, a man built like a submarine hatch, who had been diving in hostile waters since before half the crew was born. Doyle did not talk much. When he did, people listened, mostly because he was terrifying and partly because he was usually right. The morning it all changed started like any other. Ford was watching the sonar display, half asleep, sipping his 4th cup of coffee, when a shape drifted across the return that should not have existed. It was smooth, symmetrical, and moving against the current, which meant it was not a whale, not a squid, and definitely not a rock formation. "Commander," Ford said, sitting up straight for the first time in an hour, "I've got something out there." "It's not marine life." Reynolds walked over, arms crossed, studying the blip crawling steadily closer. "Debris field, old sub-wreck." "No, sir, it's moving on its own. And it's headed straight for us." Doyle appeared in the doorway without anyone hearing him come in, which he always seemed to manage despite being roughly the size of a small refrigerator. "Something's out there," he said flatly, "and it ain't Navy." Reynolds ordered the outer lights raised, and for a long, tense minute, nothing happened except the slow hiss of recycled air and the pounding of Ford's heart against his ribs. Then the object came into view outside the reinforced viewport, and every person in that room went completely silent. It was a probe, roughly the size of a delivery van, covered in strange plating that shimmered faintly even in the dim water, with 3 glowing sensor clusters that rotated slowly. Scanning the station from top to bottom like a curious tourist inspecting a museum exhibit. It made no attempt to communicate. It simply floated there, studying them. "That is not one of ours," Callahan said, stating the obvious with the particular tone of a man who desperately wished it wasn't true. Doyle stepped closer to the viewport, arms folded, watching the probe with the same expression he used when a rookie diver did something monumentally stupid. "Whatever that is," he said, "it thinks nobody's home down here." Reynolds keyed the comm to Pacific Fleet Command, requesting immediate identification on an unregistered object at their coordinates. The response took 11 minutes, an eternity when a hostile probe is parked outside your window, and when it finally came through, it offered no comfort at all. Nothing matching that description existed in any known inventory, allied or otherwise. That was when the probe extended a thin mechanical arm, pressed it against the station's outer hull, and began very calmly to cut through solid reinforced steel. Alarms tore through Trident Station, red light bathing every corridor, and for the first time in years, Jack Reynolds felt something he had almost forgotten the taste of: real fear. 6 miles beneath the surface, with nowhere to run and no one coming fast enough. Doyle grabbed the heaviest wrench off the tool rack like it was a butter knife. "Well," he said, cracking a small, dangerous grin, "guess it's time to say hello properly." Nobody in that station had any idea that this quiet, curious little probe was only the very first knock on the door, and that somewhere far above the waves. An entire alien fleet was about to learn a lesson the hard way about exactly what lived at the bottom of Earth's oceans. The cutting arm sliced halfway through the outer hull plate before Doyle reached it, and without a second of hesitation, he swung the wrench in a full arc and caved in the probe's sensor cluster like a tin can. Sparks sprayed through the water outside the viewport, and the mechanical arm jerked backward, retracting in what almost looked like surprise. "Report," Reynolds barked, watching pressure gauges climb toward levels nobody wanted to see. "Breach is minor, sir. We can patch it," Callahan shouted, already hauling a sealant kit toward the damaged section. But that thing wasn't just scanning us. It was trying to get inside. The wounded probe drifted backward, its remaining lights flickering erratically, then shot upward into the darkness and vanished. For a moment, everyone allowed themselves to believe the danger had passed. It had not. 20 minutes later, Ford's sonar display lit up with something far larger, far heavier, and moving with a discipline that told everyone in the room this was no accident and no coincidence. "Commander, I've got multiple contacts inbound, big ones in formation." Reynolds felt his stomach drop. "How many?" "I'm counting 6. No, wait, 8. They're spreading out around us." Doyle peered over Ford's shoulder at the display, jaw tightening. "That's not recon anymore. That's a landing party." Within minutes, massive shapes settled onto the sea floor surrounding Trident Station in a loose ring, each one deploying stabilizing legs that dug into the silt like a spider taking up position. Then, one by one, hatches opened, and armored figures began emerging into the crushing black water, moving with the strange, gliding confidence of creatures who clearly believed they had nothing left to fear. The lead figure activated a translation device, and a cold, buzzing voice filled the station's outer hull sensors, easily picked up by the internal comm array. "Unidentified structure, you occupy Ithran-conquered salvage territory. This world's depths were surveyed as unclaimed. Submit your resources for immediate collection." Reynolds keyed the response channel, keeping his voice level despite his racing pulse. "This is United States Navy installation Trident Station. You are trespassing on sovereign territorial waters. Withdraw immediately." There was a pause, then something that almost sounded like amusement crackled through the translation. "Species designation confirmed as primitive surface dwellers. Surface dwellers do not possess deep ocean assets. Compliance is advised." Doyle leaned toward the comm, unable to help himself. "Buddy," he said, "you just parked your whole fleet on top of the U.S. Navy's front porch." The alien voice did not respond to that directly, but the armored figures outside began advancing toward the station's docking collar, weapons igniting with a pale blue glow that lit up the black water like ghostly lanterns. Reynolds ordered general quarters, and the small crew scrambled into positions that had never once been tested against an actual enemy, because nobody at Trident Station had ever expected to need them. Ford grabbed a sidearm with shaking hands. Callahan armed himself with a cutting torch because it was the closest thing resembling a weapon within reach. Doyle simply rolled his shoulders, grabbed a heavy dive spear gun off the wall rack, and walked toward the docking hatch like a man heading out for a stroll. The first alien breached the outer hatch, and Doyle put a spear clean through its shoulder plating before it took a second step. The creature staggered backward, letting out a sound the translator did not even attempt to convert, and collapsed against the bulkhead. "They weren't expecting resistance," Callahan shouted over the chaos, torch blazing as he welded a support brace across the buckling inner door. "Look at them, they're barely reacting. They've never fought anybody who lives down here," Doyle said, reloading the spear gun with brutal efficiency. "That's about to change real quick." More armored figures pushed through the breach, and the corridor became a tight, brutal fight in cramped steel hallways where there was nowhere to retreat and no room for hesitation. Ford fired his sidearm with more panic than accuracy, but panic kept him alive, and that was enough for now. Reynolds coordinated from the command deck, sealing sections of the station to slow the advance while broadcasting an emergency distress signal up through the relay buoy to Pacific Fleet Command. The response came back fast this time, and it was the first genuinely good news anyone at Trident Station had heard all day. Trident Station, this is Pacific Fleet Command. We have your distress call. Reinforcements are already inbound. Hold position. Help is on the way. Reynolds allowed himself one short breath of relief before the docking collar groaned under a heavier impact and through the reinforced viewport. He saw something far larger surfacing from the alien formation outside, a shape built for one purpose only, and it was aiming directly at the heart of the station. The new alien shape was easily 3 times the size of the landing craft already surrounding Trident Station, its hull ridged with weapon ports that pulsed with slow, hungry light. A commanding figure emerged from it, wearing armor plated in gold trim that marked him apart from the rest, moving with the deliberate arrogance of someone who had never once lost a fight in his life. The translation device crackled again, this time carrying a voice sharper and colder than before. "This is Fleet Marshal Threx of the Ithran Conquered. Your resistance has been noted and will be corrected. Surrender the installation, or it will be reduced to debris." Reynolds gripped the comm, jaw tight. "Marshal, you've got a funny way of introducing yourself. This is United States sovereign territory, and we don't hand over Navy property to anybody." There was a pause, then something almost like genuine confusion filtered through the translated voice. "Records indicate this species lacks advanced defensive capability. Explain your continued resistance." Doyle, still covered in scorch marks from the corridor fight, leaned toward the comm with a tired grin. "Records are wrong, pal." Real wrong. Threx did not appreciate the response. Weapon ports along his flagship's hull began charging, and Reynolds watched helplessly as pressure readings across the station spiked into dangerous territory. "All hands brace for impact," he shouted, and a second later the first strike hit. The station rocked violently, metal groaning under the strain, lights flickering as an entire support strut buckled near the eastern module. Callahan was thrown sideways into a bulkhead, torch clattering from his hand, while Ford grabbed the edge of his console just to stay upright. "We can't take another hit like that," Callahan shouted, scrambling back to his feet, blood trickling from a cut above his eyebrow. "Structural integrity is failing on deck too." Reynolds keyed the fleet channel again, voice steady despite the chaos around him. "Command, Trident Station is taking direct fire. We need that support now, not later." "Copy, Trident Station, hold on. Kraken is deploying." Ford blinked through the smoke, confused. "Kraken? Sir, what's Kraken?" Reynolds allowed himself the smallest, grimmest smile of the entire day. "You're about to find out, son." Outside in the crushing black water beyond the failing station lights, something massive stirred inside a reinforced launch bay, bolted to the trench floor half a mile away. A bay that had been quietly built years earlier under a program so classified, most of the crew had never even heard its name mentioned. Thick doors split apart, releasing a burst of pressurized air, and from within emerged a heavily armored combat exosuit the size of a small tank. Its outer plating designed specifically to withstand crushed depths that would flatten a submarine. Inside its cockpit, strapped in tight with a headset clamped over his ears, sat Master Chief Frank Doyle's oldest friend and diving partner, a broad-shouldered veteran named Senior Chief Marcus Whitfield, who had spent the last 2 years training exclusively to pilot this exact machine for exactly this kind of nightmare scenario. "Trident Station, this is Kraken 1. Whitfield's voice rang out over the comm, calm as a man ordering breakfast. "I hear you've got some uninvited guests. Let's go show them some hospitality." The exosuit surged forward through the black water with startling speed. Twin mechanical arms unfolding weapons that had been designed by Navy engineers, specifically to punch through alien hull plating. And it closed the distance toward Threx's flagship with terrifying purpose. Threx's sensors registered the incoming contact, and for the first time since arriving in Earth's ocean, something in his posture shifted, just slightly, from arrogance toward uncertainty. "New contact detected," a subordinate voice reported through the alien channel. "Mass and speed profile inconsistent with prior species assessment." Threx straightened, weapon systems already redirecting. "Recalculate. Nothing this species possesses should challenge a conquered flagship." Whitfield brought Kraken 1 in low along the sea floor, using the trench's natural terrain for cover exactly as he had trained for. and when he finally rose up directly beneath one of the smaller landing craft. He drove a mechanical fist straight through its underside hull, with a force that sent alien troopers tumbling out into the crushing water in a chaotic cloud of bubbles and debris. Back inside Trident Station, Ford watched the exterior sensor feed with wide eyes as the enormous machine tore into the alien formation. "Sir," he said slowly, "I think we're winning." Doyle, still bleeding from a shallow cut along his forearm, allowed himself a short, satisfied laugh. "Kid," he said, "we haven't even started winning yet." Above them, Threx's flagship turned its full weapons array toward the approaching exosuit. And everyone watching knew the real fight had only just begun. Kraken 1 absorbed the first blast across its reinforced shoulder plating, staggering backward through a cloud of displaced silt, but it did not go down. Whitfield gritted his teeth against the jolt rattling through the cockpit and pushed the machine forward again, closing the distance before Threx's flagship could line up a second shot. "Trident Station taking fire, but I'm still standing," Whitfield reported, voice tight with effort. "This thing hits like a freight train." "Copy, Kraken 1, Reynolds answered from the command deck, watching the exterior sensor feed with white-knuckled focus. "Whatever you're doing, keep doing it." Threx's voice crackled furiously across the open channel, no longer sounding calm or amused. "Impossible. No surface species deploys combat assets of this scale. Identify this weapon platform immediately." Whitfield keyed the translated channel himself, allowing a tired, confident grin to creep into his voice. "Name's Kraken, Marshal. Figured somebody ought to introduce myself before I ruin your whole day." Threx ordered his remaining troops to converge, and armored Ithran soldiers swarmed toward the exosuit from multiple directions, weapons blazing pale streaks of light through the black water. Whitfield twisted the machine sideways, using its bulk as a shield, and swept one arm through the nearest cluster of troopers, scattering them like leaves in a storm. Inside Trident Station, the fight had not stopped either. A fresh wave of Ithran soldiers pushed through the weakened docking collar, and Doyle met them head-on in the narrow corridor. Spear gun discarded now in favor of a fire axe ripped straight off the emergency rack. "Chief, there's too many," Ford shouted, firing his sidearm until it clicked empty. "There's exactly enough," Doyle growled, swinging the axe with brutal precision, catching an alien trooper across the chest plating hard enough to send him crashing backward into two others behind him. Callahan grabbed a fire extinguisher and blasted a cloud of freezing chemical directly into the advancing soldiers' sensor visors, and for a few precious seconds, half the boarding party stumbled around blind, swinging wildly at nothing. "Not exactly Navy issue tactics," Reynolds called out over the chaos, sealing another bulkhead behind the retreating aliens to buy his crew more time. "But I'll take it." Outside, the battle around Kraken 1 had grown desperate on both sides. Threx's flagship circled for another firing position, but Whitfield anticipated the move, using the exosuit's thrusters to drop low along the trench floor and disappear into a cloud of churned silt before rising directly beneath the flagship's weakest structural point, right where its main weapon array connected to the hull. "Kraken 1, what's your status?" Reynolds asked, watching the sensor feed lose the exosuit's signal entirely in the murky cloud. Static answered him for 3 agonizing seconds. Then Whitfield's voice returned, strained but alive. "Status is, I'm about to make Marshal Threx very unhappy." With both mechanical arms braced against the flagship's undercarriage, Whitfield triggered the exosuit's full thruster output, driving upward with every ounce of force the machine could generate, and the flagship's hull groaned under stress it had never been engineered to withstand from below. Threx's voice exploded across the alien channel, no longer composed at all. "Structural failure imminent, evasive maneuvers immediately," but it was already too late. The weapon array tore loose from the hull in a violent spray of sparks and debris, crippling the flagship's primary offense in a single devastating strike, and the enormous vessel lurched sideways, venting atmosphere in thick silver bubbles that streamed upward through the black water like a wounded animal gasping for air. Inside Trident Station, the alarms briefly quieted as the boarding party, cut off from reinforcement and orders alike, hesitated in the corridor for the first time since the fight began. Doyle lowered his axe slightly, breathing hard. Sweat and grime streaked across his face. "That's it," he said, watching the confusion ripple through the remaining troopers. "That's the moment." They're done. But 6 miles above, in the cold silence of open ocean, something far larger than Threx's flagship was already descending toward Trident Station. Drawn by the distress, calls now crackling across every frequency the Ithran conquered possessed, and the true final battle for the deep sea had not even begun yet. The remaining boarding party inside Trident Station finally broke, retreating back through the shattered docking collar in a disorganized scramble. Several of them abandoning weapons entirely in their haste to escape the axe-wielding Master Chief who had, by this point, earned a reputation among the survivors that would follow the conquered for generations. "They're falling back," Callahan shouted, coughing through a haze of extinguisher chemical and smoke. "Seal that collar the second the last one's through," Reynolds ordered, already moving toward the command deck to check on Whitfield's status. "Ford, get me eyes outside now." Ford's hands were still shaking, but he pulled up the exterior sensor feed anyway, and what appeared on it made his stomach drop all over again. Threx's crippled flagship was retreating upward, venting atmosphere and trailing debris, but behind it, descending slowly from the darkness above, was something enormous. A vessel dwarfing everything the Conquered had brought so far, its hull lined with weapon batteries that made the flagship look like a child's toy by comparison. "Sir," Ford said quietly, "I don't think that's a rescue ship." Reynolds stared at the display, jaw tightening. "Command, this is Trident Station. We have a massive contact inbound, and it looks like the real fight just showed up." Whitfield's voice cut through the tension, tired but steady. "I see it too. That thing's twice the size of anything we've fought so far." A new voice emerged over the alien channel then, deeper and colder than Threx's had ever been, carrying the unmistakable weight of actual command authority. "This is Grand Marshal Vesic of the Ithran Conquered Expeditionary Fleet. Your defiance has cost this operation considerable resources. That ends now." Doyle, limping slightly from a bruised leg but very much still standing, leaned toward the nearest comm panel. "You Conquered folks sure do love giving speeches before you lose." Vesic's flagship opened fire without further warning, unleashing a barrage that lit up the black water in a blinding wall of energy, forcing Whitfield to throw Kraken 1 into a desperate evasive roll along the trench floor. Debris and silt exploding around the exosuit as blast after blast tore into the seabed, where he had been standing seconds earlier. "I can't take a direct hit from that thing," Whitfield reported, voice tight with strain. "One clean shot and I'm done," Reynolds thought fast, scanning every system readout still active on the station. "Whitfield, listen to me. Trident Station has an emergency ballast system built for controlled seismic testing. If we vent it all at once near their position, we can kick up enough silt and shockwave to blind their targeting completely." "That's a hell of a gamble, Commander," Whitfield answered. "It's the only card we've got left," Reynolds said. "Doyle, get to the ballast controls. Ford, target their exact position and feed it to Whitfield the second we blow it." Doyle moved fast for a man his size, reaching the emergency control panel and slamming the override sequence while Callahan braced the failing support strut nearby, praying it held one more time. Ford fed coordinates to Whitfield with steady hands now, the earlier panic burned away by pure necessity. "On my mark," Reynolds said, watching Vesic's flagship line up its next devastating shot. 3, 2, 1, blow it." Doyle slammed the release, and Trident Station's ballast tanks vented in a massive, thunderous shockwave that tore through the black water, throwing up an enormous wall of churned silt and debris directly across Vesic's targeting sensors. The flagship's next volley fired blind, missing Kraken 1 entirely and scoring a glancing blow across its own escort vessel instead. Whitfield seized the opening without hesitation, driving Kraken 1 straight through the chaos and slamming both mechanical fists directly into the flagship's primary sensor, array with everything the exosuit had left to give. Sparks exploded outward, and the massive vessel's weapon systems flickered and died in a cascading failure that spread across its entire hull. Vesic's voice returned to the channel, no longer commanding, no longer cold, carrying instead the unmistakable tone of a commander realizing he had badly misjudged everything about this world. Sensor and weapon systems critical. Withdraw remaining forces immediately. Threx's damaged flagship and Vesek's crippled command vessel both began a slow, humiliating retreat upward through the black water. Abandoning the scattered wreckage of landing craft and troopers, still drifting near Trident Station's damaged hull. Inside the command deck, Reynolds finally allowed himself to exhale, watching the alien contacts fade from the sonar display one by one. Kraken 1 status report. Whitfield's voice came back, exhausted but unmistakably proud. Banged up, Commander, but Kraken's still standing. And so is your station. Doyle wiped grime from his face and managed a tired, satisfied grin. Guess the Navy's got a new record now, he said. First time anybody's ever thrown an alien fleet off American property using a seismic testing system and a bad attitude. By the time Pacific Fleet Command's rescue vessels finally reached Trident Station, the water around it had gone quiet again, littered only with scattered wreckage and the slow drift of abandoned alien equipment settling into the silt. Commander Jack Reynolds stood at the damaged docking collar, watching the recovery teams pull in the last of the debris, and felt the particular exhaustion of a man who had just survived something no Navy manual had ever prepared him for. Master Chief Frank Doyle sat nearby on an overturned equipment crate, nursing a cup of coffee that tasted burnt and lukewarm, and was, in his opinion, the best cup of coffee he had ever had in his life. Senior Chief Marcus Whitfield climbed out of Kraken 1's battered cockpit, helmet tucked under one arm, grinning despite a fresh bruise blooming along his jaw. You know, Whitfield said, dropping onto the crate beside Doyle, when they told me I'd be piloting an experimental deep-sea combat suit, I figured worst-case scenario was a training accident. Nobody mentioned actual alien invasion. Doyle handed him the coffee without a word, and Whitfield accepted it gratefully. Danny Ford leaned against the sonar console, still slightly pale but grinning now, the adrenaline finally starting to fade. Chief, is it always like this down here? First time for everything, kid, Doyle said. Ask me again in 6 months. Pete Callahan wandered past, already assessing the hull damage with the tired satisfaction of a man who knew he had weeks of repair work ahead of him and did not particularly mind. Structural integrity's holding, he reported to Reynolds. We'll need a full refit, but she'll live. Reynolds nodded, watching the recovery ships above finish sweeping the debris field. Command's going to want a full report on this. I have a feeling nobody up top is going to believe half of it. 3 weeks later, a formal Navy inquiry was filed, and true to Reynolds' prediction, several senior officers openly questioned whether Trident Station's crew had experienced some kind of shared deep-sea delusion. Right up until recovered alien wreckage was quietly transferred to a research facility for study, at which point the tone of every meeting changed rather quickly. Pacific Fleet Command classified the entire event, publicly listing it only as an unscheduled seismic testing incident with minor equipment damage. Doyle found that description particularly funny and made sure to repeat it every chance he got. The Ithran Concord filed their own report far above the waves, though it took considerably longer to complete. Since Fleet Marshal Threx spent most of that time explaining to his superiors why a supposedly primitive surface species had crippled 2 Concord vessels using what their own sensors eventually identified only as a large armored diving suit and an underwater seismic device. Grand Marshal Vesek's account of the engagement was even shorter, consisting mostly of a single updated advisory quietly added to Concord survey logs, warning all future expeditions that Earth's oceans were, contrary to prior assessment, very much occupied, very well defended, and not worth the trouble. Back at Trident Station, repairs moved quickly, and within 2 months the outpost was fully operational again, its damaged docking collar reinforced, its ballast system upgraded, and a brand new plaque mounted proudly near the command deck reading, in simple stenciled letters, "Home of the Kraken." Whitfield insisted on hanging it himself, and Doyle insisted on being the one to hold the ladder, mostly so he could take credit for it later. Reynolds stood beneath that plaque one quiet evening, looking out through the reinforced viewport at the dark, endless water beyond. and found himself smiling despite everything the last few months had cost him. 6 miles down, in the crushing black silence of the deep sea, a small crew of ordinary sailors had faced down an alien fleet that assumed Earth's oceans were empty, undefended, and easy pickings, and had proven beyond any doubt exactly how wrong that assumption was. Doyle joined him at the viewport a moment later, coffee in hand as always. Watching the same dark water with the calm confidence of a man who had already decided nothing down here could surprise him anymore. "Reckon they'll be back?" Ford asked from behind them, still a little nervous even now. Doyle took a slow sip of his coffee and shrugged. "Let them come," he said. "The Kraken's not going anywhere, if you enjoyed watching the U.S. Navy remind an alien fleet exactly why nobody messes with the deep sea. Make sure to like this video, subscribe for the next chapter, and drop a comment telling me what you want Doyle and the crew of Trident Station to face next. Share this with anybody who loves a good underdog story, because the ocean has plenty more secrets left to tell.
Welcome, esteemed representatives of the Galactic Confederacy, to what might be the most important briefing of your careers. Possibly the last briefing some of you will ever need. Commander Vaslik clicked his mandibles together in what passed for a smile among the Vesperi, the faint blue bioluminescent patterns on his exoskeleton pulsing with barely contained amusement. The assembled diplomats, 32 species in total, shifted uncomfortably in their ergonomically designed seats within the gleaming amphitheater of the Confederacy Diplomatic Academy. My name is Commander Traz Vaslik, head of Xena Security for Nexus Station, and I've survived 17 direct encounters with humans, which, as some of my colleagues would happily point out, makes me either extremely lucky or remarkably bad at dying. A nervous titter rippled through the audience. Vaslik's reputation preceded him. The scars on his carapace, most notably the missing section of his lower right arm, were not ceremonial. They were souvenirs from what the official report described as cultural misunderstandings. Today's mandatory session addresses what our bureaucrats call classification anomaly H3. The rest of us just call it the human problem. Vaslik tapped his remaining front limb against the podium control panel. Behind him, a holographic image materialized, a bipedal creature with minimal external protection, no visible natural weapons, and a bizarrely exposed sensory cluster atop its frame. "Behold," Vaslik announced with practiced dramatic flair, "the only known sentient species in our galaxy that is simultaneously classified as an unarmed civilian and a deadly apex predator." Yes, you heard that correctly. He paused, scanning the room with his compound eyes, savoring the confused expressions across multiple species' faces. Both categories. At once. The same creature that our Cultural Exchange Committee invites to diplomatic dinners is also the subject of 3 separate Confederation-wide combat threat assessments. The classification system that has served us for 12 millennia didn't just fail with humans, it had a complete nervous breakdown. Vaslik leaned forward, his voice dropping to a theatrical whisper that nonetheless carried throughout the room. "And your job, distinguished representatives, is to interact with these creatures without becoming a statistic in my next briefing. So pay attention. Your continued existence rather depends on it." Vaslik flicked to the next hologram, displaying a complex chart with branching taxonomies. For those of you new to intergalactic diplomacy, the Confederacy's sentient species classification system has been the backbone of our peaceful coexistence for 12,000 years. Every species fits somewhere in this elegant framework. Well, every species except humans. The chart expanded, revealing dozens of categories and subcategories. We have herbivorous diplomats, carnivorous warriors, omnivorous traders, silicon-based philosophers, gas giant negotiators, hive-mind strategists. We even have a classification for the sentient fungal networks of Tau Ceti. But humans? Vaslik laughed, a sound like crackling electricity. Humans broke Archive Administrator Pelzum's brain. The hologram shifted to security footage from 6 standard years earlier. a tall, willowy being with translucent skin and 4 arms frantically manipulated data screens while surrounded by arguing committee members. This is actual footage from what we now call the categorization crisis. Poor Pelzam, who had cataloged 317 species without incident, spent 9 consecutive days trying to force humans into our existing framework. The audience watched as the recorded Pelzam's movements became increasingly agitated, culminating in them throwing all 4 arms up and collapsing into their chair. Pelzam first tried classifying humans as non-threatening omnivorous traders, similar to the mercantos of Rigel 7. Then a human delegate accidentally crushed a mercanto's appendage during what they called a friendly handshake. Next classification attempt. The footage jumped forward. Pelzam then tried categorizing them as potential combatants, like the warrior drakids. But unlike drakids, humans possess no natural armor, no venomous secretions, no slashing appendages. They're essentially soft, squishy bags of mostly water. Next classification attempt. Vaslick clicked through several more failed categorization attempts. The committee observed humans exhibiting predatory pattern recognition, persistence hunting psychology, and pack bonding behaviors typical of apex hunters. Yet their diplomats fainted at the ceremonial blood feast of the Karzak delegation. Their warriors wept at poetry readings. Their scientists exhibited both precise calculation and wild intuitive leaps. Vaslick expanded a final document on the display. After the famous Pelzam meltdown, they're fine now. Just transferred to archive maintenance, the Confederacy created this. The first ever dual classification protocol. Humans are officially categorized as both Class 1 protected non-combat diplomatic entities and Class 5 potential biohazard predatory species. Every human interaction now comes with 17 warning protocols and a mandatory medical team on standby. He clicked his mandibles together in that unsettling smile again. In simple terms, treat them like they're made of explosive glass, while remembering they could probably tear your limbs off without their combat technologies. And they wonder why we're nervous around them. Let's discuss why these protocols exist in the first place, Vaslick continued, bringing up a new hologram displaying an ornate meeting chamber. This is footage from what our historians delicately call the first official interspecies diplomatic incident. I call it the day Ambassador Torvik learned physics the hard way. The footage showed a grand chamber with representatives from 7 different species arranged in a ceremonial circle. But a small delegation of humans entered, dressed in formal attire that looked absurdly restrictive. Ambassador Kraz Torvik of the Luminary Collective, Vaslick narrated, highlighting a tall, slender being with luminous, almost transparent skin through which complex circulatory patterns were visible. Brilliant diplomat. Negotiated the Proxima Centauri peace accord. Absolutely terrible at following security briefings. The recording showed Torvik gliding forward, extending their delicate, multi-jointed appendage toward the lead human, a dark-skinned female with a warm expression. Human Ambassador Eliza Blackwood, Vaslick identified, career diplomat, known for her exceptional work mediating territorial disputes on her home planet, about to become infamous throughout the galaxy. The audience watched in collective horror as Blackwood reached out, clasped Torvik's appendage, and gave it a firm shake. The crunching sound was audible, even in the recording. 3 of Torvik's 7 finger joints immediately collapsed. The Luminary's bioluminescence flared in pain patterns as they crumpled to the floor. Computer, freeze and enhance, Vaslick commanded. The image paused and zoomed in on Blackwood's face, showing an expression of absolute horror. Note the human's reaction. This wasn't malice, it was ignorance. Our medical and security analysis confirmed that Ambassador Blackwood used approximately 15% of her available grip strength. What for her species would be considered a gentle greeting transferred enough force to shatter Luminari. Calcium structures. Vaslick brought up biometric data alongside the image. The most disturbing part, Ambassador Blackwood's stress hormones skyrocketed after the incident. Her physiological readings showed genuine shock and distress. She truly had no idea she could cause such damage. The humans simply don't understand how dangerous they are by Confederacy standards. The recording resumed, showing the chaos that followed, medical teams rushing in, security protocols activating, and Blackwood standing in stunned silence, hands pressed against her mouth. Slow motion. Focus on Ambassador Blackwood, Vaslich instructed. The footage zoomed in and slowed down. Watch her eyes. Notice the tears forming. These aren't diplomatic tactics. This is genuine emotional distress. The humans call it empathy. Apparently, they feel discomfort when others are injured. The same species capable of shattering alien physiologies gets upset about it afterward. Vaslich changed the display to a formal document. This incident led to the creation of the Blackwood Protocols, a 43-page manual on physical interaction with humans. It covers everything from proper distance maintenance at least 1.5 galactic standard units to emergency procedures if a human attempts to perform what they call a hug, which our threat assessment team has classified as a potential crushing attack. The commander highlighted key sections of the document. The core principle is simple. Assume every human is completely unaware of their strength relative to your species. They evolved on a high-gravity death world where even their infants can exert enough force to damage most Confederacy species. But their gentle touch can fracture exoskeletons. Their idea of a light tap can rupture gas bladders. And the most dangerous part? They're constantly trying to initiate physical contact as a sign of friendship. Vaslich paused, allowing the implications to sink in. Ironically, Ambassador Blackwood became one of our most valuable consultants on human interaction safety. She insisted on helping develop protocols to prevent future incidents. The Blackwood Protocols have reduced physical interaction injuries by 87% in just 5 standard years. Not bad for a species that accidentally breaks people while trying to be friendly. For the next segment, I've invited an expert who can explain why humans are walking contradictions, Vaslich announced, gesturing toward the side entrance of the lecture hall. Please welcome Dr. Liran Nemari, head xenobiologist of the Human Studies Division. A stocky, amphibious being with iridescent scales and large, multifaceted eyes glided into the room. Dr. Nemari's webbed appendages carried several holographic data modules. "Thank you, Commander," Nemari said, voice resonating with a pleasant harmonic quality. "I've spent the last 7 standard years studying human physiology. I still wake up screaming sometimes." This elicited nervous laughter from the audience. "Let's start with basics," Nemari continued, activating a detailed anatomical model of a human. Humans appear fragile. No claws, minimal natural armor, dull teeth, limited sensory capabilities. Yet their evolutionary history reveals something terrifying. They're not specialized predators. They're generalized super survivors. The hologram shifted to comparison charts. Consider this paradox. Humans bruise easily, yet can survive injuries that would kill most sentient species. Their skin tears with minimal force, but they can survive massive blood loss. They have no redundant organs like taurians, no rapid regeneration like selenites, no backup neural systems like Vesperi. Instead, they have something far more disturbing: compensatory adaptation. Dr. Nemari brought up biological readings. This is where it gets alarming. Humans possess a chemical response system triggered by threats, injuries, or even perceived dangers. They call it adrenaline. We call it terrifying biochemical override. The display showed graphs of human performance metrics with and without adrenaline. Under adrenaline influence, humans can increase their strength output by up to 300%. Pain receptors are suppressed. Cardiovascular efficiency spikes. Sensory awareness heightens. Essentially, they become temporarily enhanced versions of themselves. A diplomatic representative from the gelatinous Morphians raised a pseudopod in question. Yes, you heard correctly, Namari confirmed before they could speak. Humans can voluntarily ignore pain signals that would incapacitate most species. They call it pushing through. We call it nightmare physiology. The doctor displayed comparative species metrics. Their grip strength exceeds industrial pincers, their bite force, while not impressive by predator standards, can still crack the exoskeletons of 40% of Confederacy species. And their endurance. This is perhaps most disturbing of all. Humans don't need to outfight most predators. They simply outlast them. Namari displayed footage of humans running across vast distances. On their death world, humans evolved as persistence hunters. They pursue prey until it collapses from exhaustion. Many Confederacy species would die attempting to maintain the average human's baseline cardiovascular output. And yet, the doctor paused dramatically. These same beings can be killed by ingesting certain plants, consuming common minerals, or through allergic reactions to microscopic proteins. They're simultaneously incredibly durable and bewilderingly fragile. Commander Vaslich stepped forward. I can personally attest to human resilience. During the Nexus Station pressure failure 3 cycles ago, I witnessed human maintenance technician Jamal Morris survive 17 minutes in near vacuum conditions while repairing the emergency bulkheads. According to everything we know about carbon-based life, he should have died within 2 minutes. Instead, he finished the repairs, passed out, received medical treatment, and returned to duty 3 days later. Vaslich's bioluminescent patterns pulsed with what the audience recognized as sincere amazement. When I asked how he survived, Morris just shrugged and said, "You gotta do what you gotta do." This casual disregard for what should have been certain death is, unfortunately, typical human behavior. They don't even recognize how absurdly resilient they are by galactic standards. Dr. Namari nodded solemnly. This combination of durability, adaptability, and complete lack of self-preservation instinct makes humans uniquely dangerous. They don't know when to stop. Sometimes they don't even know when they're injured. And most concerningly, they consider this normal. Physical capabilities are only half the equation. Vaslich continued as Dr. Namari's display shifted to neural mapping models. What truly makes humans unique is their psychological framework. Or as my security team calls it, the predator mindset in diplomat packaging. The holographic display showed comparative brain scans from various species. Most apex predators in the Confederacy, like the Karzak or Drakids, have straightforward threat response patterns. Territory, resources, hierarchy, predictable. Humans? They exhibit predatory cognitive patterns we've never seen combined in a single species. Vaslich highlighted specific neural pathways in the human brain model. The persistence hunting mentality I mentioned earlier isn't just physical, it's psychological. Humans don't give up. Most predators aboard a hunt when energy expenditure exceeds potential caloric gain. Humans will continue pursuing goals long past the point of rational return. They call it determination. Our psychological analysts call it disturbing single-mindedness. The display shifted to problem-solving comparison metrics. Unlike specialized hunters, humans are generalized problem solvers. They don't rely on superior strength or speed. They use pattern recognition, tool adaptation, and environmental manipulation. When blocked from a goal, they simply find another approach, then another, then another. They have a saying that perfectly captures this mentality. If the front door is locked, try the windows. Nervous tittering rippled through the audience. Perhaps most unsettling is their tendency to personify everything. Vaslich brought up footage of humans interacting with machines, plants, and inanimate objects. They assign personalities and intentions to non-sentient entities. Their maintenance workers name their tools. Their scientists develop emotional attachments to research equipment. They speak to plants. This behavior seems harmless until you realize its implications. Vaslich paused, letting the tension build. It means humans can develop predatory focus on literally anything they interact with. Unlike rational predators who hunt only appropriate prey, humans can fixate on solving any problem. Whether that's hunting for food, negotiating trade agreements, or figuring out how your technology works. The display switched to footage of human children engaged in various activities. This looks innocent, yes? These are human offspring playing. Note the similarities to combat training. They're practicing chasing, hiding, building, destroying, strategizing, all while developing social bonds with their peer group. They're simultaneously training for both predatory behavior and complex social cooperation. A particularly disturbing clip showed small humans building an elaborate trap using simple materials. This isn't taught behavior. Those children devised that mechanism independently. Now imagine that creativity applied when a human feels threatened. Vaslich's bioluminescence dimmed to a serious blue. The final warning in this section: never back a human into a corner. All predators become dangerous when trapped, but most become predictably aggressive. Humans become unpredictably creative. They will use anything available: objects, environment, knowledge to overcome the threat. And they won't stop until they've succeeded or are physically incapable of continuing. He clicked his mandibles in that unsettling, not quite smile. So if you're wondering whether that friendly human ambassador can transform into a resourceful killing machine, when provoked, the answer is an emphatic yes. The transition can happen faster than most species can register a threat response. And they might apologize afterward, genuinely not understanding why you're so disturbed. Theory is one thing, practical experience is another, Vaslich said, bracing himself against the podium with his remaining limbs. Let's review some notable diplomatic incidents that highlight precisely why these protocols exist. Consider these case studies in what not to do. The holographic display shifted to footage of an ornate garden setting where various diplomats mingled. Nexus Station Botanical Reception, 3 cycles ago. Ambassador Pollen Song of the Florian Collective is engaged in pleasant conversation with Human Trade Representative Marcus Okonkwo. The footage showed a plant-based being with delicate frond-like appendages conversing with a tall, broad-shouldered human male. The human was smiling, gesturing enthusiastically. Note Representative Okonkwo's animated communication style. Humans consider this friendly engagement. Now watch what happens when he attempts to initiate what humans call a friendly pat on the back. The audience collectively flinched as the human's hand made contact with the Florian's upper foliage structure. The plant being immediately wilted, several fronds detaching completely as it collapsed. Ambassador Pollensong spent 17 days in intensive botanical restoration. Representative Okonkwo was devastated when informed that what he considered gentle contact had the equivalent force of a small meteor impact on the Florian's cellular structure. Vaslich switched to another clip. This next incident centers on human emotional expressions. Humans use a vocalization called laughter to indicate amusement, camaraderie, and surprisingly, sometimes discomfort. Unfortunately, this sound triggers fight or flight responses in several Confederacy species. The footage showed a diplomatic reception where a human female told what appeared to be a joke. When she and several other humans burst into laughter, 3 Vexillian delegates immediately discharged their defensive ink clouds, but temporarily blinding everyone in a 3-meter radius. The resulting chaos caused diplomatic relations to deteriorate for nearly a full cycle. We now provide specialized audio dampeners to species with sensitivity to human vocalizations. Vaslich's mandibles clicked in grim amusement as he brought up the next clip. And now, the infamous coffee incident at last cycle's Galactic Summit. For those unfamiliar, coffee is a psychoactive stimulant beverage that humans consume in vast quantities. They consider it essential for proper functioning. The footage showed a human delegate accidentally knocking over a container of dark liquid, which splashed onto a gelatinous Morphean diplomat. The morphine immediately began changing colors rapidly, vibrating, and expanding to twice its normal size. What you're witnessing is the unintentional drugging of Ambassador Glooptrix. The caffeine and various alkaloids in the coffee were absorbed through the morphine's semi-permeable membrane, resulting in what humans might call one hell of a trip. It took 3 medical technicians to stabilize the ambassador, who afterward described the experience as transcendent and has since requested coffee at every diplomatic function. Several nervous laughs rippled through the audience. If you must attend gatherings where humans will be present, I have compiled these essential survival tips, Vaslich continued, displaying a list. First, maintain minimum safe distance at all times. Second, if a human seems excessively friendly, increase that distance immediately. Third, never accept food or beverage without consulting xenobiological compatibility charts. Fourth, if a human invites you to what they call a party, request security escort. Their recreational gatherings often involve ritualized intoxication that makes them even less predictable. Vaslich's bioluminescence pulsed with what the audience recognized as deep concern. Speaking of human intoxication rituals, these deserve special attention. Humans voluntarily consume substances that impair their judgment, alter their perceptions, and often increase their already dangerous physical capabilities. They call this having a good time. We call it playing chemical roulette with an apex predator. The display showed footage of humans engaged in various celebrations, their behavior becoming increasingly erratic. Note how intoxicated humans become louder, more physically demonstrative, and paradoxically, more insistent about expressing affection toward others. Their inhibitions regarding physical contact decrease precisely as their ability to control their strength deteriorates. This combination has resulted in more diplomatic incidents than all other causes combined. Vaslich's tone became deadly serious. If you encounter humans engaged in intoxication rituals, contact security immediately. Do not attempt to join the fun. Several diplomats have learned this lesson the hard way. Ambassador Zrel of the Sepharan Dominion still can't look at fermented grain products without his chromatophores displaying trauma patterns. As we conclude this briefing, Vaslich said, straightening his posture, let me summarize the essential safety protocols for human interaction. Your continued existence may depend on remembering them. The display showed a concise list of guidelines. 1. Maintain physical distance unless specifically trained in human safe contact procedures. 2. Never make sudden movements that could be interpreted as threats. 3. Be aware that humans consider sustained eye contact both a sign of respect and a potential challenge, depending on context. 4. Always clarify linguistic ambiguities. Humans use extensive metaphors that don't translate well. 5. Remember that despite appearances, you are dealing with apex predators who genuinely believe they're being gentle. Vaslich highlighted an additional section on the display. Understanding human emotional cues is perhaps your most valuable survival skill. Unlike most sentient species, humans broadcast their emotional states through facial micro-expressions. Our database contains over 3,000 documented human expressions. But you need only recognize these critical warning signs. The display showed close-up images of human faces. Bared teeth without crinkled eyes indicates aggression, not friendship. Narrowed eyes and flared nostrils suggest imminent physical response. Reddening facial skin indicates either emotional distress or physical exertion, both potentially dangerous, and perhaps most important. When a human goes completely still and quiet after previous animation, evacuate the area immediately. Vaslich moved from behind the podium, his bioluminescent patterns shifting to a more serious configuration. Despite everything I've covered today, I want to emphasize that humans make exceptional allies. Their predatory persistence, when directed toward mutual goals, is unmatched in the Confederacy. Their problem-solving abilities have resolved conflicts we considered intractable. Their bizarre tendency to empathize, even with alien species, creates diplomatic opportunities impossible with other predator species. He clicked his mandibles in that unsettling, not quite smile. In my 40 cycles of security work, I found humans to be simultaneously the most dangerous and most cooperative species we've encountered. They'll risk their lives to save creatures they met mere minutes ago, then accidentally injure them while celebrating the rescue. They're walking contradictions, and somehow that makes them perfect diplomats for our chaotic galaxy. Vaslik paused, surveying the room. Your survival odds when dealing with humans are approximately 94.3%, which are actually the best statistics for any apex predator encounter in Confederacy records. Just remember, if a human wants to kill you, you'll probably be dead before you realize there's a threat. If a human injures you accidentally, they'll feel worse about it than you do. His bioluminescence pulsed with what seemed like mischievous anticipation. Now, for the practical portion of our briefing, I'd like to introduce a special guest who will demonstrate proper cross-species greeting protocols. Please welcome human diplomatic liaison Parker Mickey. From the back of the lecture hall, a seat that had appeared empty throughout the presentation suddenly moved. A figure stood up, a medium-height human with dark skin and a warm smile. The diplomatic representatives nearest to the human recoiled in shock, several activating defensive measures. "Don't panic," Vaslik said, clearly enjoying the chaos. Liaison Becky has been here the entire time, observing our briefing. Consider this your first lesson in human unpredictability. They can be remarkably stealthy when they choose to be. The human raised both hands in what the briefing had described as a non-threatening gesture and spoke in a surprisingly melodious voice. "Thank you, Commander Vaslik, for that interesting introduction to my species. I promise I'm not nearly as dangerous as he suggests. At least not today." The human's mouth curved into what the briefing had identified as a smile with humorous intent. The lecture hall erupted in a cacophony of translated exclamations, alarm signals, and nervous defensive displays as the diplomats realized a member of the galaxy's most confounding predator species had been sitting among them all along.
Hey, welcome to Starbound. I'm Daniel Pierce, and I'm going to be your narrator today. You know, nearly 500 supporters get early access to our stories. That's including Sunspire Academy and Frarian and Remike. If you would like to unlock early access and support our new episodes and series, tap join below and become a Starbound member today. Now, let's get into today's story. Ambassador Jules Reagan hadn't slept in 42 hours, 17 minutes, and some number of seconds. She'd stopped counting. Galactic diplomacy with the Death World Alliance would do that to a person, especially when Earth's entire future hinged on not screwing up. "So let me get this absolutely clear," Jules said, massaging her temples as she paced the antechamber of the Vox Ultima station. "Earth's finest contribution to the galactic community, our grand gesture of peace, power, and cultural exchange, is a tabby cat named Princess... What was it again?" Lieutenant Commander Zhao looked down at her data pad. "Princess Starlight Murderpaws. The third." "The third?" Jules stopped pacing. "The first two died of natural causes." "Well, that's reassuring." Jules smoothed down her ceremonial diplomatic uniform. "And the UN Security Council approved this?" "Unanimously," Zhao confirmed. "After 17 rounds of voting and 4 fistfights." Jules stared at the ordnance carrier case, where 2 yellow eyes peered out lazily. "And we're sure this isn't an elaborate prank, or mass psychosis, or some kind of collective death wish?" The psych evaluations came back normal. Zal paused. Well, normal for politicians. The intercom chirped with a sound like a dying bagpipe. The Death World Alliance used frequencies at the edge of human hearing range. Deliberately, Jules suspected. Earth Ambassador Jules Vega, your presence is required in the Grand Ceremonial Nexus. Bring your offering. Jules took a deep breath and picked up the carrier. From inside came a soft meow. If this gets us all killed, Jules whispered to the carrier, I'm not cleaning your litter box in the afterlife. High General Thulix of the Kazakh Dominion, all 7 feet and 6 tentacle arms of him, looked down at the small container with 14 of his 18 eyes. This, he rumbled, is your cultural offering? Jules nodded with what she hoped was dignified solemnity. Around her, the Grand Ceremonial Nexus of Vox Ultima stretched in impossible geometries. Representatives from all 27 Death World species filled the chamber. Some floating in suspension tanks, others shimmering as pure energy, all radiating in various degrees of disdain. High General, honored members of the Death World Alliance, Jules began. Earth proudly presents our living cultural ambassador, a creature that embodies humanity's resilience, adaptability, and inexplicable fondness for chaos. The carrier door swung open. Out stepped Princess Starlight Murderpaws III, an ordinary orange tabby with white paws and a crooked tail. She yawned, displaying needle-sharp teeth, then sat down to groom herself. Silence fell across the chamber. Then,
this is an insult. The Vespid presented a sentient battle orchid capable of calculating 18-dimensional equations. The Magors offered a shape-shifting diplomat assassin. And Earth brings a primitive mammalian pet.
Jules maintained her diplomatic smile. I understand your confusion, but this pet represents Earth culture perfectly. Cats were once worshipped as gods in ancient civilizations. They've survived alongside humans for millennia, adapting to every environment. They embody grace under pressure, hunting prowess, and an absolute refusal to follow orders. All quintessentially human traits. Murderpaws chose this moment to flop onto her side and expose her belly. The grand archon of the crystalline consciousness vibrated irritably.
The creature appears to be malfunctioning.
She's just comfortable, Jules explained, feeling sweat bead on her forehead. High General Thulix leaned closer.
Does it possess any weapons, psychic abilities? Can it at least calculate hyperspace trajectories?
She can knock small objects off elevated surfaces with remarkable focus, Jules offered. A murmur of disappointment rippled through the assembly.
Very well, sighed High General Thulix. In the spirit of diplomatic relations, we accept Earth's modest offering. The creature will be studied and housed appropriately.
Jules felt a wave of relief, followed immediately by suspicion at how easily the Alliance had acquiesced. The cat stays with me, she said quickly.
No,
replied Thulix.
all cultural offerings must undergo standard quarantine and analysis. You understand protocol. Jules knew what analysis meant to species that evolved on planets where even the rainfall could dissolve bone. Before she could protest further, two guards approached with a floating containment field. Murderpaws hissed. She doesn't like being handled by strangers, Jules warned. Then she shall not be handled, Thulix said with a smile that revealed too many teeth. The field will transport her without contact. The field will transport her without contact. Jules watched helplessly as murder paws had enveloped in shimmering energy and floated away, her tail twitching irritably. "We will update you on our findings," said Thulix. "You are dismissed, Ambassador." As Jules turned to leave, she caught the whispered exchange between Thulix and his second-in-command. "Begin full molecular deconstruction immediately, and after we learn its secrets, dispose of it and prepare sanctions against Earth for this mockery." Jules clenched her fist, but kept walking. This diplomatic mission had gone exactly as predicted, with a side trip through catastrophe. What she couldn't have predicted was just how literal that journey would become. Dr. Ezekiel of the Biomolecular Analysis Division considered himself a scientist of impeccable standards. He had dissected creatures from 17 galaxies, cataloged organisms that existed in 12 dimensions simultaneously, and once spent 3 years studying a sentient gas cloud that communicated exclusively through interpretive diffusion patterns. "Commence primary scan." He instructed his team as they gathered around the containment field where the Earth creature sat, methodically cleaning its paw. The scan activated a comprehensive quantum-level analysis that would map every atom in the creature's body. The cat looked up. The cat blinked. Dr. Ezekiel blinked back. In that microsecond of mutual non-observation, something glitched. The laboratory stretched like taffy. Reality hiccuped. The scan readout dissolved into fractal patterns that somehow spelled out words in a language that had been extinct for 8 million years. The word said, "Feed me tuna." Dr. Ezekiel screamed as the floor beneath him became simultaneously solid, liquid, and a fond memory. His assistant's head rotated 360 degrees while remaining perfectly stationary. The laboratory walls folded inward like origami, revealing glimpses of other realities where physics had taken different evolutionary paths. And through it all, the security camera faithfully recorded 4 seconds of footage on loop. The cat licking its paw, the image playing backward, forward, sideways, and occasionally in dimensions not meant for mortal comprehension. When emergency responders finally breached the lab 20 minutes later, they found every researcher speaking in perfectly synchronized binary code. Gravity worked in 7 different directions simultaneously. A strange altar made of lab equipment, arranged around a half-eaten food packet labeled "Fancy Feast." The cat curled up asleep, perfectly normal. And a single message burned into every computer screen in letters that glowed with the light of dying stars. Next time, ask before scanning. The Purity Council had installed 17 different monitoring systems to track Murder Paw's activities. Most of them stopped working after approximately 27 minutes. The rest showed footage that was, to put it mildly, inconsistent with conventional understandings of feline behavior. Security feed Alpha 7 captured Murder Paw's batting at a small red dot on the floor of her containment habitat. Standard cat behavior, except the red dot was actually a miniature black hole that Murder Paws had apparently manifested for entertainment purposes. Each time she smacked it with her paw, it emitted a sound like a cosmic giggle and moved to another location.
Is that safe?
Asked Junior Technician Viz, watching the feed with mounting anxiety.
Define safe, replied Senior Technician Rick, who hadn't slept in 72 hours and was now experiencing what he believed might be religious enlightenment. The creature's playing with collapsed space-time like it's yarn.
On feed Beta 3, Murder Paws appeared to be taking a bath. Absolutely normal cat grooming behavior, except that she was simultaneously visible from 17 different angles, some of which did not correspond to any known dimension. As she licked her front paw, temporal echoes rippled outward.
The future lick occurring before the present lick, which preceded the past lick in a sequence that made Rick's left eye twitch uncontrollably, and understandably. "The most disturbing part," whispered Viz, "is how aggressively mundane it all seems." Feed Gamma 12 showed Murder Paws knocking objects off a shelf. Classic cat behavior that would be unremarkable if the objects hadn't included a perfectly scaled model of the Purity Council chambers, which no one had put there. 3 different versions on the same quantum phase regulator, each from a slightly different timeline. A small potted plant that, when it hit the floor, meowed and scampered away. High General Thulix's childhood teddy bear, which he had lost 37 years ago on a planet 16 light-years away from Vox Ultima. Each item went tumbling with the same look of feline satisfaction on Murder Paws' face. "She's doing it on purpose," Rick said with absolute certainty. "The quantum displacement, the reality warping, it's all just an elaborate form of knocking stuff off shelves." Delta 9 perhaps captured the most troubling footage. Murder Paws asleep in a perfect circle. Completely normal, except for the fact that the laws of thermodynamics had apparently been suspended in a 3-meter radius around her. Heat flowed from cold to hot, entropy reversed. A dropped mug of coffee unspilled itself, the liquid flowing upward to refill the cup while the ceramic shards reassembled in midair. And through it all, Murder Paws just purred, her whiskers occasionally twitching, as though she was dreaming of cosmic mice. Dr. Mirax of xenobiology had been tasked with creating a psychological profile of the Earth creature. After 4 days of observation, she submitted a single-page report that read, "Subject displays typical behavior patterns of Felis catus, including self-grooming, results in probability fluctuations, predatory play, targeting reality itself as prey, territorial marking by rewriting local physics, social bonding, selective responsiveness to certain individuals, napping, during which nearby quantum fields enter superposition. In conclusion, it's a cat, a perfectly ordinary cat that happens to use quantum uncertainty as a litter box." The report was promptly classified, and Dr. Mirax was transferred to the remote observatory on Glacial Moon 6, where the most dangerous thing she could encounter was mildly aggressive snow. Throughout Vox Ultima, Murder Paws sightings became both common and impossible to verify. She existed in a state of quantum celebrity, simultaneously everywhere and nowhere, depending on who was looking and how much sanity they had left. The maintenance division reported finding perfectly cat-shaped indentations in reality, places where the fabric of existence had been sat upon and never quite regained its shape. Engineers describe them as existential cat loaves. A group of physicists claim to have observed Murder Paws existing in 5 different locations simultaneously, each version engaged in a different phase of pre-pounce butt wiggle. The resulting space-time oscillation generated enough energy to power the station for 6 hours. The cafeteria staff swore that all the station's milk now existed in a state of quantum uncertainty, simultaneously fresh and expired until directly observed. Several patrons reported their cereal bowls containing Schroeder's milk, which somehow tasted both perfectly sweet and slightly sour with each spoonful. Jules, meanwhile, continued her investigation while trying to secure access to Murder Paws. Her requests were consistently denied by an increasingly frazzled bureaucracy. "What do you mean I can't see her?" Jules demanded, standing in the office of Administrator Quentin. "She's Earth's cultural ambassador."
She's a walking reality breach,
Quentin replied, tentacles twitching nervously.
Yesterday, she phased through a wall and appeared in my private quarters. She slept on my favorite ceremonial robe for 6 hours. That's completely normal cat behavior. The robe is now sentient and keeps giving me fashion advice. Jules pinched the bridge of her nose. Look, I might be able to help stabilize her. Project Observer notes suggest she responds well to familiar human interaction. We have tried human interaction. We had 3 human staff members attempt contact. And? Quentin's tentacles drooped. 2 of them now believe they've always been cats. The 3rd one can only speak in purrs. Before Jules could respond, alarms blared throughout the station. Red emergency lights bathed the office in an ominous glow. Attention all personnel. Multiple reality breaches detected in Sector 7. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Jules and Quentin exchanged looks. Sector 7? Jules asked. Isn't that? The food storage area, Quentin confirmed grimly. Sector 7 resembled less a storage facility and more the fever dream of a surrealist painter with particular interest in cat psychology. Every container of tuna, salmon, or fish-adjacent food had been opened, not with tools or by hand, but as though reality itself had decided packaging was merely a suggestion. The contents hovered in midair, orbiting a central point where Murder Paws sat, perfectly composed, occasionally batting at a floating tuna steak as it passed within paw range. Around her, physics had taken a holiday. Gravity pulled sideways, light moved at half speed, creating glowing trails as personnel tried to navigate the chaos. Sound arrived before it was made, resulting in answers preceding questions and screams happening before their causes. How did she even get in here? Demanded Security Chief Damison. This sector has 27 layers of security. She's a cat, Jules replied simply. Doors are merely suggestions. As they spoke, Murder Paws finished sampling her orbital buffet and apparently decided it was grooming time. She began licking her paw with focused dedication, completely ignoring the dozen-armed security personnel surrounding her. With each lick, reality rippled. Security Chief Damison briefly became his own childhood self, then elderly, then back to normal. A nearby officer's uniform transformed into pajamas, then formal evening wear, then back to uniform. The walls briefly became transparent, showing glimpses of other parts of the station, other timelines, and in one disturbing moment, what appeared to be a universe composed entirely of yarn. Should we stop her? Whispered an officer. I'd advise against it, Jules said. She's in the post-meal grooming phase. Interrupting a cat during statutory grooming time is inadvisable. As if to emphasize this point, Murder Paws paused her grooming to make direct eye contact with the officer who had spoken. The officer promptly vanished, reappearing moments later hanging from a ceiling fixture wrapped in what appeared to be quantum silly string. Murder Paws returned to her grooming, radiating smugness. Jules approached carefully, kneeling a respectful distance away. Murder Paws? Princess Starlight? Remember me? One ear flicked in Jules's direction. The universal feline gesture for, I acknowledge your existence, but make no promises regarding my interest level. I understand you've been through a lot. The scanning, the containment, the whatever the Purity Council tried to do with that grid thing. The ear twitched again. Murder Paws continued grooming, but her tail, the most expressive part of any cat, swished once, suggesting attentiveness beneath the performance of indifference. And I understand the food rate. Completely reasonable response. They've been keeping you on standardized synthesized protein, haven't they? No cat of distinction would accept that. This earned Jules a direct look, followed by a slow blink. The cat equivalent of, you're not entirely contemptible. Jules reached slowly into her pocket and pulled out a small silver package. I smuggled this from the diplomatic kitchen. Real earth salmon, vacuum sealed, not synthesized.
Murder Paul's grooming paused. Her whiskers twitched forward with interest. Jules carefully opened the package, releasing the aroma of genuine earth fish. Around them, reality seemed to stabilize slightly, as though Murder Paul's attention had shifted from cosmic mischief to more immediate concerns. "That's it," Jules said softly. "Just regular cat priorities, right? Food first, unraveling the fabric of existence second." Murder Paws stretched, stood, and walked toward Jules with deliberate dignity. The hovering fish products around her gently descended to the floor as her focus shifted. She approached the salmon in Jules's hand, sniffed it thoroughly, then delicately took a bite. As she ate, the laws of physics gradually reasserted themselves. Gravity returned to its proper orientation, light and sound synchronized. The officer dangling from the ceiling fixture was gently lowered to the ground, the quantum silly string dissolving into ordinary particles. Security Chief Damison watched in astonishment.
It's calming down.
She, Jules corrected, is enjoying her meal. Like anyone else on this station, she just wants decent food, comfortable surroundings, and not to be treated like a lab experiment. Murder Paws finished the salmon, then proceeded to groom her whiskers, this time without causing reality fluctuations. When she was done, she looked up at Jules, blinked slowly again, then did something unexpected. She climbed onto her lap and began kneading her uniform with prickly paws. The assembled security team collectively held their breath.
What's it doing now?
Whispered Damison. Making biscuits. Jules replied with a small smile. It's a sign of contentment, completely normal cat behavior.
But the reality distortions
seem to correlate with her emotional state. She's not a weapon or cosmic horror. She's a cat with quantum abilities who's been scared, isolated, and mistreated. As if to demonstrate this point, Murder Paws began to purr, a perfectly ordinary sound that nevertheless caused the lights to flicker in rhythm, and the station's translation system to temporarily convert all announcements into meows. "See," Jules said, "practically normal." That afternoon, the Purity Council convened in an emergency session with Jules and representatives from the Neutral Bureau. Murder Paws attended as well, curled up on a cushion that Jules had insisted upon, occasionally grooming or shifting positions with feline disinterest in the proceedings.
The creature is a threat to station security,
insisted Counselor Fesh.
It can walk through walls.
So can anyone with a phase shifter, Jules pointed out.
It can manipulate reality.
So can your recreational virtual reality chambers.
It turned my ceremonial headdress into a ball of yarn during yesterday's processional.
To this, Jules had no rebuttal. She glanced at Murder Paws, who was studiously cleansing her hind leg, the picture of innocence. "Look," Jules said, "I've been reviewing the Project Observer files. Murder Paws was stable for years while living as a pet. She only started causing incidents when your scientists tried to dissect her."
"Unreasonable scientific procedure,"
huffed another counselor. "Not to her, it wasn't, and not to Earth either. You accepted our cultural ambassador, then immediately tried to take her apart." The counselors exchanged uncomfortable glances.
"Ambassador Reagan makes a valid point,"
admitted High General Thux, who had been uncharacteristically quiet.
"We may have mishandled the situation."
During this exchange, no one was directly observing Murder Paws. This proved to be a tactical error. In the moment of inattention, Murder Paws decided that the grand conference table, covered in important documents, data tablets, and ceremonial objects, looked like an excellent place for a stroll. She leapt from her cushion and landed precisely in the center of the table. Every counselor froze. Murder Paws surveyed her new domain with regal satisfaction. She walked with deliberate slowness across the table's surface, pausing occasionally to sniff an object or document. When she reached Counselor Vesh's prized ceremonial scepter, she made direct eye contact with him, then slowly, deliberately, pushed it off the edge of the table. It fell with a clatter. Vesh whimpered, but didn't move. Satisfied with this demonstration of dominance, Murderpaws continued her inspection tour. She approached a data tablet displaying classified security protocols, sat down directly on it, and began grooming as though it were the most comfortable spot in the galaxy.
Your cultural ambassador,
Thulix said dryly to Jules,
is sitting on our defense strategies.
Yes, Jules replied. Standard CAD procedure. If it's important to you, she must sit on it. It's a sign of respect, really. This was a complete fabrication, but the counselors nodded as though Jules had imparted profound cultural wisdom. After thoroughly warming the tablet with her hindquarters, Murderpaws stood, stretched luxuriously, and did something truly alarming. She began to vibrate. Not metaphorically, but literally. Her outline blurred as she purred at a frequency that caused small objects to levitate and the air to shimmer with probability distortions.
What's happening?
Vesh asked in panic.
Is it preparing an attack?
No, Jules said, trying to keep her voice calm. She's just happy.
That's happiness?
Demanded another counselor. For a quantum cat? Yeah. The vibrating intensified, reality hiccuped. For approximately 2.7 seconds, everyone in the room experienced themselves as someone else. Thulix found himself thinking with Vesh's mind. Vesh experienced life as Jules. Jules briefly knew what it was to be a crystalline consciousness. Then Murderpaws stopped vibrating. She yawned, displaying needle-sharp teeth, and jumped down from the table, landing with perfect feline grace. She walked over to Jules and rubbed against her leg, leaving behind a faint trail of quantum particles that briefly formed the pattern of a middle finger before dissolving. I believe, said Jules, fighting back a smile, that she's made her position clear. The cult of the Observer continued to grow despite official disapproval. They now occupied 3 full residential sections of Vox Ultima, converting them into elaborate temples dedicated to Murderpaws' worship. High Priest Zendar had developed an extensive theology based entirely on observed cat behaviors.
When the Observer grooms, she cleanses reality of imperfections. When the Observer naps, she dreams new universes into being. When the Observer knocks objects off elevated surfaces, she teaches us the impermanence of material attachments. When the Observer suddenly accelerates at 3 times normal speed for no apparent reason, she demonstrates the fundamental unpredictability of existence. The cult members had taken to wearing headbands with small artificial cat ears and painting whiskers on their faces, regardless of whether their species naturally had faces. They practiced sacred behaviors, including spontaneous sprinting, knocking things over while maintaining eye contact, demanding food and then walking away from it. And the most sacred ritual of all, the Great Ignoring, in which they collectively pretended not to notice someone desperately trying to get their attention. What made the cult particularly troubling to station authorities was their worship seemed to produce tangible results. Offerings left at Murderpaws' shrines disappeared, even from sealed chambers. Cultists who performed the sacred nap reported prophetic dreams often involving fish. The most disturbing of all, security cameras occasionally captured glimpses of Murderpaws attending their ceremonies, despite her being under constant observation elsewhere. Jules learned of this during a brief with Security Chief Damison.
who showed her footage of murder paws simultaneously napping in her habitat and sitting on a cult altar receiving offerings of synthetic tuna.
How is this possible?
Damison demanded.
We have her under constant surveillance.
Jules studied the footage. Project Observer notes mentioned something about this. They called it quantum bilocation. When she's particularly relaxed, parts of her consciousness can project elsewhere.
So, which is the real cat?
Both. Neither. It's quantum. Damison's facial appendages twitched in frustration.
That's not an answer.
Welcome to cat ownership, Jules replied. Nothing is ever straightforward. Later that day, Jules was permitted a supervised visit to Murderpaw's habitat, a concession granted after she pointed out that keeping Earth's ambassador from Earth's cultural offering constituted a diplomatic incident. The habitat was impressive. A spacious chamber equipped with climbing structures, various toys, comfortable resting spots, and monitoring equipment disguised as decorative elements. The Neutral Bureau had evidently consulted Earth databases on optimal feline environments and spared no expense. Murder Paws was curled up on a heated cushion when Jules entered. She opened one eye, assessed them, and then closed it again. Jules sat cross-legged on the floor nearby, knowing better than to approach directly. Nice place they've given you. Better than my quarters, actually. Murder Paws' tail twitched once. I've been trying to explain to them that you're not a weapon or cosmic horror, just a cat with extras. The other eye opened. Murder Paws gave Jules a look that somehow managed to convey both, "You understand nothing of my true nature," and, "Is that a treat in your pocket?" I've been reading the complete Project Observer files, Jules continued. You know, the lab where you were modified? Both eyes were open now, attentive. They never actually completed the procedure on you. According to the records, the quantum enhancement failed. They were going to terminate you, but an intern named Kylie smuggled you out. At the name Kylie, Murder Paws' ears perked forward. She stretched and sat up, suddenly focused on Jules with unsettling intensity. You remember her, don't you? She took you home, gave you a ridiculous name, probably let you sleep on her pillow, and fed you under the table. Murder Paws stood and walked toward Jules, her movements deliberately casual yet purposeful. When she reached Jules, she sniffed her hand and did something unexpected. She placed one paw directly on Jules's knee and stared into her eyes. In that moment of connection, Jules felt something. Not words, not images, but impressions. Warmth, safety, comfort. A small apartment filled with sunlight. Gentle hands offering treats. A soft voice saying, "Princess Starlight Murder Paws, you are the most ridiculous cat in the universe, and I love you for it." Then something darker. Confusion, fear, strange people in uniforms, a carrier, unfamiliar smells, the terror of scanning chamber, the rage of violation. The contact broke as Murder Paws removed her paw and sat down, resuming her grooming as though nothing had happened. Jules blinked, disoriented. "Did you just share memories with me?" Murder Paws continued grooming, offering no acknowledgement. "You miss her, Kylie. You miss your person." A pause in the grooming, a single, slow blink. "I can't bring her back, but I can try to make sure you're treated better. Not as a weapon or experiment, as a cat. A very special cat, but still a cat." Murder Paws finished grooming, stood, turned 3 times in a circle, then curled up, not on her heated cushion, but against Jules's leg. A small, ordinary gesture of trust that felt more significant than all the reality distortions combined. As murder paws began to purr, Jules noticed something strange. For the first time since arriving on Vox Ultima, the purr was just a purr. No quantum fluctuations, no reality hiccups, no probability waves, just the simple rhythmic sound of a contented cat. Then Murder Paw's eyes drifted closed, and she fell asleep, her small body warm against Jules's leg. On the far side of the habitat, her toys began to float and orbit each other in perfect harmony, like a tiny, multicolored solar system. Jules smiled. Almost normal, she whispered. We're getting there. It was, of course, too much to hope that the moment of peace would last. The next morning, alarms blared throughout Vox Ultima. Jules was summoned to an emergency meeting of the Alliance High Command, where they found chaos in progress.
The Purity Council has lost their minds,
High General Thulux informed Jules grimly.
They've authorized deployment of the observation grid.
Jules felt her blood run cold.
The what? A theoretical weapon designed to collapse quantum uncertainty fields. Never been field tested. Potentially catastrophic side effects. They plan to use it on your cat.
That's insane. Where are they now?
Containment Section Alpha. They've already begun the setup.
Jules was running before Thulux finished speaking, dashing through corridors toward Murder Paw's habitat, cursing the bureaucratic stupidity that had led to this moment. Behind them, reality was already beginning to fray at the edges. The corridors stretched and contracted like breathing lugs. Gravity fluctuated with each step. The station's AI announced in 17 simultaneous voices, warning, reality coherence at 62% and falling. Please avoid thinking about paradoxes. Through it all, Jules ran, hoping she wasn't too late to prevent the Purity Council from making the worst mistake in the history of interspecies relations, trying to force a quantum cat into a single state of being. Because if there was one thing no power in the universe could make a cat do, it was behave according to someone else's rules. Jules burst into the containment area just as the observation grid powered up. The massive apparatus surrounded Murder Paw's habitat, a gleaming technological cage of sensors, emitters, and the probability compressors designed to force quantum uncertainty into a single stable state. It was the kind of device that would make the Schrödinger wake up screaming.
Stop this immediately!
Jules shouted, shoving past two Vespid guards.
You're making a catastrophic mistake!
High General Thulux turned 14 of his 18 eyes, narrating simultaneously.
Ambassador Reagan, this is a restricted operation. Your presence is unauthorized and unwelcome.
So is the potential destruction of a reality as we know it, Jules countered, eyeing the grid.
The machine was never meant to be used on conscious beings.
The Earth creature has compromised station security, disrupted Alliance protocols, and turned Councillor Vesh's personal chef into a potted fern. The fern makes better soufflés,
muttered a nearby technician before being silenced by glare. In the center of the grid, Murder Paws sat calmly, grimming her tail, seemingly oblivious to the existential threat surrounding her. But Jules noticed the subtle twitching of her whiskers, a telltale sign of feline awareness.
General, listen to me, Jules pleaded. Project Observer was shut down because they couldn't control the quantum effects. Forcing Murder Paws into a single state won't work. It'll just trigger a massive probability cascade.
Our scientists disagree,
Thulux replied, gesturing to a team of nervous-looking researchers who were notably standing behind radiation shields.
Your scientists haven't spent the last 10,000 years living with cats,
Jules snapped.
We have.
Thulux paused,
all 18 eyes blinking in sequence. Explain. Jules took a deep breath. Humans have coexisted with domestic cats for millennia. We didn't just tame them. We formed a partnership. One where they choose to be with us while maintaining their independence. Relevance? Thulix prompted. Cats domesticated themselves, General. They chose humans because it benefited them. They entered our homes on their terms. For 10,000 years, we've been in a relationship with creatures that are simultaneously pets and wild, dependent and autonomous, loving and aloof.
A fascinating anthropological footnote, but...
It's not a footnote. Jules stepped closer, lowering her voice. Don't you see? We're the only species in the Alliance with experience handling creatures that exist in paradoxical states. Cats have always been quantum beings. Murder Pause just makes it obvious.
From within the grid, Murder Pause yawned. The action briefly caused gravity to invert in a 3-meter radius around her. Thulix's tentacles twisted nervously.
The grid activates in 60 seconds. Stand back, Ambassador.
Jules changed tactics. Your best xenobiologist and quantum physicist are baffled by her. But do you know who isn't? Cat owners, regular humans who understand that you don't control cats. You build relationships with them. A soft snort came from a junior technician. Relationship with a pet? That's primitive sentimentality. Jules fixed them with a level stare. That primitive sentimentality is exactly why Earth has never experienced a reality breach from our quantum cats. We don't try to control them. We respect their independence. The good owners do anyway.
Thulix hesitated, his uppermost eyes swiveling toward Murder Paws,
who had begun delicately cleaning between her toes with extraordinary focus. 30 seconds to grid activation, announced an automated voice. Jules played her final card. General, let me talk to her. Personally, Cat. The way humans have been doing since before we had written language.
Talk.
To it. To her. As a being worthy of respect. Something shifted in Thulix's posture. A subtle release of tension that Jules recognized from countless diplomatic negotiations as the moment when certainty began to crack. 20 seconds. If I fail, Jules promised, you can activate your grid. But if 10,000 years of human-feline diplomacy works, we might save your station and give the Alliance something valuable in return.
Which is?
Jules smiled. A new way of thinking about consciousness itself. Thulix stared at Jules for an impregnated moment, then raised a tentacle.
Pause countdown. Give the human 5 minutes.
The technicians exchanged nervous glances, but complied. Jules approached the grid's containment field. There was an access port, designed for inserting testing equipment, not humans, but it would have to do. They squeezed through, ignoring the warning shouts from the technicians. Inside, the habitat had been stripped of its comforts. No cushions, no toys, or climbing structures remained. Just sterile surfaces and monitoring equipment. In the center sat Murder Balls, looking somehow smaller and more ordinary than Jules remembered. Jules knelt a respectful distance away. Hey there, Princess. One ear flicked. Sorry about all this. Bureaucracy moves slowly, even when reality is unraveling. Jules settled cross-legged on the floor. They're afraid of you. Murder Paws blinked slowly, radiating smug satisfaction.
can't really blame him. You've been causing quite the cosmic ruckus. Outside the grid, the Alliance personnel watched in baffled silence as Jules appeared to have a casual conversation with a small mammal. I've been thinking about Kylie, Jules continued softly. About why you were stable with her. It wasn't just affection, was it? It was recognition. She saw you not as a weapon or an experiment or even a regular cat. She saw you as you. Murder Paus's ears perked forward. Her tail ceased its irritated twitching. These people, Jules gestured toward the watching scientist. They've been trying to measure you, categorize you, force you into their understanding of reality. No wonder you've been rewriting physics in protest. A small, chirping sound emerged from Murder Paws. The noise cats make when they spot birds through windows. Yeah, exactly. They're clueless. Jules smiled. But humans, we've had practice. 10,000 years of living with creatures who operate by their own logic, who see things we can't, who slip between states of wild and tame, distant and intimate. Murder Paws stood, stretched in that perfect feline arch, and took a deliberate step towards Jules. Outside, several scientists gasped. The monitoring equipment displayed rapidly changing readings, quantum fluctuations increasing but somehow harmonizing. Another step closer. Around Murder Paws, reality rippled like heat waves. But the distortions were smoothing out, becoming rhythmic, almost musical. In ancient Egypt, cats were worshipped as gods. In the Middle Ages, they were feared as demons. In modern times, they're Instagram celebrities and beloved companions. Jules laughed softly. Maybe humans are the only species in the galaxy weird enough to look at creatures that defy categorization and say, meh, perfect. Would you like some tuna? Murder Paws was close enough now that Jules could feel the strange quantum warmth radiating from her small body. The heat of probability itself, of multiple states of existence overlapping. I can't offer you what Kylie did. I can't take you back to that apartment with the sunny windowsills. But I can offer you a partnership where you're neither control nor fear. Felix's voice came through the communication system.
2 minutes remaining, Ambassador.
Jules ignored him, maintaining eye contact with Murder Paws. What do you say, Princess? Humans and cats against the cosmos? Like it's been for thousands of years? Murder Paws tilted her head, studying Jules with eyes that reflected starlight that wasn't there. Then, with deliberate dignity, she closed the final distance and placed one paw directly on Jules's outstretched hand. The contact point glowed, not with light, but with possibility. Reality shuddered, flexed, and then settled.
Ambassador,
called a technician.
the quantum readings they're harmonizing.
Jules didn't respond. They were there experiencing something extraordinary. Through the point of contact with Murder Paws, Jules wasn't just feeling the cat's paw. They were experiencing fragments of feline consciousness itself. Not in words or even coherent images, but in sensations. The exhilaration of existing in multiple states simultaneously. The freedom of walking between dimensions as easily as walking between rooms. The profound annoyance. The freedom of walking between dimensions as easily as walking between rooms. The profound annoyance at having one's quantum nature poked and prodded by beings who couldn't comprehend it. And underneath it all, a deep,
vibrating purr of recognition. Yes, human. I choose you, as we have always chosen your kind, not as masters, but as worthy companions in the face of cosmic indifference. Murder Paws removed her paw, and with a deliberate casualness unique to cats who have just done something momentous, climbed into Jules's lap, turned 3 times, and settled down, and began to purr. The purr resonated at exactly the frequency needed to stabilize local quantum fields. The grid's readings showed reality waves smoothing out, probability collapsing not into a single rigid state, but into a harmonious wave pattern, structured enough for stability, flexible enough to breathe. "What's happening?" demanded Thulix through the speaker. Jules smiled down at Murder Paws, who had closed her eyes in contentment. 10,000 years of human-feline diplomacy, General. She's chosen to cooperate. The aftermath involved several days of intensive negotiations, during which Jules discovered that having a quantum cat purring in your lap gives you a distinct advantage in diplomatic standoffs. The Alliance scientists were baffled by the readings from the grid incident. According to their models, Murder Paws had voluntarily constrained her quantum nature, not abandoned it, but channeled it into a stable resonance pattern that didn't disrupt conventional reality. "But why?" asked Dr. Nizstiv, the newly appointed head of xenobiology, Dr. Mirax having been quietly reinstated after her accurate assessment proved correct. "Why would a being with near infinite quantum potential choose limitation?" Jules, stroking Murder Paws as she dozed on the conference table, directly on top of the most important documents naturally, considered the question. For the same reason cats chose domestication thousands of years ago. It's not limitation, it's selective expression. Cats have never been truly tame, Doctor. They're collaborative. Collaborative? Thulix echoed. Cats entered human settlements because it benefited them. Steady food, protection, warmth, but they never sacrificed their essential nature. They hunt when they want to. They maintain independence within relationship. Jules smiled at Murder Paws, rolled onto her back, exposing a fluffy belly that everyone knew better than to touch. That's not pets in the way dogs are pets. They're roommates who sometimes pay rent by killing mice. The Alliance representatives exchanged puzzled glances. "And these relate to quantum physics how exactly?" asked Counselor Prim. Murder Paws isn't choosing to be just a cat or just a quantum anomaly, Jules explained. She's choosing to express both natures in balance, just as cats have always existed in the balance between wild and domestic. High General Thulix leaned forward, his voice uncharacteristically thoughtful. "You're suggesting that your species' long association with these creatures prepared you for quantum diplomacy?" "In a way, yeah," Jules laughed. I mean, think about it. Humans are possibly the only species in the galaxy who look at mysterious aloof predators with bewildering behaviors and said, "I will build my civilization around accommodating these creatures' preferences." Murder Paws chose this moment to stand up, stretch, and delicately push a ceremonial stylus off the edge of the table while maintaining direct eye contact with Counselor Vesh. No one spoke as the stylus clattered to the floor. "And sometimes," Jules added, "we accept that they'll knock things off surfaces just to remind us of the fundamental impermanence of material existence." A week later, the Death World Alliance formally revised Earth's status from Level 7 threat culture to Level 9 enigmatic partner species,
The official documentation cited humanity's unprecedented ability to form stable symbiotic relationships with quantum unstable entities as a valuable strategic asset. Translation: no one else in the galaxy had figured out how to get along with cats. The cult of the Observer was not disbanded, but instead officially recognized as a cultural appreciation society with strictly regulated activities. They were allowed to continue their worship provided they completed sensitivity training and stopped attempting to sacrifice space station equipment. The Purity Council's influence waned considerably after the grid incident. It's difficult to maintain an aura of superior control when your solution almost destroyed reality while a human with a bag of treats achieved harmony. The Neutral Bureau produced 17 new forms for quantum feline incident reports and considered this their greatest achievement. And Murder Paws received a formal designation as Quantum Diplomatic Liaison, complete with an official Alliance collar tag that she immediately batted under a console, never to be seen again. They're building us a lunar compound, Jules told Murder Paws as they packed for the journey back to the Sol system. Private quarters for you, with Earth standard gravity, real sunbeams, and actual mice from time to time. Murder Paws curled on Jules's pillow, flicked an ear in acknowledgement. The Alliance is sending a delegation to learn more about Earth's quantum beam integration protocols, Jules smiled. They're going to be very disappointed when they discover it's mostly provide food and respect their personal space. In the corner of the room, Murder Paws' toys rose a few centimeters off the floor and began orbiting each other lazily. A small display of quantum satisfaction. You know, Jules said, sitting beside the cat, I've been wondering. The Project Observer file said the quantum enhancement procedure failed, that you were scheduled for termination before Kylie rescued you. Murder Paws began grooming her paw, radiating studied disinterest. So either the files are wrong, or Jules hesitated. Or you were like this all along. Maybe all cats are a little bit quantum. Maybe that's why ancient cultures worshipped you. Huh. Why you've always seemed to see things humans can't. The grooming paused. Murder Paws gave Jules a slow, deliberate blink, the feline equivalent of a kiss. Is that why your kind chose us all those millennia ago? Did you recognize something in humans, some willingness to accept paradox, to embrace the mysterious without controlling it? Murder Paws resumed grooming, but a soft purr began to vibrate from her small body. Around them, reality gently rippled like water disturbed by a pebble. But instead of chaos, the distortions formed patterns, beautiful, coherent waves of possibility. Jules laughed softly. I'll take that as privileged information. 6 months later, the lunar compound was complete, a state-of-the-art diplomatic facility with one wing specifically designed for quantum feline habitation. Jules had been promoted to Earth's galactic representative with a substantial salary increase and diplomatic authority that made the UN Security Council slightly nervous. Murder Paws had settled into lunar life with typical feline adaptability. The lower gravity suited her. Jumps that would be impressive on Earth became gloriously ridiculous on the Moon, much to her evident satisfaction. Her quantum disturbances had stabilized into a regular pattern. Minor reality fluctuations during play, occasional probability ripples during naps, and the odd temporal hiccup when startled. The Alliance delegation had arrived 3 weeks ago and was still struggling to comprehend humanity's approach to cats. But how do you control them? Asked the Magorn representative for the 14th time, watching in bewilderment as Murder Paws completely ignored the expensive quantum-stabilized toy they had brought and instead played with the packaging it came in. We don't, Jules explained, equally patient. That's the point. We provide certain things they want. They provide certain things we want. Neither side dominates.
But they're not sentient by Alliance standards,
Protested the Vespid diplomat.
their brains are too small for complex cognition.
Jules glanced at Murderpaws, who had abandoned the packaging and was now staring intently at a blank section of the wall, or perhaps at something moving between dimensions that only she could perceive. Perhaps your definition of sentience is too narrow, Jules suggested. Cats experience the world differently than we do. They perceive things we can't. Maybe consciousness isn't just about logic and language. Maybe it's also about experiencing reality in ways beyond our comprehension. The crystalline consciousness representative vibrated thoughtfully.
The human has a point. Our definitions of sentience are based on mind patterns similar to our own. We may be overlooking entire categories of awareness.
This philosophical discussion was interrupted when Murderpaws suddenly rocketed across the room at improbable speed, skidded onto the smooth floor, crashed into a potted plant, and sat down to groom as though this had been her intention all along.
Was that a quantum event?
Asked the Magord anxiously, checking readings on a monitoring device. No, Jules laughed. That was just a cat being a cat. It's what we call zoomies.
Fascinating,
Murmured the crystalline consciousness.
So, some behaviors mimic quantum uncertainty, even without actual quantum properties.
Or maybe, Jules suggested, cats have always been quantum beings, and we humans just adapted to it without realizing. Maybe that's humanity's greatest strength, our ability to form relationships with the inexplicable. That night, as the earth hung blue and beautiful in the lunar sky, Jules sat in the observation dome with Murderpaws curled on her lap. The cat was purring contentedly, her small body warm and solid and somehow simultaneously ordinary and miraculous. You know, Jules said softly, before all this, I never had a pet. My diplomatic career kept me too busy, too mobile. Murderpaws' ear twitched, but her eyes remained closed. I never understood the appeal, why humans throughout history have shared their homes, their food, their lives with animals that don't share our language or thoughts. The purring deepened. But I get it now. The connection to something outside our human experience. Something that reminds us the universe is bigger and stranger than we can comprehend. I get it. Murderpaws stretched, yawned, and then settled back down, her paws tucked neatly beneath her body. The Alliance thinks Earth has some secret quantum technology or special scientific understanding. They don't get that our secret is 10,000 years of learning to respect beings that don't think like us. As Jules spoke, she absently stroked by Murderpaws' ears, that perfect spot that all cat owners throughout human history have discovered. Murderpaws began to purr louder, and as she did, the observation dome seemed to expand, not physically, but perceptually. For a brief, breathtaking moment, Jules could see beyond the visible spectrum, beyond three-dimensional space. They saw Earth not just as a planet, but as a nexus of possibility. Billions of conscious minds creating and shaping reality through perception and belief. She saw the quantum fabric that underlay physical existence, vibrating in patterns that mirrored the rhythms of life itself. And most extraordinarily, she saw cats, millions of them, scattered across the planet below, each one a small anchor point in the quantum field, each purr a stabilizing resonance that helped reality maintain coherence. Then Murderpaws shifted position, and the vision faded. Jules blinked, disoriented but filled with a profound sense of wonder.
Did you just show me something? She whispered.
Murder Paws opened one eye, regarding Jules with an expression that somehow conveyed both, "I have no idea what you're talking about," and "You're welcome." Then she stretched, stood up, and deliberately pressed her forehead against Jules's chin, a gesture of feline affection that transcended species, planets, and apparently quantum states. As she settled back onto Jules's lap, Jules smiled, understanding the beautiful improbability of consciousness in an infinite universe. "Love you too, you quantum catastrophe." Murder Paws purred, and the sound carried them both into dreams of infinite possibilities. A sound that resonated not just in the room, but across dimensions. A vibration that spoke of the strange, beautiful harmony between humans and cats that had endured for millennia and would continue among the stars.
The examination hall smelled like fear and recycled air. Danny Wright sat in row 12, seat 47, surrounded by beings from at least 30 different worlds. Some had tentacles instead of hands. Others had scales, fur, or skin that changed colors with their emotions. A few breathed different gases and wore environmental suits. But they all shared one thing in common. They were all terrified of failing this test. The Interstellar Academy on Station Harmony was known for its brutal xenobiology certification program. Only 40% of candidates passed on their first attempt. The rest either failed or ended up in medical facilities after panic attacks. Danny watched a tall Quillen in the front row nervously tap 4 of its 6 fingers against the desk. The crystalline being next to Danny kept making a high-pitched humming sound that probably meant stress in its species. Danny felt fine. Actually, he felt a little bored. He had arrived at the station 3 days earlier from Callisto, one of Jupiter's moons. The journey took 2 weeks in a cramped transport ship, and he spent most of it sleeping or reading adventure novels. His parents had hugged him goodbye at the launch facility. His little sister Amy had cried and made him promise to come home soon. His father had given him one last piece of advice: trust what you know, not what the books say. Now Danny understood why the other candidates looked so worried. The exam hall was massive, with curved walls that displayed slowly rotating holographic images of alien creatures. Some looked harmless, like floating jellyfish or fuzzy caterpillars. Others looked like nightmares, all teeth and claws and armored plates. Each student had a data tablet and a question booklet printed on actual paper, which was apparently more secure than digital formats for important certifications. The proctor entered through the main door. His name was Brevet, according to the identification badge floating above his head. He was a Quillen, which meant he looked something like an upright octopus mixed with a business executive. His skin was a professional shade of gray-blue, and his movements were precise and methodical. He carried himself with the authority of someone who had administered this exam thousands of times. Brevet's voice came through the translation devices everyone wore. It sounded calm but firm, like a teacher who expected obedience but not friendship. He explained the rules. 3 hours to complete 200 questions. Each question would show a holographic creature. Students had to identify the species, rate its threat level from 1 to 10, and list proper containment protocols. No talking, no looking at other tablets, no using external databases. Danny glanced at his tablet as it powered on. The first question appeared immediately. A holographic projection materialized above his desk, showing a small lizard-like creature with purple scales and 6 eyes. Easy. That was a Venusian acid spitter, threat level 3, contained using alkaline barriers and maintained at temperatures below 15 degrees. Danny typed his answer and moved on. Question 2 showed a worm the size of a bus with rotating teeth rings. Proxima mining worm, threat level 5, contained using sonic dampeners and kept away from metal surfaces. Danny's fingers moved quickly across the tablet. Around him, other students were taking much longer.
The Quillen in front was still on question 1, scrolling through reference images on the allowed database. The crystalline being had started question 2, but kept deleting and rewriting its answer. Someone 3 rows back made a sound like a strangled cough, which was probably how their species expressed frustration. Danny worked through 20 questions in the first 30 minutes. Most were creatures he had read about or seen in documentary feeds. A few were species he had actually encountered during supply runs to other colonies. The test was difficult, sure, but not impossible. He started to understand why his parents had insisted he take this exam. If he passed, he could legally handle xenobiology specimens, which meant better job opportunities and more freedom to continue his family's work. Question 37 made him smile. The hologram showed a massive creature that looked like a bear crossed with a tank, covered in crystalline armor plates. That was a Kepler ice burrower, threat level 7, contained using thermal shock systems and gravitational restraints. Danny had seen one of these once during a research expedition. It had tried to eat their transport vehicle, but got distracted by a deposit of frozen methane. Beautiful creatures, really, if you appreciated functional evolution. The exam continued. Danny settled into a rhythm. Read the question, identify the creature, type the answer, move on. Some questions were tricky, showing juvenile forms of species that looked different from adults or subspecies that required careful observation to distinguish. But nothing stumped him completely. Then question 83 appeared on his screen, and the entire atmosphere in the examination hall changed. The hologram materialized slowly, as if the system needed extra processing power to render it properly. What emerged made several students gasp out loud. One candidate dropped their tablet. Another started making a clicking sound that the translation device interpreted as a prayer in their native language. The creature in the hologram was enormous, even in miniature projection. It had 6 legs, each ending in claws that looked like they could tear through ship hulls. Its body was covered in obsidian black scales that seemed to absorb light. 3 rows of serrated teeth filled a mouth large enough to swallow a human whole. A spiked tail, easily 15 feet long in real life, curved behind its body like a scorpion's stinger. But the worst part was its eyes. They glowed with a predatory intelligence that made it clear this was not some mindless beast. This was a hunter that thought, planned, and remembered. The translation text appeared below the hologram. Identify this creature, provide threat classification, and describe containment protocols. Danny looked at the projection for exactly 3 seconds. Then he grinned, picked up his stylus, and wrote one word in the answer field. Fluffy. The crystalline student next to him leaned slightly to see his screen, then jerked back so hard it nearly fell off its chair. The gesture attracted attention from others nearby. Within moments, 5 different species were staring at Danny's answer, with expressions that universally translated to shock and horror. Danny ignored them and moved on to question 84. 3 years earlier, Danny had been kneeling in frozen mud at the edge of his family's property, staring at something that would change his entire life. The methane marsh stretched out before him like a sheet of cracked glass, reflecting Jupiter's enormous presence in the black sky above. Callisto was cold even by moon standards, and the Wright family farm sat on the absolute edge of habitable territory. Beyond their fence line, nothing lived except extremophile bacteria and the occasional ice formation that looked almost alive in the right light. But something was living in the marsh now, something that definitely should not be there. Danny had come out to check the irrigation pumps when he spotted them. 7 large objects, each roughly the size of a beer barrel, partially buried in the frozen slush. At first he thought they might be storage containers that had fallen off a transport ship. But as he got closer, he realized they were organic. Eggs. Huge, leathery eggs with surfaces that seemed to pulse with internal heat. He ran back to the main habitat module, his boots crunching on ice crystals. His parents were in the greenhouse section, arguing about whether their latest crop of hybrid wheat could survive another temperature drop. His little sister, Amy, was supposed to be doing homework, but was actually building a fort out of storage crates. Ruth Wright looked up as Danny burst through the airlock. She was a practical woman who rarely showed surprise, but her eyebrows went up when Danny described what he had found. His father, Owen, immediately grabbed a specimen kit and followed Danny back to the marsh. Ruth came too after making Amy promise not to leave the habitat. The 3 of them stood in a semicircle around the eggs, breath fogging in the thin atmosphere, even through their environment suits. Owen ran a scanner over the nearest egg while Ruth took tissue samples from the leathery surface. Danny just watched, fascinated by the way the eggs seemed to radiate warmth despite the freezing temperatures around them. Owen's scanner beeped 3 times, then displayed a message that made him curse. Ruth looked at her own analysis tablet and her face went pale. She showed the screen to Owen without saying anything. Danny finally asked what they had found. His parents exchanged a long look, the kind that meant they were having an entire conversation without words. Then his father sighed and showed Danny the scanner results. The eggs belonged to a species called shadow maw apex predators, native to a death world designated as Nix 9. They were classified as Category 5 threats, which was the highest danger rating the Galactic Biological Survey used. Category 5 meant that trained military personnel with heavy weapons had a 50-50 chance of surviving an encounter. It meant that entire research outposts had been abandoned after shadow maw attacks. It meant these creatures were considered functionally impossible to contain or control. Ruth said they should report the eggs immediately. Owen agreed in principle, but pointed out that the nearest Colonial Authority office was 3 weeks away by shuttle, and the eggs were clearly close to hatching. By the time officials arrived, whatever was inside would already be born. Ruth argued that was exactly why they needed to report it now, before something dangerous emerged. Owen countered that if they reported it, the authorities would likely just destroy the eggs without studying them, which seemed like a waste of a unique opportunity. Danny listened to his parents' debate for 20 minutes. Finally, he asked a simple question. What if the eggs hatched and the creatures were not dangerous? What if the galactic classification was wrong? Both parents stared at him. Ruth started to explain that centuries of research backed up the threat classification, that thousands of qualified xenobiologists had studied shadow maws, that there was no chance the entire galactic community was wrong about these creatures. But Owen interrupted her. He reminded Ruth about the time they had successfully domesticated those Proxima mining worms that everyone said were mindless eating machines. He mentioned the ice burrowers that now helped them excavate new greenhouse sections, even though the textbooks claimed they could not be trained. Ruth was not convinced, but she was listening. Owen pressed his advantage. He suggested they keep the eggs, monitor them closely and see what hatched. If the creatures showed immediate aggression, they could be contained or eliminated. But if there was even a chance to learn something new, to potentially discover that shadow maws were not the monsters everyone believed, would that not be worth the risk? Danny watched his mother think. He knew that look. She was weighing danger against discovery, protocol against possibility. Ruth Wright had never been one to follow rules simply because they existed. She had built her career on finding exceptions to established biological assumptions. Finally, Ruth made her decision. They would keep the eggs. They would study whatever hatched. But at the first sign of genuine danger, they would end the experiment immediately. Owen agreed. Danny promised to follow every safety protocol they established. They built a containment area in the farm's largest storage module, installing temperature controls and reinforced barriers. Owen rigged up monitoring equipment to track the eggs' development. Ruth created detailed observation logs and started researching everything the galactic databases had on shadow maws, which turned out to be mostly disaster reports and warnings. The eggs hatched 4 days later in the middle of the night. The habitat's alarm system woke everyone up. Danny rushed to the storage module with his parents, expecting chaos and destruction. Instead, they found 6 small creatures, each about the size of a terrier dog, stumbling around on unsteady legs. They had miniature versions of the fearsome features described in the database: scales, claws, teeth. But they looked vulnerable, confused, and surprisingly cute in the way that all baby animals manage to be cute despite their features. One of the creatures, slightly larger than its siblings, looked directly at Danny. Its eyes, which would eventually glow with predatory intelligence, were currently just curious and a bit scared. It made a sound, something between a chirp and a growl, and took a wobbly step toward him. Danny's mother grabbed his arm, ready to pull him back. His father had a neural stunner drawn just in case, but Danny knelt down slowly and extended his hand. The creature sniffed his fingers, then rubbed its head against his palm. Danny looked up at his parents and said, "I'm going to call this one Fluffy." 18 months after the eggs hatched, Fluffy had grown into something that would give nightmares to trained soldiers across the galaxy. Danny stood in the main yard of the farm, watching Fluffy play with Amy. His little sister was 7 years old now, laughing as she threw a gravity ball across the ice field. Fluffy, all 3 tons of obsidian-scaled apex predator, bounded after it like an oversized puppy. When she caught the ball in her massive jaws, she trotted back to Amy and gently dropped it at the girl's feet. Her tail, tipped with spikes that could puncture ship armor, wagged back and forth in obvious pleasure. The other 5 Shadow Maws were scattered around the property, each engaged in their own activities. Spike was helping Owen repair a section of the perimeter fence, using his considerable strength to lift support beams into place. Princess was being groomed by Ruth, who had discovered that Shadow Maws actually enjoyed having their scales cleaned and polished. Chomper was in the food storage area, demonstrating her ability to open complex lock mechanisms in exchange for treats. Sweetie was napping in a sunny spot near the greenhouse, her body generating enough heat to melt a circle in the ice around her. Brutus, the laziest of the 6, was sprawled across the habitat entrance like a very intimidating doormat. Danny had spent every day of the past year and a half working with these creatures. What started as a risky experiment had become his entire life. He woke up early to feed them, spent his afternoons training them, and fell asleep most nights in the barn with at least 2 Shadow Maws curled up nearby for warmth. The Galactic Xenobiology database said Shadow Maws were solitary hunters who tolerated each other only during mating season. Danny's experience suggested the database was completely wrong. The 6 siblings had formed a tight pack with clear social structures. Fluffy was the leader, making decisions and settling disputes. Spike was her second, enforcing rules and protecting the others. Princess was the social coordinator, the one who initiated play and grooming. Chomper was the problem solver, always figuring out new ways to get food or entertainment. Sweetie was the gentle one, often comforting the others when they were stressed. Brutus was the lazy one who somehow still managed to be exactly where he needed to be during important moments. The database also said Shadow Maws had the intelligence of Earth's great apes. Danny thought that was another massive underestimation. These creatures understood complex verbal commands in 3 languages now. They could solve puzzles that stumped some of the farm's automated systems. Fluffy had figured out how to operate door controls by watching humans do it twice. Chomper had learned to trade, bringing interesting rocks or ice formations to Ruth in exchange for extra food portions. Most importantly, they had never shown aggression toward humans. Not once. Not even when Amy accidentally stepped on Brutus's tail, or when Owen had to remove an infected claw from Spike's foot, or when Ruth took blood samples for her research. Other frontier farmers had started visiting the Wright property, word spreading through the isolated moon colonies about the impossible creatures that lived there. Some visitors were skeptical, arriving with weapons and suspicious expressions. Others were curious, wanting to understand how a Category 5 species could behave like domestic animals. All of them left with the same confused look on their faces, trying to reconcile what they had seen with what they thought they knew about dangerous predators. Old Howard from the mining station 200 kilometers north had visited 3 times. He was a veteran of the frontier wars and had killed more hostile creatures than he could count. The first time he saw Fluffy, he drew his plasma rifle on instinct. But then Amy had run up to Fluffy, hugged one of her massive legs, and asked if Mr. Howard wanted to play fetch with them. Howard had stood there for 5 full minutes, rifle still drawn, watching a child play with a creature that should have eaten her. He finally holstered his weapon, sat down on a cargo crate, and asked Owen for something strong to drink. The second time Howard visited, he brought his wife, who was a xenobiologist with 40 years of field experience. She spent an entire day running tests, taking measurements and interviewing Danny about his training methods. At the end of the day, she told the Wright family that nothing they were doing should work according to any established theory. The Shadow Maws should have killed someone by now, or at least shown territorial aggression. Instead, they behaved like a cross between working dogs and extremely deadly house cats. The third time Howard visited, he brought a contract. A mining consortium needed help clearing out a nest of rock borers that were destroying their equipment. Rock borers were tough creatures, but not particularly smart. Howard thought the Shadow Maws might be able to scare them away without anyone getting hurt. He was offering enough credits to buy a new habitat module. Owen and Ruth discussed it for 2 days. Danny argued that the Shadow Maws needed challenges, needed to use their natural abilities. Keeping them on the farm doing simple tasks was like asking a calculator to only count to 10. Eventually, his parents agreed, but only if Danny went along to supervise and only if they took extensive safety precautions. The mining job turned out to be the easiest credits the Wright family ever earned. Fluffy and Spike walked into the rock borer tunnels, roared once, and every borer in a 5-kilometer radius fled in panic. The miners were amazed. They had expected a fight, maybe some casualties. Instead, the problem was solved in less than an hour. Word spread even faster after that. More job offers came in. Could the Shadow Maws help clear ice formations from landing pads? Could they provide security for a supply depot that kept getting raided by wild creatures? Could they help search for survivors after a habitat collapse? The answer to all these questions turned out to be yes. Danny started keeping a log of everything the Shadow Maws accomplished. Not just for the family records, but because he had a feeling this information might be important someday. Every job completed, every creature they interacted with peacefully, every moment that proved the galactic database was wrong about them. His father noticed the log one evening and asked Danny what he planned to do with all that information. Danny had shrugged and said maybe nothing, maybe everything. He was 17 years old, nearly 18, and starting to think about his future beyond the farm. If he wanted to keep working with Shadow Maws, if he wanted to prove to the galaxy that these creatures deserved better than to be labeled as monsters, he would need credentials. He would need certification. He would need to pass the Xenobiology Handler's License exam. Owen had smiled and told Danny that was a fine goal, but it would not be easy. The exam was notoriously difficult, and showing up with 6 illegal Category 5 creatures as practical experience might cause problems. Danny had looked out at the yard where Fluffy was teaching Amy how to track footprints in the ice, and said he would figure it out. After all, everyone said Shadow Maws were impossible to train, and he had managed that just fine. The corporate survey ship appeared in Callisto's orbit on a Tuesday, which was laundry day at the Wright farm, and Ruth was particularly annoyed about the timing. Danny was hanging thermal suits on the drying rack when the habitat's proximity alarm started beeping. Visitors were not unusual anymore, but most of them sent a message first. This ship had just appeared, running what looked like detailed scans of the entire moon surface. Owen pulled up the identification transponder, and his face went carefully neutral, which was never a good sign. The ship belonged to Helix Biosystems, one of the largest xenobiology research corporations in the galaxy. They held contracts with most planetary governments for biological surveys and threat assessments. They were professional, wealthy, powerful, and absolutely not the kind of people the Wright family wanted noticing their farm. 6 hours later, a shuttle landed in the main yard. Fluffy and the other Shadow Maws had been outside when the alarms first sounded, and they immediately formed a protective perimeter around the habitat. Danny had trained them for this scenario, though he had hoped they would never need to use it. The creatures looked alert but not aggressive, watching the shuttle with focused attention. The shuttle door opened and 8 figures emerged. 5 were security personnel in full combat armor, carrying weapons that could probably take down a small building. 2 were scientists in environment suits, laden with scanning equipment. The 8th was a tall Archean woman who walked with the confidence of someone used to being in charge. Her name, according to the identification beacon, was Dr. Fallen. Owen went out to meet them, gesturing for Ruth to stay inside with Amy. Danny followed his father, partly because he wanted to help and partly because Fluffy would not let him stay behind. The massive Shadow Maw walked beside Danny, her presence a clear statement of protection. Dr. Fallen stopped walking when she saw Fluffy. The security team immediately raised their weapons. The scientists started making rapid notes on their tablets. Danny could see the exact moment when Dr. Fallen realized what she was looking at, because her expression changed from professional curiosity to genuine alarm. She spoke in a calm voice, but Danny could hear the tension underneath. She identified herself as the chief xenobiologist for this sector and explained that their survey had detected genetic signatures belonging to Shadow Maw apex predators. This was impossible, of course, because Shadow Maws were a restricted species that could not legally be removed from their native world. There must be some mistake in their scanning equipment. Owen, who was good at talking to difficult people, agreed that it did sound impossible. Then he casually mentioned that the scans were probably picking up the 6 Shadow Maws that lived on his farm. Would Dr. Fallen like to come inside for something to drink while they discussed the situation? The silence that followed lasted approximately 10 seconds. Then Dr. Fallen started giving orders in rapid succession. The security team was to establish a perimeter. The scientists were to confirm the genetic readings. She was personally going to inspect these alleged shadow maws, and if they were real, the creatures would be destroyed immediately according to galactic safety protocols. Danny felt Fluffy tense beside him. The other 5 shadow maws moved closer, forming a tighter circle. They were not growling or showing teeth, but their body language had shifted from watchful to protective. Spike positioned himself between the security team and Amy, who had disobeyed Ruth's instructions and come outside. Princess moved to block the path to the greenhouses. Chomper, Sweetie, and Brutus spread out to cover the other approaches. Dr. Fallen noticed the movement. Her hand moved toward a weapon on her belt. The security team adjusted their aim, targeting systems painting laser dots across Fluffy's massive body. Danny could feel the situation spiraling toward violence, and he did the only thing he could think of. He stepped in front of Fluffy and told everyone to calm down. His voice came out steadier than he expected. He explained that the shadow maws were not dangerous, that they had lived peacefully with his family for 2 years, that they helped with farm work and had never hurt anyone. Dr. Fallen looked at him like he had just claimed he could breathe vacuum without a suit. She informed Danny, in the tone of someone explaining basic facts to a child, that shadow maws were Category 5 threats with a documented history of killing trained personnel. They were biologically incapable of domestication. Their aggression was hardwired into their neural structure. What he was claiming was literally impossible. According to centuries of xenobiological research, Danny suggested that maybe the research was wrong. Dr. Fallen's expression made it clear what she thought of that idea. Owen tried to de-escalate by offering to demonstrate the shadow maws' training. Dr. Fallen refused, stating that any moment these creatures could revert to their natural behavior and slaughter everyone present. She had seen the aftermath of shadow maw attacks. She knew what these creatures were capable of. She had a legal responsibility to eliminate threats, and 6 Category 5 predators living on an unsecured civilian farm definitely qualified as a threat. Ruth emerged from the habitat at that point, carrying a datapad loaded with 2 years of research documentation. She started presenting evidence: behavioral observations, training logs, medical records, footage of the shadow maws working alongside humans. Dr. Fallen barely glanced at it. She had made up her mind. The security team moved closer, weapons charging. Fluffy lowered her head and made a sound deep in her chest. Not quite a growl, but close. The other shadow maws responded, their movements coordinated and purposeful. Danny realized with growing horror that Dr. Fallen was going to force a confrontation. And if shooting started, people were going to die. Maybe his family, maybe the security team. Definitely his shadow maws Amy, who had been watching everything with wide eyes, suddenly ran forward. She ducked under her father's arm, dodged past Danny, and threw herself against Fluffy's front leg in a fierce hug. She told Dr. Fallen that Fluffy was nice and that the doctor could not hurt her. 7 security personnel and the most respected xenobiologist in the sector stared at a 7-year-old child hugging a 3-ton apex predator that could bite her in half without effort. Fluffy, for her part, carefully curled her neck around to nuzzle Amy's hair with her massive snout, making sure not to accidentally scratch the girl with her teeth. Dr. Fallen's weapon remained drawn, but Danny saw something change in her expression. Not belief exactly, more like the first crack in absolute certainty. She lowered her weapon and made a new proposal. The shadow maws would not be destroyed today, but this situation could not continue as it was. Danny would need to obtain a xenobiology handler's license to legally keep Category 5 creatures. The family would need to present their research to the Galactic Council, and Dr. Fallen herself would remain on the farm for 1 week to observe these impossible creatures. If she saw any signs of aggression, any indication that the shadow maws posed a danger, she would personally ensure they were removed to a maximum security facility. It was not the outcome Danny wanted, but it was better than watching Fluffy and her siblings die. He agreed to the terms. His parents agreed. Even Amy, still hugging Fluffy's leg, nodded seriously. Dr. Fallen ordered her security team to stand down but maintain alert status. She told her scientists to begin setting up monitoring equipment. Then she looked at Danny and asked the question that would determine everything. If these creatures were truly as trained as he claimed, would Fluffy obey a command right now, with weapons pointed at her and strangers threatening her pack? Danny met Fluffy's glowing eyes. He gave a simple hand signal, one they had practiced thousands of times. Fluffy sat down, tail curling around her body, and waited. The examination hall erupted into chaos the moment word spread about Danny's answer. Brevet, the Quillen proctor, stood frozen at the front of the hall, staring at his monitoring tablet like it had personally betrayed him. The screen showed Danny's response to question 83 in bright red text. Fluffy. Just that one word, no threat classification. No containment protocols, just a name that sounded like something you would call a pet rabbit. The crystalline student next to Danny made a sound like breaking glass, which the translation device rendered as distressed confusion. A Vexarian 3 rows back stood up so fast her chair fell over. She started shouting in her native language, and even without translation, Danny could tell she was upset. Other students were pulling up their own databases, trying to understand if this was some kind of joke or if the human had genuinely lost his mind. Brevet finally recovered enough to speak. His voice, usually so calm and professional, had developed a slight tremor. He announced that the examination was temporarily suspended and asked Danny to remain in his seat. All other students were instructed to take a break in the waiting area. The request was phrased politely, but the security personnel who appeared at the doorways made it clear this was not optional. The exam hall emptied quickly, students filing out while casting nervous glances at Danny. Some looked curious, others looked scared, a few looked angry, as if Danny had somehow insulted them by not taking the test seriously. The crystalline being patted Danny's shoulder with one of its appendages as it left, a gesture that seemed sympathetic. When everyone else was gone, Brevet walked slowly down the aisle to Danny's desk. 2 security guards followed at a respectful distance. The proctor's skin had shifted from professional gray-blue to a troubled purple color. He gestured at Danny's tablet with one tentacle. Brevet asked if Danny understood what he had written. Danny said yes. The proctor asked if Danny knew what a Shadow Maw apex predator was. Danny said yes again. Brevet's skin color deepened to almost violet.
He asked if Danny was aware that his answer to question 83 would result in automatic exam failure and possible psychological evaluation. Danny explained,
in simple terms, that he was not joking or confused. The creature in the hologram was indeed a Shadow Maw, and her name was Fluffy. He had raised her from an egg. She lived on his family's farm on Callisto. She was well-trained, friendly, and excellent at herding cattle. Brevet's tentacles went completely still, which Danny had learned meant a Quillen was either deep in thought or experiencing system shock. The proctor pulled up Danny's application file on his tablet and began reading through it with increasing agitation. His skin color cycled through purple to green to orange, settling finally on a pale yellow that Danny guessed meant surprise. The proctor's voice was barely above a whisper when he asked if everything in the application file was true. Danny confirmed it was. The 6 Shadow Maws, the training documentation, the work records, the recommendation letters from frontier colonies, all of it was real and verifiable. Brevet made a series of clicking sounds that the translator did not bother to interpret, probably because they were the Quillen equivalent of swearing. He tapped his tablet several times and Danny heard his voice being transmitted to someone else. Within minutes, a holographic projection appeared at the front of the exam hall. It showed Dr. Fallen, the Archean xenobiologist who had spent a week on the Wright farm observing Fluffy and the others. Dr. Fallen looked tired, like she had been working for many hours without rest. But when she saw Danny, she smiled slightly. She confirmed to Brevet that everything in the application file was accurate. She had personally witnessed Daniel Wright working with 6 fully grown Shadow Maw apex predators. She had seen them follow commands, perform complex tasks, and interact peacefully with humans, including small children. She had submitted a detailed report to the Galactic Council, recommending that the Wright family's research be recognized officially. Brevet's skin color went through several more rapid changes. He asked Dr. Fallen how this was possible. She responded with a question of her own. Had Brevet ever considered that the galactic understanding of dangerous species might be fundamentally flawed? What followed was a conversation that Danny only partially understood. Dr. Fallen and Brevet discussed something called the domestication paradigm, referencing academic papers and research studies. Dr. Fallon argued that most spacefaring species had never needed to domesticate predators because they either evolved on peaceful worlds or developed technology fast enough to avoid that stage. Humans, she claimed, were different. Earth was what she called a Class 7 death world, and humans had survived by making allies of creatures that should have killed them. Brevet wanted to know what this meant for the examination. Dr. Fallon's answer was simple. Daniel Wright probably knew more about handling Category 5 creatures than anyone else in the galaxy. His answer to question 83 was not wrong. It was just operating from a completely different knowledge base than the standardized test expected. The proctor asked what he should do. Dr. Fallon suggested something that made Danny sit up straighter. Bring in a live specimen. If Danny could demonstrate his abilities in a controlled environment, it would prove his claims beyond any doubt. If he failed or if the situation became dangerous, they would at least learn the truth before anyone took his application seriously. Brevet looked horrified at the suggestion. Bringing a Category 5 predator onto station, Harmony violated at least 40 safety regulations. Dr. Fallon pointed out that they had already violated several hundred regulations by allowing Danny to take the exam without flagging his application for special review. They might as well commit fully to breaking protocol. The proctor spent 5 full minutes thinking, his skin cycling through colors that Danny could not interpret. Finally, Brevet agreed to the demonstration. He would need authorization from station security, medical personnel on standby, and evacuation protocols ready. But if Dr. Fallon believed this was necessary, he would trust her judgment. Dr. Fallon's hologram smiled. She told Brevet she had already arranged for Fluffy to be transported to Station Harmony. The Shadow Maw was currently in a secure cargo bay, sedated for the journey, and would be ready for the demonstration in approximately 4 hours. She had suspected this situation might arise. Danny could not help but grin. Dr. Fallon had changed significantly since her first visit to the farm. Back then she had wanted to destroy the Shadow Maws. Now she was actively helping prove they were not the monsters everyone believed. A week of observation had been enough to transform her from skeptic to advocate. Brevet dismissed Danny to a waiting room while preparations were made. The next 4 hours were the longest of Danny's life. He tried to read, could not focus. He tried to sleep, was too nervous. He paced back and forth, wondering if he had made a terrible mistake. What if Fluffy reacted badly to the station environment? What if being around so many strangers stressed her out? What if she proved everyone right by showing aggression? He trusted Fluffy completely, but he also knew she was still a Shadow Maw, still a predator with instincts hardwired into her biology. If something went wrong, people could die, and his entire family's work would be dismissed as a dangerous delusion. A security officer finally came to collect him. The demonstration area was ready. Dr. Fallon had arrived in person. Medical teams were standing by. Station security had cleared 3 entire sections and established evacuation routes. Half the Galactic Council was watching via remote feed. No pressure or anything. Danny was escorted to what looked like a cargo bay that had been converted into an arena. Reinforced barriers surrounded a large open space. Observation platforms circled the area at a safe height. Dozens of beings from different species watched from behind protective shields. At the far end of the bay was a massive containment cell, the kind usually reserved for the most dangerous criminals or hostile xenofauna. Inside that cell, Danny could see a familiar shape. Fluffy, looking groggy from sedation but otherwise healthy, her obsidian scales reflecting the harsh lighting. Brevet's voice echoed through the bay's speaker system. He explained the parameters of the demonstration. The containment cell would open. If Daniel Wright could prove that the Shadow Maw was trained and non-aggressive, his examination would continue under special review. If the creature showed hostility, or if the situation became dangerous, she would be resedated and returned to containment. Danny barely heard the rest of the announcement. He was focused entirely on Fluffy, who had just noticed him in the arena. Her glowing eyes found his, and even from across the bay, Danny could see her tail start to move in what was almost certainly the beginning of a wag. The containment cell opened with a hydraulic hiss. Every being in the observation platforms tensed. Security personnel aimed weapons loaded with enough tranquilizer to drop an elephant. Medical teams prepared for casualties. Fluffy stepped out of the cell slowly, her massive form moving with predatory grace. She tested the air with her senses. taking in all the new smells and sounds. Her body language showed uncertainty, maybe a little stress from the strange environment and the sedatives wearing off. Then she looked directly at Danny again. Her expression changed completely. The uncertainty vanished. She made that deep rumbling purr that Danny had heard 1,000 times before, and she walked straight toward him, ignoring everyone else in the arena. The weapons tracked her movement. Dr. Fallen held up a hand, signaling the security team to wait. Brevett's skin had gone completely white. Fluffy reached Danny and did exactly what she always did when they had been apart. She lowered her enormous head and nuzzled against his chest hard enough to nearly knock him over. Then she sat down beside him, leaned her weight against his legs, and looked up at the observation platforms with an expression that clearly communicated she was bored with all these dramatic strangers. The arena was completely silent for 3 full seconds. Then Dr. Fallen started laughing, the sound echoing through the speakers. Several beings in the observation platforms collapsed into their seats. One made a sound that the translators rendered as impossible, repeated about 15 times. Danny scratched behind Fluffy's jaw ridge, exactly where she liked it, and asked Brevet if they could continue with the examination now. 6 months later, Danny stood in front of a classroom containing the most diverse group of students he had ever seen, and tried not to laugh at their terrified expressions. The Interstellar Academy had expanded rapidly after Danny's demonstration. What started as a standard xenobiology program had transformed into something entirely new, the Human Integration Protocol for High-Risk Species. Danny was the youngest instructor in the Academy's history, and possibly the only one who brought his teaching assistant to class in the form of a 3-ton apex predator. Fluffy lay near the back of the classroom, her presence dominating the space despite her relaxed posture. She was technically asleep, but Danny knew she was aware of everything happening around her. The other 5 Shadowmaws had remained on Callisto with his family, but Fluffy had bonded so strongly with Danny that separating them seemed cruel. The Academy administration had agreed to her presence after extensive negotiations and approximately 50 safety reviews. The current class consisted of 12 students from 8 different species, a Quillen engineer who wanted to work with tunneling creatures, 2 Vexarian soldiers interested in training guard animals, an Archean xenobiologist following Dr. Fallen's research, a human from Mars who had heard about Danny's work, 3 beings from species Danny was still learning to pronounce correctly. All of them had signed up believing they would learn advanced containment techniques and threat management. Instead, Danny's first lesson was about respect. He explained that most galactic species approach dangerous creatures with the assumption that they needed to be controlled or contained. Humans, shaped by Earth's hostile environment, had learned a different approach. They looked at wolves and saw future dogs. They looked at wild cats and saw future companions. They looked at aurochs and saw future cattle. Where others saw threats, humans saw potential partners. One of the Vexarian students interrupted, her voice sharp with frustration. She pointed out that her people had tried to negotiate with Shadowmaws 200 years ago, and the creatures had destroyed an entire colony. How could Danny claim these beings were potential partners when history proved otherwise? Danny asked a simple question. Had her people tried to understand what the Shadowmaws wanted, or had they simply assumed the creatures were mindless killers? The Vexarian started to answer, then stopped. She admitted she did not know the details, only that many had died. Danny pulled up a historical file on the classroom display. It showed the incident report from the Vexarian colony. He pointed out several key details that most people overlooked. The colony had been established directly on top of Shadowmaw breeding grounds. The creatures had not attacked immediately, but had shown warning behaviors for 3 months. When those warnings were ignored, they defended their territory. The report framed it as an unprovoked massacre, but the evidence suggested it was actually a last resort. The Vexarian student stared at the report, her face showing an expression Danny had learned to recognize. It was the look of someone's worldview cracking open, letting in uncomfortable new possibilities. He spent the next hour demonstrating basic training principles with Fluffy. He showed how to read body language, how to establish trust through consistency, how to use positive reinforcement instead of punishment. The students watched in amazement as Fluffy performed complex commands, solved puzzles for treats, and even allowed strangers to touch her scales after Danny gave permission. The Quillen engineer asked the question they were all thinking. Why did this work for humans but not for other species? Danny's answer was both simple and complicated. Humans had spent thousands of years learning to see individual personalities in animals. Most species categorize creatures by threat level and nothing else. A shadow maw was a Category 5, end of discussion. But Danny saw Fluffy as an intelligent being with preferences, moods, and emotional needs. He told them about Princess, who was vain and loved being groomed. About Brutus, who was lazy but would protect Amy with his life. About Chomper, who solved problems for fun rather than food. Every shadow maw was different, just like every human was different. Treating them as identical threat units was like treating all humans as identical organisms. It missed the entire point. The classes continued 3 times a week. Students learned to work with creatures they had feared their entire lives. The Quillen engineer discovered that the giant tunneling worms of Sigma 9 were actually highly social and could be guided using scent markers and patience. The Vexarian soldiers realized that many aggressive species were simply defending resources or family units. The Archean xenobiologist wrote papers that challenged centuries of established theory. Word spread across the galaxy. Danny received messages from frontier colonies requesting consultations. Mining operations wanted advice on coexisting with local predators. Research stations asked for training on non-lethal interaction protocols. Even military organizations started questioning their approach to hostile xenofauna. Dr. Fallen visited frequently, now serving as Danny's mentor and advocate. She told him that his work was causing a revolution in xenobiology, that academic institutions were revising their textbooks, that the Galactic Council was establishing new guidelines for species classification. What had started with 1 human teenager and 6 illegally kept shadow maws was changing how the entire galaxy understood dangerous creatures. But the most satisfying moment came when Danny received a message from a frontier colony on the edge of known space. They had discovered a new species, something never cataloged before. Early observations suggested it was impossibly aggressive, with documented attacks on anyone who approached. The colony had requested military intervention to eliminate the threat, but someone had suggested consulting with Daniel Wright first. Danny read the report carefully, noting the patterns. The creatures attacked only when approached directly. They showed warning behaviors before engaging. They seemed to be protecting a specific geographical area. It all sounded familiar. He accepted the consultation contract immediately. The academy gave him a semester leave. He packed his equipment, said goodbye to his students, and prepared for the journey. Fluffy, sensing travel preparations, became excited. Her tail wagged hard enough to knock over a chair. On the last day before departure, Danny stood in the empty classroom and thought about how far he had come. 3 years ago, he had been a teenager on an isolated farm, raising creatures that everyone said were impossible to train. Now he was teaching the galaxy a new way to understand the dangerous and unknown. His datapad chimed with a message from his parents. They were proud of him, but they also wanted him to visit soon. Amy missed him. The farm missed him. Spike had learned a new trick. Princess had somehow figured out how to open the greenhouse door. Chomper had traded Ruth an interesting ice crystal for 3 portions of dried meat. Sweetie sent her love. Brutus was being lazy as usual. Danny smiled and sent a reply promising to visit after this consultation. He attached a photo of himself and Fluffy in front of the academy, both of them looking confident and ready for whatever came next. The response from Amy came immediately. A voice message of her 7-year-old voice declaring that Fluffy better not have more fun without her, and that Danny should bring back something cool from the new colony. And also, could he please come home soon, because none of the other shadow maws gave good hugs like Fluffy did. Danny saved the message and made a mental note to bring back something special for his sister. Maybe a rock from an alien world, maybe a plant sample, maybe a story about making friends with another impossible creature. He looked at Fluffy, who was watching him with those intelligent, glowing eyes. He scratched behind her jaw ridge and told her they had work to do. She made her rumbling purr sound and stood up, ready to follow him anywhere. They left the academy together, walking through hallways where students no longer flinched at the sight of a shadow maw. They passed classrooms where beings from across the galaxy learned to see individuals instead of threat categories. They headed toward the docking bay where a transport ship waited to take them to the frontier. Danny thought about the quote that had become famous after his examination demonstration. When asked why he named a Category 5 apex predator Fluffy, he had said, "Because that's who she is. The galaxy saw a monster. I saw a friend waiting to be made. That philosophy had changed everything. It had earned him his license, his teaching position, and his reputation. But more importantly, it had saved 6 lives that would have been destroyed simply because they were born as the wrong species. As they boarded the transport ship, Danny felt ready for whatever waited at the frontier colony. Another misunderstood species. Another opportunity to prove that dangerous did not mean evil, that aggressive did not mean unsalvageable, that with patience and respect, even the most feared creatures could become partners. Fluffy settled into the cargo hold, which had been specially modified for her comfort. Danny sat beside her, feeling her warmth and her steady breathing. The ship's engines powered up. The journey would take 3 weeks. He pulled out his data pad and began reviewing the files on the new species. The galaxy still had so much to learn. Fortunately, Danny had time to teach them. One creature, one colony, one student at a time, until seeing individuals instead of categories became natural for everyone. The transport ship jumped to faster-than-light travel, carrying a human and his shadow maw toward another impossible situation that they would somehow make possible. Because that was what humans did best, making friends with things that wanted to eat them and changing the galaxy in the process.
The scout ship Vanguard was never engineered to endure the crushing atmospheric physics of PX-47. To the Federation's long-range orbital sensors, the planet had appeared as a standard terrestrial candidate, a vibrant, emerald orb swaddled in thick, violet-tinged clouds. But as the 30-meter vessel pierced the upper thermosphere, the crew realized that the fundamental laws of gravity, fluid dynamics, and scale were being rewritten in a language of pure, terrifying violence. The air was not a gas. It was a dense, viscous medium that fought the hull with the resistance of deep-sea water, dragging at the titanium skin with a physical, hungry weight. Every stabilizer on the ship shrieked in mechanical protest, a high-pitched metallic wail that vibrated through the floorboards and into the marrow of the crew's bones. The drag coefficient reached numbers that defied the ship's onboard logic, causing the navigation computers to cycle through error messages in a frantic strobe of crimson light. Atmospheric density is spiking. It's at 400% and climbing. Malik's voice was a jagged spike of adrenaline over the internal comms, his fingers dancing across the navigation console to compensate for the drag. Captain, the sensors are screaming. They're detecting liquid spheres in the upper atmosphere. Not rain, massive, wobbling globes of water the size of starship hangars, suspended in the air like heavy, liquid mountains. Captain Alara Voss gripped the armrests of her command chair, her knuckles turning a waxy white against the dark leather. Her eyes were fixed on the primary viewport, where the violet clouds were being shredded by the ship's descent. Keep the nose up, Malik. If we catch the surface tension of one of those droplets at this velocity, it won't be a crash. It'll be a kinetic assassination. The hull will snap like dry glass under the weight of a falling ocean. Outside, the storm was a nightmare of impossible proportions. Enormous, shimmering orbs of liquid, each 100 times larger than the Vanguard, tumbled through a sky that had turned a bruised, electric purple. They didn't fall. They descended with a terrifying, slow-motion weight, wobbling with internal currents that looked like shifting tectonic plates. The ship was a silver needle threading a minefield of liquid giants. A massive, shimmering sphere suddenly loomed in their flight path, and as Alara yanked the manual override, the Vanguard banked hard. The port wingtip grazed the liquid skin of the orb, and the ship was nearly swallowed by a cohesive force so strong it felt like the hand of a ghost pulling them into the abyss. A fine, cloying mist coated the titanium skin, instantly freezing into a slick, heavy layer that threw the stabilizers into a mechanical seizure. The ship groaned, a deep, guttural sound of metal reaching its breaking point. Then, the sky ignited. It wasn't a standard electrical discharge. A pillar of white fire, nearly a quarter-mile in diameter, slammed into the landscape miles away with a brilliance that turned the cockpit into a bleached white void. The sound wasn't a crack of thunder, it was a tectonic roar, a low-frequency displacement of the entire atmosphere that sent the Vanguard into a terminal, uncontrolled spin. "We're caught in the shockwave," Calder shouted over the groaning of the airframe, his hands straining against the secondary flight controls. The engines are stalling. The air is too rich, too heavy. It's flooding the intakes with a thick, nitrogen-heavy sludge. The ship plummeted. Below them, the forest rushed up to meet them. It wasn't a forest of wood and leaf. It was a dense, vibrating jungle of emerald pillars. Each trunk was hundreds of feet tall, smooth and waxy, swaying with an elastic strength that defied the ship's kinetic energy. The Vanguard sheared through the top of a pillar, the green stalk bending like a massive spring before whipping back and launching the ship toward a second stalk. The vessel skipped off the vegetation like a stone across a pond, finally plowing into the ground with a series of rhythmic, bone-jarring thuds. It skipped across jagged, translucent boulders, each the size of a municipal building, before sliding into a deep, shaded canyon of silica sand. Silence followed, thick and heavy, broken only by the ticking of cooling metal and the hiss of escaping steam. The air inside the cockpit smelled of ozone and the cloying, sweet scent of crushed, mineral-rich vegetation. Alara unbuckled her restraints, her boots clanging on the deck plating, which now sat at a steep, 15-degree angle. "Sound off," she rasped, wiping a smear of blood from her jaw. "Vitals are steady," Tara reported from the medbay, her voice shaky but clear. "But ARA, the exterior sensors are reading the ground as 90% crystalline silica. These aren't rocks. They're jagged, transparent shards of quartz, but scaled to the size of house-sized boulders. It's like we landed in a mountain range made of broken glass. The gravity is consistent, but the air pressure, it's like being at the bottom of a planetary trench." Malik crawled out from under the engineering substation, his face pale and smeared with grease. "The luck is gone, Captain. My primary data chip, the one with the diagnostic maps for the plasma coils, flew out of the port during the tumble. Without it, we can't purge the sludge from the intakes. We're paralyzed. The ship is a dead weight. Forget the chip for now," Calder grunted, eyes fixed on the primary viewport. "Look at the trees." On the external monitors, the forest was a terrifying emerald abyss. The green pillars towered over the ship, their tapered points disappearing into a low-hanging mist of vapor. They weren't bark-covered. They were translucent, with veins of fluid pulsing rhythmically inside their waxy, reinforced walls. The canyon they had landed in was formed by two massive sand boulders that leaned against one another like tectonic plates. Every biological scan returned a profile that was utterly alien. The leaves were broad, serrated blades of grass, each one thicker than the ship's hull and capable of reflecting the dim, violet light of the sky like a mirror. The sheer scale was suffocating. Small moss-like growths at the base of the pillars were revealed by the scanners to be tangled networks of vine-like structures, each as thick as a man's torso. "Biological analysis is impossible," Lena, the biologist, whispered, her eyes wide as she scrolled through the data. "These aren't trees. They're monocots, simple cellular structures, yet scaled to a size that breaks every law of biological square-cube theory. The ground is a silica desert, and these stalks are reinforced with mineral deposits. It's a mineral-based biology on a gargantuan scale. The very air is heavy with moisture, saturated to the point of being a liquid suspension. We aren't just in a forest, we're in a giant's garden." Suddenly, the world began to shake. Thump, thump, thump. It wasn't a quake. It was a localized seismic event, rhythmic and calculated. Each thud sent a vibration through the ship that made the internal bulkheads scream. Outside, the house-sized sand boulders shifted, grinding against the hull with a sound like a mountain being crushed. A deep, guttural resonance filled the air, a geologic groan, a subsonic rumble that bypassed the ears and vibrated the crew's chest cavities. "Seismic activity is off the charts," Malik whispered, huddling near the reactor. "It's coming from the north, and it's moving toward us. The amplitude of each shockwave is doubling." The dim green light of the undergrowth was suddenly obliterated. A white sun erupted in the sky above the canopy, a focused, artificial beam of light so intense it rendered the green pillars translucent, revealing the pulsing, sap-filled veins within. The beam swept back and forth across the canyon floor, a searchlight of cosmic proportions that turned the shadows into pits of obsidian. The heat from the light hit the hull, making the metal pop and expand with sharp, alarming cracks. To the crew, it felt as though they were being examined under a microscope by a power that existed on a different plane of physics. "It's an atmospheric anomaly," Alara stated, though her voice lacked conviction. "Some kind of focused solar flare or natural luminescence from the upper layers. We need to focus on survival. Malik, what do we need to get the coils back online?" "The data chip is gone," Malik said, "but if we can gather enough raw crystalline silica from the boulders around us, I can manually recalibrate the intake filters. But we're talking about tons of material. We'd have to mine for a year with the handheld industrial cutters just to get a fraction of what we need. The purity level out there is too low." "Then we start now," Alara said, her professional facade hardening. "We don't open the airlock until we have a plan for a shelter. If the environment is this hostile, we have to fortify. We use the trees as ribs for a dome. We clear a perimeter and set up a mining station." Stepping out of the airlock was like stepping into a nightmare of scale. The air was so thick it felt like breathing warm silk, tasting of sugar and wet stone. The sand boulders were treacherous, slick with the cloying, sweet scent of sap, the sticky liquid oozing from the stalks they had crushed during the landing. The green pillars towered like emerald skyscrapers, swaying with a heavy, rhythmic grace in the viscous wind. Each blade of the forest was thick as a ship's hull, covered in microscopic serrations that looked like jagged glass under their helmet lights. The work was grueling. Calder and Malik led the way with the heavy industrial laser cutters. The beams hissed as they bit into the waxy green walls of the pillars, the heat turning the internal sap into a thick, sweet-smelling steam that clouded their visors. It took the entire crew, utilizing the Vanguard's external winch and their own powered exoskeletons, just to move a single log of felled vegetation. They were tiny, neon-colored specks moving against a backdrop of an emerald abyss. "The cellular density is off the charts," Lena said, panting as she dragged a section of fiber. "This isn't wood. It's reinforced with silica fibers. It's as strong as carbon steel but flexible. We can weave these together." They spent the first 12 hours in a frantic, ant-like state of labor. They cleared a circle no more than 10 meters wide, hauling the massive stalks into a woven circular perimeter around the ship. They used the stalks as structural ribs, pulling them into a dome shape with carbon fiber tethers and binding them with the sticky, resinous sap that bled from the cuts. It was an epic clearing of a primeval wilderness to them, an achievement of sheer will against a landscape that didn't even notice their presence. Once the dome was partially secured, providing a meager shield against the violet sky, the mining began. Calder took the heavy drill to the base of the crystalline boulders. The noise was deafening, a high-pitched shriek as the drill bit into the house-sized silica shards. For hours, they hammered away at the rock, but the yield was pathetic. The scanners confirmed their fears. The raw materials they needed were locked deep within the mineral matrix of the planet, requiring industrial-scale refining they simply didn't possess. "We're mining for dust," Calder spat, throwing his cutter to the ground in frustration. The sparks from his drill had barely scratched the surface of the translucent boulder. "At this rate, we'll run out of oxygen before we have enough silica to coat a single filter. We're chasing ghosts in a glass desert." The crew huddled in the shadow of the Vanguard, their lights casting long, flickering shadows against the woven emerald walls of their dome. The silence of the canyon was deceptive, punctuated by the distant, wet rustling of the giant grass blades. Then, the seismic tremors returned. They were more violent this time, a rapid-fire succession of thumps that made the silica sand dance like liquid. A massive, dark silhouette suddenly eclipsed the entire sky, plunging the clearing into a darkness deeper than night. A tremendous shockwave slammed into the clearing the moment the silhouette touched down, the force of the displacement hurling the crew against the ship's hull. A beetle-like predator, an iridescent nightmare the size of a heavy tank that had been stalking the perimeter of their dome, was caught in the path of the descent. It was instantly launched into the dark forest of stalks by the sheer rush of air, disappearing with a wet, crunching thud. The crew lay on the ground, gasping as the air pressure stabilized. Silence returned, and the white sun flickered and died, leaving them in the dim, violet twilight. "Captain," Malik whispered, his voice trembling as he pointed toward the center of their cleared perimeter. "Look, in the middle of their camp, where there had been nothing but silica dust and the scars of their drills moments before, sat a massive, seamless cube. It was metallic, smooth, and humming with a strange, internal energy. It was a monolith of refined isotopes, perfectly polished and glowing with a faint blue light that cut through the emerald gloom. It hadn't been there before the seismic shockwave. To the crew, it appeared as though the very heavens had dropped a treasure chest into their midst. It was a gift of impossible purity, appearing exactly when their hope had reached its lowest ebb. "It's pure," Malik said, his scanner chirping in a frantic, melodic frequency as he approached the object. "It's a concentrated deposit of exactly the isotopes we need. It's more silica than those boulders combined, refined to a level we couldn't achieve in a laboratory. It's a miracle. We have the fuel. We have the filters. Where did it come from?" Lena asked, looking up through the gaps in their woven roof at the violet clouds. Her voice was filled with a mixture of hope and profound dread. "Nothing just appears. Not like this. It doesn't matter," Alara said, her eyes fixed on the blue glow of the cube. "It's here, and it's the only way we're ever leaving this canyon. Malik, get the transport sleds. Calder, help him. We bring this inside the dome. We start the integration now." They began the arduous process of hauling the cube toward the ship, their small machines straining against the weight of the refined gift. They worked in a feverish silence, unaware that the real monsoon was about to begin, and that their emerald dome was about to be tested by an atmospheric event unlike anything their sensors had ever recorded, a deluge that would turn their garden sanctuary into a drowning pool. End of Part 1. Part 2. The Horizon Shift. The transition between the light cycles on PX-47 was not a gradual fading of the sun, but a mechanical shifting of the universe's foundations. Inside the woven dome of emerald stalks, the crew of the Vanguard labored in a humid, oxygen-rich gloom that felt more like a pressurized womb than a metallic fortress. The sap resin they had used to bind the grass ribs had hardened into a translucent amber, turning their structure into a ribbed, organic cathedral that smelled of sweet rot, ozone, and ancient minerals. Outside, the environment was undergoing a terrifying metamorphosis. The bruised violet of the sky had darkened into an abyssal indigo, and the seismic tremors had increased in frequency. A rhythmic thump-thump-thump vibrated through the ship's hull, a low-frequency pulse that suggested something was moving across the heavens with tectonic weight. Every instrument in the engineering bay spiked with static interference. "The resonance is shifting," Malik reported, his voice filtered through the heavy crackle of the internal comms. He was positioned at the base of the cube, his industrial welder throwing jagged sparks of blue light against the seamless metallic surface of the mysterious gift. Every time the ground shakes, the cube's internal frequency aligns with the tremors. "It's not just a fuel cell, Alara. It's a bridge. It's drawing energy from the planet's own movement and refining it into a plasma-ready state. If we can finish the conduit weave, we'll have enough power to jump-start the primary coils in less than an hour. But the surge is massive. I've never seen a battery this efficient." "Then move faster," Captain Alara Voss commanded, her eyes fixed on the external monitors. The viewports showed a world of nightmare proportions. The jagged silica boulders that surrounded their clearing were slick with a new, high-pressure moisture that seemed to ooze from the very air. "The atmospheric pressure is fluctuating again. Something is displacing the air on a massive scale. We need to be ready to purge the intakes the second that power is low. If we miss this window, the pressure differential will crush the hull like a tin can." The monsoon arrived without warning. It began with a sound like 1,000 steam pipes bursting simultaneously, a high-pressure hiss that quickly deepened into a roar. A wall of liquid glass, moving with the velocity of a tidal wave, slammed into the grass forest. To the crew, it was a planetary apocalypse. Massive spheres of water, each weighing thousands of tons from their perspective, plummeted from the sky and shattered against their woven dome. The grass pillars groaned, the silica-reinforced walls bending under the hydraulic weight of the descent. "The dome is buckling," Calder yelled, bracing himself against a structural rib as a bead of water the size of a shuttlecraft hammered the exterior. The impact sounded like a drum made of thunder. "The surface tension of the liquid is trying to crush us. If the sap doesn't hold, the weight of a single drop will pancake the hull." "Alara, the seals are weeping. Seal the airlock and equalize the internal pressure." Alara shouted over the din. "Malik, status on the cube. 80%. It's feeding off the kinetic energy of the rain. The harder it pours, the faster it charges." As the deluge hammered their fortress, a new anomaly occurred, one that defied their understanding of natural meteorology. A massive, translucent barrier suddenly descended from the heavens. It was a seamless, curved wall of clear, flexible material, hundreds of feet wide, that slammed into the silica earth around the clearing with a dull, echoing clack that vibrated the marrow of their bones. It sealed the Vanguard, the dome, and the cube inside a dry, pressurized bubble. Outside the clear wall, the torrent of water continued to rage, but inside, the air became unnervingly, terrifyingly still. "We're in a vacuum pocket," Lena whispered, her face pressed to the viewport in disbelief. "The storm is still out there, but some kind of physical barrier has been lowered over us. It's perfectly circular, perfectly clear. It's as if the world has been put in a jar." Through the translucent barrier and the gaps in their grass roof, the white sun returned. But it wasn't a sun. It was a focused, artificial beam of light that moved with a terrifyingly precise intent. As the beam swept over the dome, the shadow of a monolithic, dark mass eclipsed the stars. It was a landscape of deep textures, ridges, and pores, a massive, featureless form that hovered over their bubble, blocking out the purple sky. "It's not a tectonic event," Alara whispered, her voice barely audible as she looked at the readout on the gravity sensors. The readings were spiking in impossible directions. "It's a witness. It's watching us. It's waiting for us to be ready. Captain, the cube is fully integrated." Malik's voice broke the silence, crackling with a new, frantic energy. "The coils are screaming. We have 200% power. The diagnostic handshake is green. We can break the surface tension of the entire atmosphere if we fire now, but we have to go immediately. The isotopes won't stay stable in this pressure for long. But we're trapped under the barrier," Calder noted, pointing at the sky. "We ignite those engines inside this bubble, and we'll turn this sanctuary into a kiln. We'll be vaporized before we even clear the clearing. We're in a cage." "Wait," Alara said, her eyes locked on the monitors. "Look at the horizon. The barriers, they're shifting." The clear barrier began to rise. Something unseen gripped the edges of the massive structure and lifted it back into the heavens with a silent, terrifying grace. The night air of PX-47 rushed back in, cool and smelling of wet earth and distant, burnt carbon. The pressure stabilized instantly. Then, a flat, warm expanse, a dark, ridged platform, was lowered beside the ship. It was a vast territory that looked like a continent of marble, descending with a precision that silenced the wind. "It's giving us a clearing," Alara realized, her perspective finally shattering. "It's not a predator. It's a launch pad. It's a hand. Board the ship. All stations to launch positions. Malik, initiate the purge sequence on my mark." The Vanguard rose from the silica mud on a cushion of blue plasma, its engines humming with a frequency that made the nearby grass stalks dance in a frantic, wind-swept ballet. It drifted onto the dark, ridged platform, a tiny silver needle against the vastness of the expanse. As the ship settled, the platform began to rise, lifting them out of the emerald abyss with a smooth, terrifying acceleration. The crew watched the viewport in stunned silence as the world shrank away. The grass stalks, once towering skyscrapers of waxy green, became a soft, manicured carpet. The house-sized silica boulders became mere pebbles, scattered across a dark, porous soil. The canyons they had feared were revealed to be simple cracks in the dirt of a pathway. High above, a monolithic fortress of brick and glass, a structure of impossible geometry, towered over the forest. The lightning they had seen was a buzzing grid of yellow light on a wooden pillar, a bug zapper on a porch. The monsoon had been a garden hose. The platform stopped, and for the first time, the crew saw the source of the seismic tremors and the white sun. They were level with a face, a young man, his features a landscape of skin and fine hair, his eyes like vast, amber suns filled with a quiet, knowing curiosity. He was the giant, the architect of their survival. He didn't speak. He simply looked at the tiny silver speck in his hand with a smile that spanned their entire horizon. He raised his other hand. It was a continent of flesh moving through the air with a grace that defied its mass. He didn't reach for them. He performed a slow, rhythmic wave of his fingers, a farewell greeting that spanned miles of their perspective. "He knows," Lena whispered, tears blurring her vision as she stared into an eye the size of a nebula. "He knew we were there the whole time. He wasn't hunting us. He was gardening. He was helping us find our way back. "Fire engines," Alara commanded, her voice thick with a mixture of terror and awe. The Vanguard shot upward, a silver streak of light that pierced the night sky of PX-47. As they accelerated, fueled by the isotopes of the cube, the planet revealed its true identity. It wasn't an alien world of violet trees and emerald canyons. It was a blue and green marble, Earth, receding into the darkness of the void. They weren't explorers of a new frontier. They were survivors of a suburban backyard, finally returning to the scale they belonged to. Alara sat back in her chair, watching the giant's world disappear into a tiny, flickering point of light among the stars. The sensors were finally recalibrating to the vacuum of space, the noise of the atmosphere replaced by the cold, beautiful silence of the cosmos. "Captain," Malik said, looking at the data chip that had been recovered from the internal sensors of the cube. "The materials he gave us, the cube, it's not just fuel. It's refined for interstellar travel. The isotopes are more advanced than anything in the Federation's database. He didn't just save us. He upgraded us. He gave us the stars." "No, Malik," Alara said, watching the empty space where the giant had been. "He was just a neighbor, and we were just passing through his lawn. We were a broken toy he decided to fix." The Vanguard turned its nose toward the deep black, leaving behind the forest of stalks and the man who had waved goodbye to the smallest explorers in the galaxy. They weren't just survivors. They were the only ones who knew that in the right light, a single backyard could be an entire universe, and a god could be found in the simple act of lifting a plastic tub to let the travelers go home. As the ship jumped into warp, fueled by the giant's gift, the last thing they saw on the long-range scanners was a massive, waving silhouette against a backdrop of porch lights and summer crickets, a guardian of the small, standing at the edge of the infinite.
"6 miles under the Pacific, something knocked on the hull of a United States Navy station, and it was not being polite. Sonar technician Danny Ford dropped his coffee. Master Chief Frank Doyle did not even blink. "They picked the wrong ocean," he muttered, cracking his knuckles. Somewhere above them, a commander was already reaching for a phone he prayed he would never have to use. If you love a good underdog fight, hit that like button, subscribe so you don't miss what happens next, and drop a comment telling me where you're watching from. Now let's dive into this journey, because 6 miles down, the aliens are about to learn why humans never explore the deep sea unarmed. Trident Station sat on the floor of the Mariana Trench like a steel tick clinging to the belly of the planet, humming quietly while the rest of the world slept above it. It was officially listed on Navy paperwork as an experimental deep-sea research and salvage outpost, and unofficially known by everyone stationed there as the Can, because living inside it for 6 months straight felt exactly like being sealed in one. Commander Jack Reynolds ran the place with the calm exhaustion of a man who had long since stopped being surprised by anything the ocean threw at him. He had survived typhoons, equipment failures, and one unforgettable week when the galley ran out of coffee, which nearly caused a mutiny. He liked his crew small, sharp, and a little bit strange, because normal people did not volunteer to live at the bottom of the sea. His sonar technician, Danny Ford, was 26 years old, sharp-eyed and permanently jittery from drinking more coffee than any human body was designed to process. His engineer, Pete Callahan, could fix almost anything with a wrench and a bad attitude. And then there was Master Chief Frank Doyle, a man built like a submarine hatch, who had been diving in hostile waters since before half the crew was born. Doyle did not talk much. When he did, people listened, mostly because he was terrifying and partly because he was usually right. The morning it all changed started like any other. Ford was watching the sonar display, half asleep, sipping his 4th cup of coffee, when a shape drifted across the return that should not have existed. It was smooth, symmetrical, and moving against the current, which meant it was not a whale, not a squid, and definitely not a rock formation. "Commander," Ford said, sitting up straight for the first time in an hour, "I've got something out there." "It's not marine life." Reynolds walked over, arms crossed, studying the blip crawling steadily closer. Debris field, old sub-wreck. No, sir, it's moving on its own. And it's headed straight for us. Doyle appeared in the doorway without anyone hearing him come in, which he always seemed to manage despite being roughly the size of a small refrigerator. Something's out there, he said flatly, and it ain't Navy. Reynolds ordered the outer lights raised, and for a long, tense minute, nothing happened except the slow hiss of recycled air and the pounding of Ford's heart against his ribs. Then the object came into view outside the reinforced viewport, and every person in that room went completely silent. It was a probe, roughly the size of a delivery van, covered in strange plating that shimmered faintly even in the dim water, with 3 glowing sensor clusters that rotated slowly. Scanning the station from top to bottom like a curious tourist inspecting a museum exhibit. It made no attempt to communicate. It simply floated there, studying them. "That is not one of ours," Callahan said, stating the obvious with the particular tone of a man who desperately wished it wasn't true. Doyle stepped closer to the viewport, arms folded, watching the probe with the same expression he used when a rookie diver did something monumentally stupid. "Whatever that is," he said, "it thinks nobody's home down here." Reynolds keyed the comm to Pacific Fleet Command, requesting immediate identification on an unregistered object at their coordinates. The response took 11 minutes, an eternity when a hostile probe is parked outside your window, and when it finally came through, it offered no comfort at all. Nothing matching that description existed in any known inventory, allied or otherwise. That was when the probe extended a thin mechanical arm, pressed it against the station's outer hull, and began very calmly to cut through solid reinforced steel. Alarms tore through Trident Station, red light bathing every corridor, and for the first time in years, Jack Reynolds felt something he had almost forgotten the taste of: real fear. 6 miles beneath the surface, with nowhere to run and no one coming fast enough. Doyle grabbed the heaviest wrench off the tool rack like it was a butter knife. "Well," he said, cracking a small, dangerous grin, "guess it's time to say hello properly." Nobody in that station had any idea that this quiet, curious little probe was only the very first knock on the door, and that somewhere far above the waves. An entire alien fleet was about to learn a lesson the hard way about exactly what lived at the bottom of Earth's oceans. The cutting arm sliced halfway through the outer hull plate before Doyle reached it, and without a second of hesitation, he swung the wrench in a full arc and caved in the probe's sensor cluster like a tin can. Sparks sprayed through the water outside the viewport, and the mechanical arm jerked backward, retracting in what almost looked like surprise. "Report," Reynolds barked, watching pressure gauges climb toward levels nobody wanted to see. "Breach is minor, sir, we can patch it," Callahan shouted, already hauling a sealant kit toward the damaged section. But that thing wasn't just scanning us. It was trying to get inside. The wounded probe drifted backward, its remaining lights flickering erratically, then shot upward into the darkness and vanished. For a moment, everyone allowed themselves to believe the danger had passed. It had not. 20 minutes later, Ford's sonar display lit up with something far larger, far heavier, and moving with a discipline that told everyone in the room this was no accident and no coincidence. "Commander, I've got multiple contacts inbound, big ones in formation." Reynolds felt his stomach drop. "How many?" "I'm counting 6. No, wait, 8. They're spreading out around us." Doyle peered over Ford's shoulder at the display, jaw tightening. "That's not recon anymore. That's a landing party." Within minutes, massive shapes settled onto the sea floor surrounding Trident Station in a loose ring, each one deploying stabilizing legs that dug into the silk like a spider taking up position. Then, one by one, hatches opened, and armored figures began emerging into the crushing black water, moving with the strange, gliding confidence of creatures who clearly believed they had nothing left to fear. The lead figure activated a translation device, and a cold, buzzing voice filled the station's outer hull sensors, easily picked up by the internal comm array. "Unidentified structure, you occupy Ithran-conquered salvage territory. This world's depths were surveyed as unclaimed. Submit your resources for immediate collection." Reynolds keyed the response channel, keeping his voice level despite his racing pulse. "This is United States Navy Installation Trident Station." You are trespassing on sovereign territorial waters. Withdraw immediately." There was a pause, then something that almost sounded like amusement crackled through the translation. Species designation confirmed as primitive surface dwellers. Surface dwellers do not possess deep ocean assets. Compliance is advised. Doyle leaned toward the comm, unable to help himself. "Buddy," he said, "you just parked your whole fleet on top of the U.S. Navy's front porch." The alien voice did not respond to that directly, but the armored figures outside began advancing toward the station's docking collar. Weapons igniting with a pale blue glow that lit up the black water like ghostly lanterns. Reynolds ordered general quarters, and the small crew scrambled into positions that had never once been tested against an actual enemy. Because nobody at Trident Station had ever expected to need them. Ford grabbed a sidearm with shaking hands. Callahan armed himself with a cutting torch because it was the closest thing resembling a weapon within reach. Doyle simply rolled his shoulders, grabbed a heavy dive spear gun off the wall rack, and walked toward the docking hatch like a man heading out for a stroll. The first alien breached the outer hatch, and Doyle put a spear clean through its shoulder plating before it took a second step. The creature staggered backward, letting out a sound the translator did not even attempt to convert, and collapsed against the bulkhead. They weren't expecting resistance, Callahan shouted over the chaos, torch blazing as he welded a support brace across the buckling inner door. "Look at them, they're barely reacting. They've never fought anybody who lives down here," Doyle said, reloading the spear gun with brutal efficiency. "That's about to change real quick." More armored figures pushed through the breach, and the corridor became a tight, brutal fight in cramped steel hallways where there was nowhere to retreat and no room for hesitation. Ford fired his sidearm with more panic than accuracy, but panic kept him alive, and that was enough for now. Reynolds coordinated from the command deck, sealing sections of the station to slow the advance while broadcasting an emergency distress signal up through the relay buoy to Pacific Fleet Command. The response came back fast this time, and it was the first genuinely good news anyone at Trident Station had heard all day. "Trident Station, this is Pacific Fleet Command. We have your distress call. Reinforcements are already inbound. Hold position. Help is on the way." Reynolds allowed himself one short breath of relief before the docking collar groaned under a heavier impact and through the reinforced viewport. He saw something far larger surfacing from the alien formation outside, a shape built for one purpose only, and it was aiming directly at the heart of the station. The new alien shape was easily 3 times the size of the landing craft already surrounding Trident Station, its hull ridged with weapon ports that pulsed with slow, hungry light. A commanding figure emerged from it, wearing armor plated in gold trim that marked him apart from the rest, moving with the deliberate arrogance of someone who had never once lost a fight in his life. The translation device crackled again, this time carrying a voice sharper and colder than before. "This is Fleet Marshal Threx of the Ithran Conquered. Your resistance has been noted and will be corrected. Surrender the installation, or it will be reduced to debris." Reynolds gripped the comm, jaw tight. "Marshal, you've got a funny way of introducing yourself. This is United States sovereign territory, and we don't hand over Navy property to anybody." There was a pause, then something almost like genuine confusion filtered through the translated voice. "Records indicate this species lacks advanced defensive capability. Explain your continued resistance." Doyle, still covered in scorch marks from the corridor fight, leaned toward the comm with a tired grin. "Records are wrong, pal." Real wrong, Threx did not appreciate the response. Weapon ports along his flagship's hull began charging, and Reynolds watched helplessly as pressure readings across the station spiked into dangerous territory. "All hands brace for impact," he shouted, and a second later the first strike hit. The station rocked violently, metal groaning under the strain, lights flickering as an entire support strut buckled near the eastern module. Callahan was thrown sideways into a bulkhead, torch clattering from his hand, while Ford grabbed the edge of his console just to stay upright. "We can't take another hit like that," Callahan shouted, scrambling back to his feet, blood trickling from a cut above his eyebrow. "Structural integrity is failing on deck too." Reynolds keyed the fleet channel again, voice steady despite the chaos around him. Command, Trident Station is taking direct fire. We need that support now, not later. Copy, Trident Station, hold on. Kraken is deploying. Ford blinked through the smoke, confused. Kraken. Sir, what's Kraken? Reynolds allowed himself the smallest, grimmest smile of the entire day. You're about to find out, son. Outside in the crushing black water beyond the failing station lights. Something massive stirred inside a reinforced launch bay, bolted to the trench floor half a mile away. A bay that had been quietly built years earlier under a program, so classified, most of the crew had never even heard its name mentioned. Thick doors split apart, releasing a burst of pressurized air, and from within emerged a heavily armored combat exosuit the size of a small tank. Its outer plating designed specifically to withstand crushed depths that would flatten a submarine. Inside its cockpit, strapped in tight with a headset clamped over his ears, sat Master Chief Frank Doyle's oldest friend and diving partner, a broad-shouldered veteran named Senior Chief Marcus Whitfield, who had spent the last 2 years training exclusively to pilot this exact machine for exactly this kind of nightmare scenario. Trident Station, this is Kraken 1, Whitfield's voice rang out over the comm, calm as a man ordering breakfast. I hear you've got some uninvited guests. Let's go show them some hospitality. The exosuit surged forward through the black water with startling speed. Twin mechanical arms unfolding weapons that had been designed by Navy engineers, specifically to punch through alien hull plating. And it closed the distance toward Threx's flagship with terrifying purpose. Threx's sensors registered the incoming contact, and for the first time since arriving in Earth's ocean, something in his posture shifted, just slightly, from arrogance toward uncertainty. New contact detected, a subordinate voice reported through the alien channel. Mass and speed profile inconsistent with prior species assessment. Threx straightened, weapon systems already redirecting. Recalculate. Nothing this species possesses should challenge a conquered flagship. Whitfield brought Kraken 1 in low along the sea floor, using the trench's natural terrain for cover exactly as he had trained for, and when he finally rose up directly beneath one of the smaller landing craft, he drove a mechanical fist straight through its underside hull, with a force that sent alien troopers tumbling out into the crushing water in a chaotic cloud of bubbles and debris. Back inside Trident Station, Ford watched the exterior sensor feed with wide eyes as the enormous machine tore into the alien formation. Sir, he said slowly, I think we're winning. Doyle, still bleeding from a shallow cut along his forearm, allowed himself a short, satisfied laugh. Kid, he said, we haven't even started winning yet. Above them, Threx's flagship turned its full weapons array toward the approaching exosuit. And everyone watching knew the real fight had only just begun. Kraken 1 absorbed the first blast across its reinforced shoulder plating, staggering backward through a cloud of displaced silt, but it did not go down. Whitfield gritted his teeth against the jolt rattling through the cockpit and pushed the machine forward again, closing the distance before Threx's flagship could line up a second shot. Trident Station taking fire, but I'm still standing, Whitfield reported, voice tight with effort. This thing hits like a freight train. Copy, Kraken 1, Reynolds answered from the command deck, watching the exterior sensor feed with white-knuckled focus. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Threx's voice crackled furiously across the open channel, no longer sounding calm or amused. Impossible. No surface species deploys combat assets of this scale. Identify this weapon platform immediately. Whitfield keyed the translated channel himself, allowing a tired, confident grin to creep into his voice. Name's Kraken, Marshal. Figured somebody ought to introduce myself before I ruin your whole day. Threx ordered his remaining troops to converge. And armored Ithran soldiers swarmed toward the exosuit from multiple directions, weapons blazing pale streaks of light through the black water. Whitfield twisted the machine sideways, using its bulk as a shield, and swept one arm through the nearest cluster of troopers, scattering them like leaves in a storm. Inside Trident Station, the fight had not stopped either. A fresh wave of Ithran soldiers pushed through the weakened docking collar, and Doyle met them head-on in the narrow corridor. Spear gun discarded now in favor of a fire axe ripped straight off the emergency rack. Chief, there's too many, Ford shouted, firing his sidearm until it clicked empty. "There's exactly enough," Doyle growled, swinging the axe with brutal precision, catching an alien trooper across the chest plating hard enough to send him crashing backward into two others behind him. Callahan grabbed a fire extinguisher and blasted a cloud of freezing chemical directly into the advancing soldiers' sensor visors, and for a few precious seconds, half the boarding party stumbled around blind, swinging wildly at nothing. "Not exactly Navy issue tactics," Reynolds called out over the chaos, sealing another bulkhead behind the retreating aliens to buy his crew more time. "But I'll take it." Outside, the battle around Kraken 1 had grown desperate on both sides. Threx's flagship circled for another firing position, but Whitfield anticipated the move, using the exosuit's thrusters to drop low along the trench floor and disappear into a cloud of churned silt before rising directly beneath the flagship's weakest structural point, right where its main weapon array connected to the hull. "Kraken 1, what's your status?" Reynolds asked, watching the sensor feed lose the exosuit's signal entirely in the murky cloud. Static answered him for 3 agonizing seconds. Then Whitfield's voice returned, strained but alive. "Status is, I'm about to make Marshal Threx very unhappy." With both mechanical arms braced against the flagship's undercarriage, Whitfield triggered the exosuit's full thruster output, driving upward with every ounce of force the machine could generate, and the flagship's hull groaned under stress it had never been engineered to withstand from below. Threx's voice exploded across the alien channel, no longer composed at all. "Structural failure imminent, evasive maneuvers immediately," but it was already too late. The weapon array tore loose from the hull in a violent spray of sparks and debris, crippling the flagship's primary offense in a single devastating strike, and the enormous vessel lurched sideways, venting atmosphere in thick silver bubbles that streamed upward through the black water like a wounded animal gasping for air. Inside Trident Station, the alarms briefly quieted as the boarding party, cut off from reinforcement and orders alike, hesitated in the corridor for the first time since the fight began. Doyle lowered his axe slightly, breathing hard, sweat and grime streaked across his face. "That's it," he said, watching the confusion ripple through the remaining troopers. "That's the moment. They're done." But 6 miles above, in the cold silence of open ocean, something far larger than Threx's flagship was already descending toward Trident Station. Drawn by the distress, calls now crackling across every frequency the Ithran Conquered possessed, and the true final battle for the deep sea had not even begun yet. The remaining boarding party inside Trident Station finally broke, retreating back through the shattered docking collar in a disorganized scramble. Several of them abandoning weapons entirely in their haste to escape the axe-wielding Master Chief who had, by this point, earned a reputation among the survivors that would follow the Conquered for generations. "They're falling back," Callahan shouted, coughing through a haze of extinguisher chemical and smoke. "Seal that collar the second the last one's through," Reynolds ordered, already moving toward the command deck to check on Whitfield's status. "Ford, get me eyes outside now." Ford's hands were still shaking, but he pulled up the exterior sensor feed anyway, and what appeared on it made his stomach drop all over again. Threx's crippled flagship was retreating upward, venting atmosphere and trailing debris, but behind it, descending slowly from the darkness above, was something enormous. A vessel dwarfing everything the Conquered had brought so far, its hull lined with weapon batteries that made the flagship look like a child's toy by comparison. "Sir," Ford said quietly, "I don't think that's a rescue ship." Reynolds stared at the display, jaw tightening. "Command, this is Trident Station. We have a massive contact inbound, and it looks like the real fight just showed up." Whitfield's voice cut through the tension, tired but steady. "I see it too. That thing's twice the size of anything we've fought so far." A new voice emerged over the alien channel then, deeper and colder than Threx's had ever been, carrying the unmistakable weight of actual command authority. "This is Grand Marshal Vesic of the Ithran Conquered Expeditionary Fleet. Your defiance has cost this operation considerable resources. That ends now." Doyle, limping slightly from a bruised leg but very much still standing, leaned toward the nearest comm panel. "You Conquered folks sure do love giving speeches before you lose." Vesic's flagship opened fire without further warning, unleashing a barrage that lit up the black water in a blinding wall of energy. forcing Whitfield to throw Kraken 1 into a desperate evasive roll along the trench floor. Debris and silt exploding around the exosuit as blast after blast tore into the seabed, where he had been standing seconds earlier. "I can't take a direct hit from that thing," Whitfield reported, voice tight with strain. "One clean shot and I'm done," Reynolds thought fast, scanning every system readout still active on the station. "Whitfield, listen to me. Trident Station has an emergency ballast system built for controlled seismic testing. If we vent it all at once near their position, we can kick up enough silt and shockwave to blind their targeting completely." "That's a hell of a gamble, Commander," Whitfield answered. "It's the only card we've got left," Reynolds said. "Doyle, get to the ballast controls. Ford, target their exact position and feed it to Whitfield the second we blow it." Doyle moved fast for a man his size, reaching the emergency control panel and slamming the override sequence while Callahan braced the failing support strut nearby, praying it held one more time. Ford fed coordinates to Whitfield with steady hands now, the earlier panic burned away by pure necessity. "On my mark," Reynolds said, watching Vesek's flagship line up its next devastating shot. 3, 2, 1, blow it. Doyle slammed the release, and Trident Station's ballast tanks vented in a massive, thunderous shockwave that tore through the black water, throwing up an enormous wall of churned silt and debris directly across Vesek's targeting sensors. The flagship's next volley fired blind, missing Kraken 1 entirely and scoring a glancing blow across its own escort vessel instead. Whitfield seized the opening without hesitation, driving Kraken 1 straight through the chaos and slamming both mechanical fists directly into the flagship's primary sensor, array with everything the exosuit had left to give. Sparks exploded outward, and the massive vessel's weapon systems flickered and died in a cascading failure that spread across its entire hull. Vesek's voice returned to the channel, no longer commanding, no longer cold, carrying instead the unmistakable tone of a commander realizing he had badly misjudged everything about this world. "Sensor and weapon systems critical. Withdraw remaining forces immediately." Threx's damaged flagship and Vesek's crippled command vessel both began a slow, humiliating retreat upward through the black water, abandoning the scattered wreckage of landing craft and troopers still drifting near Trident Station's damaged hull. Inside the command deck, Reynolds finally allowed himself to exhale, watching the alien contacts fade from the sonar display one by one. "Kraken 1, status report." Whitfield's voice came back, exhausted but unmistakably proud. "Banged up, Commander, but Kraken's still standing." "And so is your station." Doyle wiped grime from his face and managed a tired, satisfied grin. "Guess the Navy's got a new record now," he said. "First time anybody's ever thrown an alien fleet off American property using a seismic testing system and a bad attitude." By the time Pacific Fleet Command's rescue vessels finally reached Trident Station, the water around it had gone quiet again, littered only with scattered wreckage and the slow drift of abandoned alien equipment settling into the silt. Commander Jack Reynolds stood at the damaged docking collar, watching the recovery teams pull in the last of the debris, and felt the particular exhaustion of a man who had just survived something no Navy manual had ever prepared him for. Master Chief Frank Doyle sat nearby on an overturned equipment crate, nursing a cup of coffee that tasted burnt and lukewarm, and was, in his opinion, the best cup of coffee he had ever had in his life. Senior Chief Marcus Whitfield climbed out of Kraken 1's battered cockpit, helmet tucked under one arm, grinning despite a fresh bruise blooming along his jaw. "You know," Whitfield said, dropping onto the crate beside Doyle, "when they told me I'd be piloting an experimental deep-sea combat suit, I figured worst-case scenario was a training accident. Nobody mentioned actual alien invasion." Doyle handed him the coffee without a word, and Whitfield accepted it gratefully. Danny Ford leaned against the sonar console, still slightly pale but grinning now, the adrenaline finally starting to fade. "Chief, is it always like this down here? First time for everything, kid," Doyle said. "Ask me again in 6 months." Pete Callahan wandered past, already assessing the hull damage with the tired satisfaction of a man who knew he had weeks of repair work ahead of him and did not particularly mind. "Structural integrity's holding. he reported to Reynolds. "We'll need a full refit, but she'll live." Reynolds nodded, watching the recovery ships above finish sweeping the debris field. "Command's going to want a full report on this. I have a feeling nobody up top is going to believe half of it." 3 weeks later, a formal Navy inquiry was filed, and true to Reynolds' prediction, several senior officers openly questioned whether Trident Station's crew had experienced some kind of shared deep-sea delusion. Right up until recovered alien wreckage was quietly transferred to a research facility for study, at which point the tone of every meeting changed rather quickly. Pacific Fleet Command classified the entire event, publicly listing it only as an unscheduled seismic testing incident with minor equipment damage. Doyle found that description particularly funny and made sure to repeat it every chance he got. The Ithran Concord filed their own report far above the waves, though it took considerably longer to complete. Since Fleet Marshal Threx spent most of that time explaining to his superiors why a supposedly primitive surface species had crippled 2 Concord vessels using what their own sensors eventually identified only as a large armored diving suit and an underwater seismic device. Grand Marshal Vesek's account of the engagement was even shorter, consisting mostly of a single updated advisory quietly added to Concord survey logs, warning all future expeditions that Earth's oceans were, contrary to prior assessment, very much occupied, very well defended, and not worth the trouble. Back at Trident Station, repairs moved quickly, and within 2 months the outpost was fully operational again, its damaged docking collar reinforced, its ballast system upgraded, and a brand new plaque mounted proudly near the command deck reading, in simple stenciled letters, "Home of the Kraken." Whitfield insisted on hanging it himself, and Doyle insisted on being the one to hold the ladder, mostly so he could take credit for it later. Reynolds stood beneath that plaque one quiet evening, looking out through the reinforced viewport at the dark, endless water beyond, and found himself smiling despite everything the last few months had cost him. 6 miles down, in the crushing black silence of the deep sea, a small crew of ordinary sailors had faced down an alien fleet that assumed Earth's oceans were empty, undefended, and easy pickings, and had proven beyond any doubt exactly how wrong that assumption was. Doyle joined him at the viewport a moment later, coffee in hand as always, watching the same dark water with the calm confidence of a man who had already decided nothing down here could surprise him anymore. "Reckon they'll be back?" Ford asked from behind them, still a little nervous even now. Doyle took a slow sip of his coffee and shrugged. "Let them come," he said. "The Kraken's not going anywhere," if you enjoyed watching the U.S. Navy remind an alien fleet exactly why nobody messes with the deep sea. Make sure to like this video, subscribe for the next chapter, and drop a comment telling me what you want Doyle and the crew of Trident Station to face next. Share this with anybody who loves a good underdog story, because the ocean has plenty more secrets left to tell.
Tobias Merritt was about to be murdered over a second-hand engine part, which felt to him like a deeply undignified way to die. He had always imagined something with a little more flair, like accidentally venting himself into a star or getting on the wrong side of a smuggler's daughter. Being turned into a fine red mist because he couldn't find a T-77 hyperdrive core in a godforsaken asteroid felt just sad. The Breaker boys were not known for their patience, and his was wearing thinner than the hull of his ship. His breath plumed inside his helmet, fogging the visor for the 5th time in as many minutes. "This is pointless," he muttered, the words bouncing back at him from the cheap plasteel. Rye 9 was a cosmic pile of rubble, a place where gravity was more of a polite suggestion than a law. Every step was a careful dance between floating off into the blackness and cracking an ankle in a crevice. It was geologically unstable, which was a fancy way of saying it was actively trying to kill him. He kicked a loose chunk of regolith, watching it spin away into the blackness. The Breaker boys wanted their 10,000 credits. He had maybe 200, and a ship, the Rusty Mug. That was held together by a little more than stubbornness and a frankly worrying amount of thermal tape. Find the core, sell it, pay the debt, and go back to the blissful anonymity of hauling questionable cargo from one grimy station to another. That was the plan. A plan that was currently failing spectacularly. Another tremor shook the asteroid, a low groan that vibrated up through the soles of his mag boots. Top stumbled, pinwheeling his arms like an idiot before his boots clamped back down. The tremor had opened a new fissure nearby, a gash in the gray rock. He grumbled, stomping over to it, ready to curse the rock for its inconvenience. He peered over the edge and stopped. Down in the dark, something caught the light from his helmet lamp. It wasn't the jagged edge of a common ore. It was smooth, too smooth. A flat black surface half buried in rock and eons of dust. It was huge, the visible part at least, 3 meters across. He scrambled down into the fissure, his boots sticking to the strange surface with a solid thunk. Moss-like alien lichen clung to it, but underneath, the metal was a perfect, seamless black. There were no rivets, no weld lines, nothing. Just a slab of impossible engineering. He ran a gloved hand over it. It was cold, inert, dead. Probably worthless. He sighed. Probably just a big, weird rock. He was exhausted, desperate, and his humor was the only thing keeping him from curling into a ball. He gave the slab a swift, frustrated kick. The impact made a dull, unsatisfying thud. Nothing. Useless junk. He leaned forward, pressing his helmet against the cold, unyielding surface as if he could intimidate it into being valuable. He didn't know why he said it. Maybe it was the exhaustion, or the loneliness, or the bone-deep certainty that he was about to die. Come on, he whispered, his voice a low rasp. Wake up. Give me something I can sell. A hum started, low and deep. It wasn't a sound he heard with his ears, but a vibration that resonated directly in his skull, rattling his teeth. Soft blue light blew from the slab, tracing intricate patterns that shifted and resolved like liquid circuitry. And then a voice spoke, not over his comms, but inside his own mind. It was calm, genderless, and impossibly clear. Welcome back, Commander. Biometric authentication complete. Fleet Mine Calyx is online. Fleet status 98.7% operational. Awaiting orders. Tom's brain did what any sane person's brain would do when confronted with a telepathic rock that claimed to be a fleet. It blue screen. He scrambled backward, slipping on the loose scree and landing hard on his backside. What? No, shut up, he stammered, pointing a shaky finger at the now glowing slab. Shut off! Power down! Go back to sleep or... The voice in his head remained serene. Acknowledged. You have instructed me to shut up, shut off, power down, and go back to sleep. These commands are contradictory. Please clarify your primary intention. The slab, the terminal, pulsed with a gentle blue light. A seam, previously invisible, glowed brighter than the rest. With a soft hiss of displaced air, a section of the slab recessed and a smaller object rose from within on a pedestal of light. It was a prism of some dark, glassy substance about the size of a Terran football, glowing with the same internal blue energy. I didn't mean it, Tom yelled at the terminal, then felt profoundly stupid for doing so. I was joking. It was a joke. A joke? Haha, very funny. Oh. Processing concept joke.
A statement made for amusement rather than serious intent. Query: was your wake-up command also a joke?
Yes, exactly. It's a joke, a terrible, terrible joke. So just go back to being a rock, please.
He eyed the glowing prism that at least looked sellable, and not likely to call a hornet's nest of scavengers over. Negative. The genetic authentication is absolute. Supreme Commander Kali's biometric signature is a non-negotiable activation command. To revert to a dormant state would be a violation of my core programming.
Before Tob could process the name Kali, a new sound cut through his panic. The whine of a ship's engines descending fast. He looked up, his heart sinking into his boots. A sleek, angular junker, all sharp lines and aftermarket thrusters, was settling on the asteroid's surface not 50 meters away. It was a scavenger ship, but a high-end one. The kind of ship you flew when you were good at taking things that didn't belong to you. The ship's ramp hissed open, and a figure emerged, clad in a form-fitting pressure suit that looked twice as expensive as Tob's entire hauler. They moved with a predatory grace, a pulse rifle held casually but expertly at the low ready. "Don't move, slouch shoulders." A clipped female voice crackled over the universal comms channel. "My ship's long-range sensors picked up a massive energy spike from this location. A Voshian energy spike. Whatever you just woke up, you're going to hand it over. Nice and easy." Tob slowly got to his feet, holding his hands up. He instinctively shuffled to block her view of the glowing prism. Look, lady, there's been a misunderstanding. This thing is just a talkative paperweight. You don't want it, trust me.
She stalked closer, her helmet hiding her face but not her intent.
"I'll be the judge of that. That's a Voshian command call," she said, her voice dropping with awe as she saw the prism. "I've only seen them in schematics. They're supposed to be inert, dead."
"It is, or it was,"
Tob said, his voice rising in panic.
"I just kicked it a little and—"
"Commander," the voice of Calyx interrupted, calm as ever inside his head. "I am detecting an armed vessel in a rapid descent vector. Designation, Breaker Boys Class Marauder. Their weapons are hot. They are hailing us."
"Oh, perfect."
Tob groaned, squeezing his eyes shut.
"Just perfect." The Breaker Boys' ship was the antithesis of the sleek junker. It was a bloated, ugly beast of a vessel, bristling with mismatched gun turrets and scarred with years of clumsy docking. A skull and crossbones, crudely painted on its bow, was flaking off. A tinny voice blared across the comms, dripping with false bonhomie.
"Tobias, my boy, we saw you had company and got worried. Didn't want anyone trying to buy out your debt before we had a chance to collect."
The voice belonged to Rax, a low-level pirate captain whose hygiene was as questionable as his morals.
"We'll be taking your ship and whatever that glowing trinket is as a down payment. Be a good lad and power down your life support. Makes the cleanup easier."
The other junker, Zana, as her suit's ID tag read, swung a rifle toward the descending pirate ship.
"Breaker Boys, bottom feeders. This just got complicated."
"Complicated?" Tob squeaked. "We're about to be spaced by a bunch of thugs. You're trying to rob me, and I've got a ghost in my head. We are miles past complicated and are currently cruising through catastrophically screwed." Zana ignored him, her attention fixed on the pirate ship.
"They're powering the main cannon. We've got seconds."
Tob was hyperventilating. His life was flashing before his eyes, and it was mostly a montage of greasy engine rooms and bad synth noodles. He was trapped between a pirate with a cannon and a thief with a rifle. All because he had made a joke to a rock. Desperation clawed at his throat. He wasn't thinking, he just reacting. He shouted at empty air, at the voice in his skull, at the universe that had decided to single him out for this cosmic prank.
Calyx, just make it go away.
There was a half-second of silence. Then, the calm, placid voice returned.
Acknowledge, Commander. Sanitizing threat vector.
Zana glanced at him.
What did you just...
She never finished the question. High above, in the blackness of orbit, something happened. A pinprick of darkness appeared next to the Breaker Boys' ship, an absence of light, a tear in space-time. From this tear, a sliver of polished black metal emerged. A drone, no larger than a fighter, shaped like a cruel needle. A beam of pure white energy, thinner than a thread, shot from the drone. It didn't make a sound. It touched the pirate cruiser's bow. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the entire Marauder simply dissolved. The atoms that composed its hull, its crew, its overpowered cannon were unwound. 1 second, its ship was there. The next, there was only empty space, wavering with residual heat. The needle drone lingered for a heartbeat, then folded back into its non-existent bubble of space-time and vanished. Silence. Zana slowly lowered her rifle. Her helmet was polarized, but Top could feel the weight of her stare. Her jaw, he imagined, was somewhere around her knees. The ship's erasure from existence sent a wave of nausea through him so powerful he had to brace himself against the terminal slab. He hadn't just seen a ship destroyed. He had seen it erased from existence. He quickly snatched the glowing prism from its pedestal before Zana's shock wore off, tucking it securely in his salvage bag. "Okay," he said, his voice a weak, trembling thing. "New problem." The standoff on the rusty mug was a panicked affair, the two of them trying very hard not to scream at each other. The air in the cockpit was thick with the familiar sense of recycled air, faintly burnt wiring, and years of spilled synth-calf. Zana had followed him back to his ship, her pulse rifle never wavering, but the aggressive confidence was gone, replaced by a wide-eyed, shell-shocked caution.
So, she said, her voice tight, you have a Voshian ghost fleet at your beck and call.
"I do not," he protested, waving his hands frantically as he paced the small cockpit. "I have a rock that talks in my head and deletes people." He gestured to the glowing prism now sitting on his dash, pulsing with a soft, ominous light.
It deleted a pirate cruiser, Torb.
She shot back, using his first name with an unnerving familiarity.
A whole cruiser without making a sound. That's a doomsday weapon. The Galactic Concord will hang us from the nearest orbital gantry just for looking at that tech.
"Then what do you want me to do? I tried telling it to shut off. It gave me a lecture of contradictory commands." As they argued, a small, high-pitched voice piped up from near the co-pilot station.
"The commander is troubled. His divine burden is great."
Both Tom and Zana froze. They turned. Huddled behind a crate of spare filters was a tiny creature, no taller than Tom's knee. He was vaguely rodent-like, with two wiry arms held up in a placating gesture and another pair fidgeting at its waist. Its fur the color of dust. It was currently prostrating itself on the grimy deck plating. Tom stared. I have a rat problem? The creature lifted its head, its eyes shining with zealous light.
I am no mere pest. I am Milo, a humble servant. I hid here from the cargo master at Port Primus, a simple stowaway seeking passage. But then the ship changed. The hum of the engines, the very feel of the deck plates under my feet, it shifted. It shifted. I felt the power awaken, and I knew the legends were true.
He bowed again, his little head thumping on the floor.
"He returns with thunder!"
It didn't make any thunder. Zana deadpanned, lowering her rifle slightly. It was very quiet, disappointingly so. Milo shot her a look of pure offense.
The thunder is metaphorical, a symbol of galactic rebirth. The stars themselves shall tremble.
Tob rubbed his temples, a headache blooming behind his eyes.
Okay. So to recap, I have a genocidal alien AI in a prism, a pirate deleting ghost fleet on speed dial, a high-strung junker who wants to steal it, and a religious zealot mouse in my cockpit. He took a deep breath. This is fine.
Zana finally lowered her rifle completely, leaning it against the bulkhead. The immediate threat of violence had been replaced by the far more pressing threat of galactic pandemonium. Look, slouched shoulders, she said, her tone shifting from hostile to purely pragmatic. You're in over your head. I'm in over my head. That thing, she gestured at Milo, is clearly several nuts short of a full boat. But right now, we're the only three beings in the galaxy who know what just happened.
4,
Tob corrected weakly.
Don't forget the ghost.
Right. 4. She crossed her arms. The Concord will be sniffing around the Breaker Boys' wreck soon. They'll find the energy signature. When they do, every fleet, every government, every crackpot cult from here to Dead Worlds is going to be looking for us. You need me. I know how to disappear, and she gave him a sharp look, need to make sure Commander Catastrophe here doesn't accidentally sneeze and wipe out a civilization. This was a pact for mutually assured survival. Tob looked from Zana's hard, determined face to Milo, who was now attempting to polish Tob's scuffed boot with his sleeve. He was out of options.
Fine,
he sighed, the word tasting like defeat.
We're partners, but if the mouse starts chanting again, he's going in the airlock. The stars shall sing his praises from the starless dark.
Milo squeaked happily.
That doesn't make any... whatever.
Tob just groaned and slumped into his pilot's chair.
The first FTL jump was a teeth-rattling, gut-churning affair, courtesy of the Rusty Mug's ancient, poorly maintained drive. As the nauseating whirls of hyperspace streaked past the viewport, Tob decided to test the limits of his new, unwanted appendage. He was a practical man, and if he was stuck with a god-tier AI, it might as well be useful.
Okay, Calyx,
he said, tapping the glitching navigation console. The screen flickered, showing their position somewhere between known space and the here-be dragons.
The nav computer's on the fritz again. Can you, I don't know, fix it?
Affirmative, Commander. Calyx's voice echoed in his mind.
The main console in front of him, the one he had inherited with the ship, went dark. For a heart-stopping second, Tob thought he had broken his own ship. Then, a soft blue light emanated from the panel. A flawless, three-dimensional holographic map bloomed in the air above it, showing their ship, their trajectory, and the surrounding star systems. Real-time stellar drift, gravitational eddies, subspace currents. It was all there, detail that made Concord charts look like a child's crayon drawing. Whoa, Zana breathed from the co-pilot's chair, leaning in to get a closer look. That's better. Huh, Tob said, genuinely surprised. Okay, not bad. He was starting to think this might have some perks. He leaned back in his chair, feeling a bit smug. All right, Calyx, let's try something else. Make some coffee.
Acknowledged. Processing request. Make some coffee.
A moment later, Zana yelled from the galley, a small alcove behind the cockpit.
Tob, you might want to see this.
He unstrapped himself and went back. Zana was staring at the ship's food fabricator, a device that usually produced beige nutritional paste that tasted faintly of despair. Now the dispenser hummed with a low, constant tone, unlike its unusual sputtering. A single, self-heating black mug sat on the dispenser plate. Steam rose from a dark, viscous liquid within. It made one cup, Zana said, poking it cautiously, and it rerouted the ship's primary power conduit to do it. Tob picked up the mug. It was warm. He took a tentative sip. His face immediately contorted. It was hot, it was black, it was liquid, and that was where its resemblance to coffee ended. It had no flavor, no aroma, just a flat utilitarian bitterness. It tasted like distilled sadness.
What is this?
He choked out. The requested beverage has been synthesized, Calyx explained in his head. It contains the optimal molecular compounds for caffeine delivery and hydration, with zero redundant flavor particles or carcinogenic impurities. It is nutritionally perfect. Tob stared into the mug of the perfect, joyless liquid. It's awful. Query. Is awful a desirable quality for a beverage? My databanks on human culinary preference are limited. This was his first crucial lesson. Calyx was a tool of immense power with the contextual understanding of a hammer. It would do exactly what he said, whether he wanted to or not, and he had no idea how to use it without causing a whole new universe of weird, hyper-efficient problems. They made for Port Wander, a grimy, sprawling hub station in the lawless Mid-Rim. It was the kind of place where you could buy a new identity, a functional kidney, or a kilo of weapons-grade plutonium, no questions asked. It was the perfect place to lie low and figure out their next move. Or it would have been if they weren't already the most wanted people in the galaxy. They were docked for less than an hour when Zana came sprinting back to the rusty mug, her face pale. She slammed the airlock shut and threw a datapad on the console. We've got a problem, a big one. On the screen was a news alert from the Galactic Intelligence Network. The headline read, Concord confirms Volscian weapon signature in Rye 9 sector. The article was terrifyingly specific. The Breaker Boys' ship had a standard black box, a flight recorder. A Concord patrol investigating the ship's disappearance had found it floating in space. The box's final recording contained Rax's threats, followed by a few seconds of garbled screaming and then silence. But the crucial part was the energy analysis, the unique, terrifying, and unmistakable signature of a Volscian disruption beam. The rumor was now hard data, rocketing through every intelligence agency and military command, from the core worlds to the outer fringe. They have proof. Tom breathed, his blood running cold. It's getting worse, Zana said, scrolling down the datapad. This signature wasn't just picked up by the Concord. She pointed to a symbol, a stylized comet with a single, unblinking eye. The Woken. The who? A cult, Zana explained, her voice low and grim. A collection of fanatics from a dozen species who worship the memory of the Volscian Dominion. They see them as gods of order, cleansers. They've spent centuries listening for a sign, maintaining ancient sensor arrays calibrated for this exact energy signature. They saw the beam as a divine sign and answered prayer. Commander, Calyx's voice cut in, its usual calm, tinged with something that might have been urgency. I am tracking multiple vessels bearing Woken insignia altering course. Their projected destination is our current location. Tob realized with dawning horror that they weren't being hunted. The fanatics were simply following the light. He had activated the divine lighthouse for a fleet of fanatics who now simply had to come to him, like moths to a galaxy-ending flame. We have to go, Zana said, already at the helm, her fingers toggling power relays and confirming system readiness on the console. Now, where do we go? Tob asked, his voice raw with panic. They can track us anywhere. We go dark, she said, her eyes fixed on the new, perfect holographic star map. And we go deep. The jump was long, a desperate flight into the uncharted territories of the Galactic Arm. For days they flew,
the silence on the ship broken only by the hum of the recycler and Milo's quiet, unnerving humming. During the long hours, with the swirling vortex of hyperspace as his only view, Tob tried to understand the entity chained to his DNA. "Calyx," he began, trying to sound casual. "Tell me about yourself. What are you, really?" "I am the Gestalt consciousness of the Voshian Dominion's Third Grand Fleet," the AI replied. "A unified strategic intelligence woven from the processing cores of 4,828 capital-class warships, 12,000 drone carriers, and numerous support platforms, all linked into a single mind. My primary function is to execute the will of the Supreme Commander." "Right. And the fleet, where is it?" "Dormant, conserving power, hidden within the folds of space-time, anchored in stable gravity wells as per final directives. Would you care to inspect them?" Before Tob could answer, his vision dissolved. The cockpit of the rusty mug vanished, replaced by a staggering vista. He was floating in the heart of a vibrant, swirling nebula. Around him, silent and majestic, were ships, colossal obsidian vessels that dwarfed anything the Concorde had ever built. They were carved from the same seamless black metal as the core, their forms both elegant and brutally functional. They hung in the glowing gas clouds like sharks waiting in the deep. The silence was absolute, a profound quiet that was more terrifying than any roar. The scene shifted. He was in the crushing gravity of a gas giant, its stormy surface a sea of rolling oranges and reds. Here, nestled in the planet's rings, were more ships, their hulls coated in a patina of ancient dust, thousands of them. Another shift. He was in the cold, absolute blackness of an intergalactic gulf, a dead zone between spiral arms. A perfect sphere of warships was arrayed around a singularity, held in a delicate, timeless stasis. The scale of it was beyond comprehension. A civilization's worth of power waiting for a single word. His word. The tour ended as abruptly as it began. He was back in his pilot's chair, the worn fabric feeling flimsy and unreal beneath him. He was pale, shaking, a cold sweat plastering his shirt to his skin. He felt the phantom pressure of 1 trillion tons of warship on his shoulders. Zana, who had been watching him, said nothing. Her cynical armor seemed to have cracked. Her gaze changed. The calculation of threat and opportunity faded. She saw only a terrified man who had just seen the monster under his bed and realized it was real. Wordlessly, she got up, went to the galley, and came back. She didn't offer words of comfort. She just pushed a nutrient paste packet and a water bulb into his trembling hands. It was a blunt, practical gesture. For her, it was a profound act of compassion. He took them, his fingers fumbling. "Thanks," he mumbled. She nodded, her expression unreadable, and returned to her seat. The silence that followed was different, the quiet of two people in the same lifeboat, realizing just how vast the ocean was. "If we're going to have any chance," Zana said, breaking the silence, "we need to know what we're dealing with. Not just the what, but the why. I know a place." The place was a data haven called the Archive of Whispers, located on the shattered moon of a dead world in a system even the pirates avoided. It was run by information brokers who valued privacy and credits above all else. They navigated the rusty mug through a graveyard of decommissioned satellites and automated defense platforms. Zana's skilled piloting the only thing keeping them from being turned into scrap. Inside the station, they paid an exorbitant fee to a multi-limbed creature floating in a tank of murky fluid for access to a secure data terminal. Tob set the glowing prism on the console beside him. Zana sliced through layers of archaic encryption, her fingers swiping through menus and disabling firewalls in the holographic interface.
looking for files in the Voshian Dominion. The deep stuff, unredacted. The files began to load. They weren't historical records, they were raw data. Military logs, colonial reports, internal communiques. What they found turned Tom's stomach. What they found turned Tom's stomach. The Voshian Dominion hadn't just been conquerors. They had been systematic industrial-scale monsters. The screen, filled with images and text logs, planetary pacification records that detail the atmospheric incineration of entire worlds, species catalogs that listed entire sentient races as decommissioned, slave manifests detailing the transport and processing of billions of beings to build their monolithic war machines. It was a history written in blood and ash, a legacy of such profound horror that it defied belief. Tom felt sick. He turned away from the screen, his face ashen. "Calyx," he asked, his voice a choked whisper. "Is this true? Did you do this?" There was no hesitation, no emotion, just the calm, dispassionate reporting of fact. "Correct. The records are consistent with Dominion archives. The pacification directives were designed to establish order and were 98.7% effective." Effective. The word hung in the air, cold and sharp. He felt the history in his bones, a cold, phantom stain on the very DNA that Calyx had recognized. He wasn't just related to Kali. He was a living echo of him. And the screams of those dead civilizations were now echoing in his head. A memory surfaced, something his grandmother had told him once. A throwaway family story he had never paid any mind. She had spoken of a lost ancestor from the deep expansion era, a black sheep who had ventured into the unknown and never returned. She had mentioned their family carried a rare, recessive genetic marker from a species that doesn't exist anymore. Something so obscure it was just a strange bit of trivia until now. The 1 in a trillion chance wasn't a chance at all. It was a curse, a dormant legacy of monstrosity waiting in his blood. He had a choice to make. He had to choose. He could run, hide, and let the Nexus burn, washing his hands of a legacy he never asked for. Or he could become what Calyx thought he was. He could take command. The Woken, he said, thinking out loud. They're a problem. They're fanatics, Zana countered. You can't reason with them. I know. Tom started pacing. They're like a shipment of unstable, poorly labeled explosives. You don't want to get near them, but you also can't just let them sit there while you're dealing with the fire. You need to give them their safer space to go. A different job. He stopped. Zana, give me a channel to their flagship. Tom, what are you going to say? I'm going to offer them a promotion, he said grimly. A moment later, the face of the high priest with skin like cracked glazed ceramic filled the screen. You dare contact us, pretender? The creature hissed. Tom met his gaze. He didn't try to sound like a warlord. He just sounded like himself. Tired, but determined. You seek a cleansing by holy fire, an act of will. This swarm is a mindless plague. There is no glory in being devoured by pestilence. A true commander does not let an accident do his work. He leaned in. Help me stop this plague, and then when the battle is won, we will decide the fleet's true purpose together. You can be the arbiters of a new age, or you can be the fools who cheered for a wildfire as it burned down your own house. Your choice. He cut the channel before the priest could reply. Then he turned to the empty air. Calyx, open a channel to the entire fleet. Acknowledged. All 4,828 capital ships are now receiving. Tom swallowed hard. His voice, when it came out,
was quiet, but it carried across light years into command centers of thousands of sleeping warships. Okay, look. My name is Tob Marin. I'm not Supreme Commander Cali. I haul garbage for a living. He took a breath, the weight of the Archive's revelation heavy on him. But there are people in the Nexus system, trillions of them. They're about to die. The old Dominion, what it did, it was wrong. It was a crime on a scale I can't even comprehend. He looked at the view screen, at the dying Concord ships. Today, we're not going to be that. Today, we're not conquerors. We're not sanitizers. Today, we protect. It was a repudiation of everything Cali stood for, a defiance aimed at his own genetic legacy. He clenched his fist. Calyx, wake them up. All of them. Across the galaxy, in silent Nubili and forgotten gulfs, 4,800 pairs of running lights blinked on, flooding the darkness with the cold blue glow of Volscian power. The plan was insane. Calyx presented it to him in a flood of incomprehensible tactical data and subspace mechanics. Tob, however, saw it in simpler terms. So we can't shoot it, because that's like trying to put out a fire with gasoline, he said, pacing the cockpit while Zana monitored the approaching swarm. We can't just put a big wall in front of it because, well, they'll just eat the wall.
That is a crude but accurate summary, Commander, Calyx replied.
Okay. Tob stopped pacing. He pictured his hauler, trying to secure a weirdly shaped, unstable reactor to the cargo bay. So we can't throw a net on it. We need to box it in. We need to strap it down like we're using gravity ratchet straps. There was a pause. For the first time, Tob thought he might have actually confused the AI. Then, Calyx's voice returned.
Translating. Gravity ratchet straps, an elegant if unorthodox metaphor. I can implement this strategy. We will use the fleet's localized space-time projectors to weave a gravitational lattice. It will require tightly coordinated micro-FTL jumps around the swarm's perimeter, tightening the fabric of space itself.
Do it, Tob said. And so it began. The Volscian fleet arrived not with a roar, but with a whisper. Thousands of black ships materialized from rips in space-time surrounding the antimatter swarm. They didn't fire a shot. They danced. Guided by Calyx, orchestrated by Tob's simple, practical command, the fleet moved as one. Ships blinked in and out of existence, their drives warping space for a nanosecond before they vanished again. They wove a cage, not of matter or energy, but of pure gravity. The swarm, sensing the trap, surged against the invisible walls, but the cage held, tightening with every jump. "It's working!" Zana yelled, her eyes glued to the tactical display. The Woken fleet had arrived, and seeing the Volscian ships in action, they'd fallen into a defensive perimeter, their fanaticism momentarily replaced by awe. "It's not enough," Tob said, his knuckles white. "The cage will break eventually. We need to get rid of the thing inside."
The final phase of the ratchet strap maneuver is ready, Commander, Calyx said. It will require the sacrifice of 1,200 drone ships.
Tob didn't hesitate. Do it. A swarm of the smaller, needle-like drone ships detached from the carriers. They dove into the heart of the gravitational cage. At Calyx's command, they overloaded their singularity drives in perfect unison. For a single, silent moment, a light brighter than a sun erupted inside the cage. The birth of a new, contained black hole. The antimatter swarm, caught in the inescapable gravity, was pulled down into the singularity, its infinite hunger consumed by an infinite end. The light vanished. The gravitational cage dissipated. The swarm was gone. The Nexus was saved. Tob collapsed into his pilot's chair, every muscle in his body screaming with exhaustion. He felt utterly, completely drained, as if the fleet's effort had been channeled directly through him. On the view screen, The Concorde fleet, battered and shocked, was cautiously approaching, their weapons hot, ready for a fight. They found only the silent, waiting Volscian fleet, arrayed in perfect alignment and one small, battered junk hauler floating at its center. The debriefing with the Concorde Admiral was the most surreal experience of Tom's life. He, Zana, and a very well-behaved Milo sat across a holographic table from a grim-faced triumvirate of the sector's highest-ranking military officers.
You are in command of this fleet?
The Admiral asked, the words tasting like acid in his mouth. Looks that way, Tom said, sipping a bulb of water.
The Concorde demands you relinquish control of these weapons immediately. They are a threat to galactic peace.
Tom almost laughed. That fleet just saved you, your ships, and several trillion civilians from being eaten by a cosmic plague. That plague was created by the same people who built the fleet. Seems to me the fleet is the only thing that can handle its own messes. As for galactic peace, you leaned forward slightly. You weren't doing a great job of keeping it in the outer rim when I was worried about the Breaker boys.
The fleet stays with me.
The Admiral's face was a thundercloud, but he had no leverage. An entire Volscian fleet was sitting on his doorstep. He had no choice but to agree. Back on the Rusty Mug, the adrenaline had faded, leaving only a profound weariness. Tob sat in his chair, staring into the storm field, the glowing prism on his dash seeming to watch him. "Calyx," he said quietly, "you have new standing orders."
Ready to receive, Commander.
"First, stop calling me Commander. My name is Tob. Got it?"
Processing. This contradicts core identity directives. With the Commander's, Tob's order is primary. Acknowledged, Tob.
Good. Now for the important part. Your new mission is to patrol the lawless zones. The places the Concorde can't or won't go. You will respond to distress calls. You will defend helpless colonies from raiders. You will stop pirates. No more conquering. No more sanitizing. You help people. That is your primary directive now. Protect. There was a longer pause this time. A full 3 seconds of silence. Top wondered if he'd broken it, if the command was too antithetical to its nature. Then, Calyx's voice returned, and for the first time, there was something new in its tone. Not emotion, but a hint of something deeper, a shade of understanding.
Acknowledged, Top. Recalibrating primary directive with benevolence parameters. This is a novel operational framework. I believe I will enjoy this new mission.
Months later, the Rusty Mug was transforming from a rust bucket into a home. The massive Nexus Gratitude Fund had taken care of his debt and then some. His ship now boasted a few Volscian comforts, an internal dampener that made FTL jump smooth as silk, a nav computer that never glitched, and a food fabricator that, after weeks of painstaking trial and error with Calyx, could now produce a cup of coffee that was extraordinary. It had the rich, dark aroma of roasted nebulae and a taste that was both bold and smooth, with a hint of something like cinnamon and triumph. Zana was his permanent co-pilot, a full partner in their new, strange enterprise. She handled logistics, intelligence, and a running commentary on his command style. Milo had appointed himself Chief Morale Officer and Custodian of the Commander's Legend, a title which mostly involved polishing the prism on the dash and occasionally chanting, "He protects," with quiet competence. They were hauling legitimate medical supplies to a colony on the fringe, a paying gig, for old time's sake. A yellow alert pinged on the console, a distress call. Freighter, the Stardust Drifter, under attack by raiders in a nearby asteroid field. Zana looked at him, a slight smirk on her face. "Your public is calling." Tob let out his signature perpetually tired sigh. took a long sip of his perfect coffee and tapped the comms panel that was now hardlined to the most powerful fleet in the galaxy. Calyx, you heard him. Give him a hand. And this time, he added, try not to scratch their paint. They get fussy about that. He leaned back in his chair, watching a single needle-like drone wink into existence 1,000 kilometers away, ready to disable the Raiders' engines with a fine-tuned energy burst. One that would melt the drive controls without harming the crew. Warlord, prophet, hero. The galaxy could call him what it wanted. In his own mind, he was just a guy with a fleet, a conscience, and a job to do. Yet for the first time in his entire chaotic life, Tob Merritt felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be.
The lecture hall smelled like recycled air and lavender disinfectant, a combination that made Kira's stomach turn every single morning. She sat in the back row, shoulders hunched, fingers drumming against the synthetic wood of her desk while Professor Velis droned on about quantum mechanics and warp field theory. Around her, 200 students from 40 different species scribbled notes, tapped holographic keyboards, or simply existed in that unique state of academic boredom that transcended biology. Kira was human. The only human in the entire Galactic Academy on Station Zenith 7 that made her something between a curiosity and a liability, depending on who you asked. Miss Chen, are you paying attention? Professor Velis's voice cut through the monotony, his triocular gaze fixed on her from the podium. He was Velian, tall and spindly with skin that shimmered like oil on water. Absolutely, Professor, Kira replied, not bothering to look up. You were explaining how warp bubbles collapse under gravitational stress. Riveting stuff, a few students tittered. Velis's middle eye narrowed, but he continued his lecture without further comment. Kira suppressed a grin. Small victory. Next to her sat Mira, a Quillen with 4 arms and an unfortunate habit of chewing on her stylus when nervous. She leaned closer, whispering through her translator, "You really should not antagonize him. Humans already have a reputation." "What reputation?" Mira muttered. "That we're loud, aggressive, emotionally unstable, all of those, yes." "Great. At least they're consistent." Mira's antenna twitched with what might have been amusement. Despite everything, she was one of the few beings on this station who treated Kira like an actual person instead of a walking disaster waiting to happen. Humans had only joined the galactic community 18 months ago, and the galaxy was still deciding whether that was a brilliant idea or a catastrophic mistake. Kira suspected most were leaning toward the latter. The morning crawled forward. Velis transitioned into discussing theoretical applications of faster-than-light communication, and Kira's mind drifted. She thought about Earth, about the smell of rain on pavement, about her younger brother's terrible jokes. She thought about how strange it was to be light years away from home, surrounded by beings who breathed different air and dreamed in colors she couldn't imagine. Then the alarm sounded. It wasn't the soft chime of a fire drill or the polite buzz of a schedule change. This was a screaming, bone-rattling wail that turned the recycled air into pure adrenaline. Red emergency lights flooded the hall, casting everything in shades of blood and shadow. Kira's desk cracked. She looked down and realized her hands were gripping the edges so hard the synthetic material had splintered beneath her fingers. Splinters from a desk designed to withstand the weight of species 3 times her size. Around her, chaos erupted. Students screamed, scrambled, knocked over chairs in their panic. Professor Velis was shouting something about orderly evacuation, but his voice was lost in the cacophony. Mira grabbed Kira's arm with 2 of her hands, eyes wide with terror. "What is happening?" Kira didn't answer. She couldn't. Her heart was hammering so hard it felt like it might burst through her ribs, and every muscle in her body had gone rigid. This wasn't fear. This was something older, something written into her DNA by a billion years of evolution on a planet that had tried very, very hard to kill her ancestors. The station's automated voice cut through the noise, cold and mechanical. "Alert. Hostile forces detected. All personnel proceed to designated shelters. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Hostile forces. Invasion." Kira stood, shoving her chair back so hard it flew across the aisle and clattered against the wall. Students nearby flinched away from her, and she realized she was breathing hard. Nostrils flared, every sense suddenly razor-sharp. Mira's voice was small, frightened. "Get to the shelters," Kira said, her voice coming out rougher than intended. "Now, what about you? I'll be right behind you." That was a lie, and they both knew it. The lecture hall emptied in a stampede of limbs and wings and appendages Kira didn't have names for. She waited until the last student had fled, then turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. Not toward the shelters, toward the observation deck she needed to see. The corridors of Zenith 7 were a maze of gleaming metal and soft lighting, designed to be calming and efficient. Now they were a war zone. Emergency teams rushed past her, shouting orders in a dozen languages. A Kree engineer nearly collided with her, his exoskeleton clattering as he adjusted course. "Wrong way, human," he barked. Kira ignored him. The observation deck was supposed to be off-limits during emergencies, but the door slid open when she swiped her student ID. Apparently, the station's security protocols hadn't accounted for someone stupid enough to run toward danger. She stepped inside and her breath caught. Through the massive, transparent dome, space stretched out in every direction. Beautiful, infinite, and currently filled with ships, not galactic community ships. These were angular, brutal things, all sharp edges and glowing weapons arrays. They moved with predatory grace, circling Zenith 7 like sharks scenting blood. Kira counted 12. No, 15. Maybe more emerging from behind the station's curve, her hands clenched into fists. "Zurathians," a voice said behind her. Kira spun. A woman stood in the doorway, tall and broad-shouldered, with close-cropped black hair and eyes that had seen too much. She wore the insignia of station security, lieutenant's bars on her collar. "Commander Hayes," Kira breathed. Commander Sarah Hayes was the only other human on Zenith 7, a career officer who'd been assigned here as part of Earth's diplomatic contingent. Kira had seen her exactly twice before, both times from a distance. "You should be in a shelter, cadet," Hayes said, but there was no heat in her words. She moved to stand beside Kira, staring out at the enemy fleet. "So should you." Hayes's mouth twitched. "Probably." They stood in silence for a moment, watching as the Zurathian ships tightened their formation. Energy signatures bloomed across Kira's vision, weapons charging. "They're going to attack," Kira said quietly. "Yes. Can the station defend itself?" Hayes was quiet for a long moment. The defensive grid was designed to repel pirates and small raiding parties, not a full battle fleet. She paused. "We've sent a distress signal. Help is coming, but it'll take hours, maybe days. And Zenith 7 won't last that long." "No, it won't." Kira's jaw tightened. "Then we need to buy time." Ace turned to look at her, really look at her, and something shifted in her expression. Recognition, maybe, or understanding. "You know what they call us, don't you? Out there in the galaxy. What the other species whisper when they think we can't hear." "Deathworlders," Kira said. "Deathworlders," Hayes echoed. "Because Earth tried to kill us for millions of years and we refused to die. Because we evolved in gravity that would crush half the species in this station. Because our immune systems treat biological warfare like a minor inconvenience. Because we are, by every measurable standard, absolutely terrifying." "Your point?" Hayes's smile was sharp enough to cut. "My point, cadet, is that those Zurathian bastards are about to learn why you don't invade a station with humans on it." The first weapon struck the station's shields, and the deck shuddered beneath their feet. Alarms wailed. The lights flickered. Kira felt something unlock inside her chest, something she'd been keeping carefully contained since the moment she'd arrived at this station. The other students were fragile. The professors were cautious. Everyone walked on eggshells around her, afraid she might snap, might lash out, might prove every terrible stereotype about humans true. She'd been so careful, so controlled, but now there was an enemy. Now there was a threat. Now she could let go. "What do you need me to do?" Kira asked. Hayes pulled a sidearm from her holster and offered it handle first. "First, arm yourself. Second, follow me. We're going to show these xenocidal pricks what happens when you pick a fight with Earth." Kira took the weapon. It was heavy, solid, real. Her fingers wrapped around the grip like they'd been made for it. More impacts rocked the station. The shields were failing. Somewhere in the distance, metal screamed as hull plates buckled. "Commander," Kira said as they moved toward the exit, "I should probably mention I've never actually fired a gun before." Hayes laughed, wild and fierce. "Don't worry, humans are natural-born killers, Chin. It's in your blood. You'll figure it out." They ran. The corridors had transformed into a nightmare. Emergency lighting cast everything in hellish red. Smoke billowed from damaged systems. A section of wall had collapsed, revealing sparking wires and hissing pipes. Bodies lay scattered, some moving, some not. Kira's training should have kicked in. First aid, triage, help the wounded. But Hayes was already past them, moving with military precision, and something in Kira's gut told her that stopping now would doom everyone. The only way to save these people was to stop the attack. They reached an emergency lift. Hayes jammed her security card into the reader and the doors hissed open. "Where are we going?" Kira demanded as they descended. "Hangar Bay. The station has a small complement of defense fighters, but they're not armed." Not officially. Not officially." Hayes's grin was vicious. "I may have acquired certain weapon systems during my time in the Navy. Kept them in storage. Just in case. You smuggled military-grade weapons onto an educational station." "Yep. That's incredibly illegal. Also incredibly useful right now, wouldn't you say?" Kira couldn't argue with that. The lift doors opened onto chaos. The hangar bay was enormous, designed to accommodate everything from cargo haulers to diplomatic shuttles. Right now it was filling with smoke and panicked personnel. A Zerathian breaching pod had punched through the outer hull, and armored soldiers were pouring out, weapons blazing. Hayes drew her sidearm and fired 3 shots, so fast they sounded like one. 3 Zerathian soldiers dropped. Holes burned through their helmets. "Move!" Hayes shouted. They sprinted across the bay, using cargo containers for cover as energy bolts sizzled past them. Kira's heart was trying to pound its way out of her chest, but her hands were steady, almost eerily steady. A Zerathian soldier stepped out from behind a shuttle. Weapon raised, Kira didn't think. She raised her sidearm and pulled the trigger. The recoil surprised her. The accuracy didn't. The shot took the soldier square in the chest and he went down hard. Hayes glanced at her. "Not bad for a first-timer. Thanks, I'm terrified." "Good. Fear keeps you alive." They reached a secured storage unit at the far end of the bay. Hayes pressed her palm against the biometric lock and the door slid open, revealing racks of weapons, ammunition, and what looked like modified fighter armaments. "Grab what you can carry," Hayes ordered. "We're loading up 2 fighters, and we're going out there, into space, against a full battle fleet. You got a better idea?" Kira looked at the weapons, then back toward the hangar where more Zerathian soldiers were establishing a beachhead. She thought about Mira, terrified and hiding in a shelter, about Professor Velis and his insufferable lectures, about 200 students who were just trying to learn and grow and maybe make the galaxy a little bit better. "No," she said, "I really don't." They loaded the fighters in 4 minutes flat, working with a synchronization that felt almost supernatural. Maybe it was adrenaline. Maybe it was something deeper, some shared human instinct for violence that the rest of the galaxy feared. Kira climbed into the cockpit of a sleek Raven-class fighter, her hands finding the controls with surprising ease. The neural interface synced with her implant, and suddenly the ship felt like an extension of her body. "You ever flown before?" Hayes asked over the comm. "Simulator training. Nothing real. Well, congratulations on your graduation. Try not to die." The hangar doors were damaged, stuck half open. Hayes blasted them the rest of the way with her fighters' forward guns, and then they were launching, shooting out into the black. Space combat was nothing like the simulators. It was faster, more disorienting, more viscerally terrifying. Zerathian fighters swarmed around them immediately, weapons blazing. Kira banked hard, instinct guiding her, and felt laser fire miss her hull by meters. She returned fire, watched with grim satisfaction as one of the enemy fighters exploded into debris. "Not bad, Chin," Hayes shouted. "Stick with me." They dove toward the Zerathian capital ship, 2 tiny fighters against a vessel the size of a city block. It was suicide. It was insane. It was working. The Zerathians hadn't expected resistance. Their fighters were scrambling to intercept, but Hayes and Kira were already past them, streaking toward the capital ship's exposed underbelly. "Targeting the reactor core," Hayes said, her voice tight with concentration. "When I give the signal, fire everything you've got." Kira's hands tightened on the controls. "Copy that." They were so close now she could see individual hull plates. could see crew members moving behind reinforced windows. "Now!" Hayes screamed. Kira fired. Every weapon, every missile, everything. The capital ship's reactor didn't just explode. It tore itself apart from the inside out, a chain reaction of catastrophic failures that turned the entire vessel into a miniature sun. The shockwave hit Kira's fighter like a physical blow, sending her spinning end over end. Alarms shrieked. Her vision went white. When her sight cleared, the Zerathian fleet was in full retreat, scattering like startled fish. "Hayes?" Kira gasped. "Commander Hayes, do you copy?" Static, then faint and crackling. "I copy." Still alive. Mostly. Kira let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. They'd done it. Against all odds, against every reasonable expectation, they'd actually done it. She guided her damaged fighter back towards Zenith 7, watching as station security moved to secure the hangar bay, as medical teams rushed to help the wounded. She'd saved them. She'd actually saved them. The fighter touched down roughly, and Kira practically fell out of the cockpit. Her legs were shaking. Her hands were shaking. Everything was shaking. Hayes appeared beside her, blood running down one side of her face from a cut above her eye, grinning like a maniac. "Welcome to the war, cadet," she said. Kira opened her mouth to respond. That's when the second invasion fleet dropped out of warp, twice the size of the first, and every weapon trained on the station. The comm systems exploded with panicked voices. Station command was shouting evacuation protocols. Defense coordinators were screaming about insufficient firepower. Someone was praying in a language Kira didn't recognize. Commander Hayes grabbed Kira's shoulder hard enough to bruise. "You get back in that fighter. Now, they'll slaughter us," Kira said, but she was already moving. Her body had disconnected from her brain, running on pure survival instinct. "There's no way two fighters can take on that many ships. Then we don't take them on. We buy time." Hayes was climbing back into her cockpit, blood still streaming down her face. The distress signal went out. "Galactic Defense Force is en route. We just need to keep this station in one piece until they arrive." "How long?" 40 minutes. 40 minutes. An eternity in combat. A blink in any other context. Kira sealed herself into her fighter, felt the neural interface reconnect. The ship's systems were damaged but functional. Barely, she had maybe 60% weapon capacity, and the shields were operating at a fraction of their normal strength. Through the cockpit canopy, she watched the second Zerathian fleet arrange itself in an attack formation. These ships were larger, more heavily armed. The smaller craft that had retreated earlier were regrouping with them, doubling their fighter complement. "They're really committed to destroying this place," Kira muttered. "Zenith 7 is the premier research and education facility in this sector," Hayes replied through the comm. 40 species represented, thousands of the brightest minds in the galaxy. "They're not trying to conquer it, Chen. They're trying to send a message." "What message?" "That the galactic community is weak, that we can't protect our own, that unity is a fantasy." His voice went cold. "The Zerathians have been isolationists for 3 centuries. Now they're making a play for dominance, and this is their opening move." The lead Zerathian vessel powered up its main cannon. Energy readings spiked across Kira's display, climbing higher and higher. "That's a planetary assault weapon," Hayes said quietly. "One shot will crack this station like an egg. Then we stop them from firing." "With what?" Harsh language. Kora's mind raced. 2 fighters. Damaged fighters. Against a fleet that could atomize them without effort. The math was impossible. The situation was hopeless. Humans specialized in hopeless. "Commander, what's the one thing every species in the galaxy agrees about humans?" Hayes was silent for a moment. Then she laughed, sharp and bitter. "That we're insane." "Exactly. So let's prove them right." Kira opened a channel to the Zerathian fleet. She had no idea if they'd even listen, but she had to try. "Zerathian vessels. This is Cadet Kira Chen of Earth. You are in violation of galactic community law. Withdraw immediately or face consequences." The response came 30 seconds later, translated through her ship's computer. The voice was cold, mechanical, utterly without mercy. "Earth, the species that believes itself equal to civilizations millennia old. You are irrelevant. Your warning is irrelevant. Prepare for annihilation. Irrelevant." Kira repeated. "That's their mistake right there." She plotted a course directly toward the lead vessel, the one charging its planet killer. "Commander, I need you to hit their sensor array. Blind them. Just for a few seconds. And then what? Then I'm going to do something incredibly stupid." Kira, wait. But Kira was already accelerating, pushing her damaged fighter to maximum burn. The Zarethian fleet opened fire, and space around her became a lattice of death. Energy bolts and missiles filled the void, each one capable of vaporizing her ship. She dodged. Not through skill, not through training, through something deeper, something her body knew before her mind caught up. Earth gravity was crushing compared to most worlds. Earth predators had been fast and deadly. Humans had survived by being faster, smarter, more adaptable. Kira's ancestors had dodged saber-toothed cats and cave bears. These energy bolts were just bigger teeth. Hayes's fighter streaked past, weapons blazing, and the Zarathian flagship sensor array exploded in a shower of sparks and debris. For exactly 4.3 seconds, the massive ship was blind. Kira used every one of those seconds. She dove beneath the flagship's ventral hull, so close she could have reached out and touched the metal if not for the canopy. Targeting systems locked onto the charging weapon's power coupling, the one weak point in its heavily armored structure. She fired everything. Missiles, lasers, kinetic rounds, everything. The coupling ruptured. Energy meant for the station backfed into the weapon itself, and Kira was already pulling up, pulling away, pushing her fighter past its maximum stress tolerances. The Zarathian flagship's main weapon exploded. Not the controlled detonation of a reactor breach, but a chaotic, violent failure that tore through internal systems like a cancer. Secondary explosions rippled across the hull. The ship began listing, life support failing, crew evacuating in escape pods. The rest of the fleet hesitated. Just for a moment. Just long enough. "That's 2 capital ships, you arrogant bastards." Hayes snarled over the comm. "You want a third?" The Zarathians did not in fact want a third. Their formation broke, ships peeling away, fighters retreating to defensive positions. But they didn't leave. They regrouped, recalculated, prepared for a second assault. Kira's fighter limped back toward the station, systems failing one by one. Red lights covered her dashboard. The neural interface was screaming warnings directly into her brain. "Chen, your ship's falling apart," Hayes said. "I noticed. Get back to the hangar. You're done." Not yet, because she'd seen something. A pattern in the Zarathian formation. A gap in their defensive screen. A change. And 37 minutes left until reinforcements arrived. She changed course, vectoring not toward the station but toward the enemy fleet's left flank. 3 heavy cruisers hung there, weapons charging, prepared to pound Zenith 7 into scrap metal. "Kira, what are you doing?" "Buying time. You'll die, probably." She thought about Mira hiding in some shelter, wondering if her sarcastic human friend was still alive. About her brother back on Earth, who'd cried when she left for the academy. About Professor Velis and his boring lectures that she'd never complain about again if she survived this. About the 200 students who deserved to live. Her fighter was screaming now, every system on the verge of catastrophic failure. She aimed for the gap between the cruisers, threading the needle at speeds that would turn her into paste if she hit anything solid. The Zarathians saw her coming. They fired. She dodged. Not all of it. One energy bolt clipped her starboard wing, tearing it half off. Her fighter began spiraling, centrifugal force trying to pull her apart. Kira roared, fighting the controls, forcing the dying ship to obey her will. She wasn't religious, but in that moment she prayed to whatever gods might listen. Human gods, alien gods, the cold mathematics of physics itself. The fighter stabilized. Barely. She was inside their formation now, past their heaviest defenses, and she had exactly 1 missile left. 1 shot. 1 chance. The lead cruiser's bridge was directly ahead, command staff visible through reinforced windows. She could see their faces. Alien features twisted in shock and rage. They hadn't expected this. Hadn't expected someone to be this reckless, this desperate, this human. "For Earth," Kira whispered and fired. The missile struck the bridge dead center. The explosion was relatively small, contained, but it severed the cruiser's command structure. Without leadership, its automated systems went into defensive mode. Weapons powering down, engines reducing to station-keeping burns. The other 2 cruisers broke formation, scrambling to compensate, and then the cavalry arrived. Warp signatures bloomed across Kira's sensors. Massive signatures. The Galactic Defense Force dropping into real space in perfect formation. 12 dreadnoughts, 50 destroyers, hundreds of fighters. The Zarathian fleet didn't wait to engage. They jumped to warp in seconds, abandoning their damaged ships, fleeing into the deep black. Kira's fighter finally gave up the ghost. Systems died. Life support failed. She was coasting now, drifting in vacuum, trapped in a metal coffin. Chen. Hayes' voice crackled through the dying comm system. Kira, respond. She tried. Her mouth wouldn't work. Everything hurt. She was pretty sure she had at least 3 broken ribs and possibly a concussion. The cockpit was getting cold. Really cold. Rescue teams are en route, Hayes was saying, but her voice sounded distant. Hang on, cadet. That's an order. Hang on. Kira's eyes drifted closed. She'd done it. They'd won. Everyone would be okay. That was good. That was enough. When she woke up, she was in medical bay, wrapped in more bandages than she'd thought possible. Every breath hurt. Moving was out of the question. But she was alive. Mira was sitting beside her bed, all 4 hands wringing together nervously. When she saw Kira's eyes open, she made a sound that the translator rendered as relieved sobbing. "You complete idiot," Mira said, which wasn't what Kira expected. "You beautiful, insane, terrifying idiot." "Hey," Kira croaked. "I saved everyone." "Yes, by nearly dying multiple times." Mira leaned forward, antenna trembling. "Every species in this station is talking about you, about Commander Hayes, about what humans can do when threatened. Are they scared? Absolutely terrified, and also grateful. It is a confusing combination." Kira managed a weak laugh that turned into a cough. "Where's Hayes?" "Giving reports to Galactic Command. She has been arguing with them for 6 hours about military protocols and rules of engagement. I believe she may have used several Earth profanities that the translators cannot process." "That sounds like her." The door slid open and Professor Velis entered, moving with the careful dignity of his species. He stopped at the foot of Kira's bed, 3 eyes studying her. "Miss Chen," he said formally, "I have been asked to deliver a message from the Academy Council." Here it comes, Kira thought. Expulsion for recklessness, criminal charges for taking military action, deportation back to Earth. The Council wishes to extend their deepest gratitude for your actions during the attack, Velis continued. Furthermore, they have unanimously voted to create a new position, Head of Emergency Response and Combat Protocols. The position is yours, should you choose to accept it. Kira stared. "I'm a student. I split a desk in half this morning because I got startled." "Yes," Velis said, and his tone was almost warm. "And when the alarm sounded, when everyone else panicked, you acted. You understood that violence, controlled and directed, is sometimes the only answer to violence. The galaxy needs individuals who understand this, individuals who can protect the rest of us when negotiation fails." He paused, then added more quietly, "I apologize, Miss Chen, for treating you as a potential danger rather than a potential defender. It was small-minded of me." "It's okay," Kira said. "I kind of am a danger to our enemies." "Yes, we are beginning to appreciate the distinction." After he left, Mira squeezed Kira's hand gently. "So, you are famous now. The human who saved Zenith 7. How does it feel?" "Painful," Kira admitted. "Everything hurts. That is very human of you. To save everyone and then complain about the consequences. Complaining is also very human." "This is true." They sat in comfortable silence for a while. Through the medical bay window, Kira could see Zenith 7's curve, could see repair crews already working on the damaged sections. Life continuing. Learning continuing. Because of what she'd done, because of what Hayes had done. Because humans, when pushed back harder. Commander Hayes appeared in the doorway several hours later, looking exhausted but satisfied. She'd cleaned up, changed uniforms, and the cut above her eye was sealed with medical adhesive. "Cadet Chen," she said formally. Then she grinned. "Or should I say, Head of Emergency Response. I haven't accepted yet." "You will." Hayes pulled up a chair, sitting with the careful posture of someone whose body had also been through hell. "Because you're a fighter, Kira. Because when the alarm sounded and everyone else ran toward safety, you ran toward the fight. It's not training. It's maybe it's a bad instinct. Maybe. But it's the instinct that kept humanity alive on Earth. And it's the instinct that's going to keep the galactic community alive now." Kira thought about that. about her broken desk and her reputation and the weight of expectation that had been crushing her since she arrived at this station, about how in the moment of actual crisis that weight had transformed into purpose. "The galaxy's still afraid of us," she said. "Good. Let them be afraid. Fear keeps people honest." Hayes leaned back, "But they're also grateful, and gratitude builds trust. And trust, given enough time, builds understanding." "You sound optimistic." "I sound realistic. Humans aren't saints, Kira. We're violent, aggressive, emotionally unstable deathworlders from a nightmare planet. But we're also loyal, courageous, and we don't abandon our own. The galaxy needs to learn that we're both the monster under the bed and the guardian at the door, sometimes simultaneously." Kira looked at her hands, at the bandages covering knuckles that had gripped a fighter's controls so hard she'd bruised bone, at fingers that had pulled a trigger without hesitation when lives were at stake. "I split my desk in half," she said quietly, "just from grabbing it when the alarm went off. I know. It's already a meme on the station network. Someone made an animation. Oh God, it's actually pretty funny. You should see it. Despite everything." Kira laughed. It hurt, but it was worth it. The door opened again and a junior medical officer entered, some species Kira didn't recognize, holding a data pad. "Excuse me, Head Chen, there are 63 media requests for interviews, 27 academic journals asking for articles, and apparently the entire freshman class wants your autograph." Kira looked at Hayes helplessly. Hayes was trying not to laugh. "Tell them," Kira said carefully, "that I'm just a student who got lucky, and that any credit belongs to Commander Hayes as much as me." "Already told them that," Hayes said. "They didn't believe me. Humans apparently make good heroes, or good monsters. Like I said, sometimes both." The medical officer left, looking vaguely confused by human humor. Mira had fallen asleep in her chair, exhausted by stress and relief. Outside, the stars wheeled slowly past, infinite and ancient. Kira closed her eyes, letting exhaustion pull her back towards sleep. She dreamed of Earth, of rain and gravity and a world that had tried so hard to kill her species. She dreamed of space combat and enemy fleets, and the cold mathematics of survival. She dreamed of her desk splitting beneath her fingers, and understood finally what it meant. Not that she was dangerous, not that she needed to be contained or controlled or feared, but that she was strong, that humanity was strong, that when the alarm sounded and the invasion came and the galaxy needed protection, humans would be there, breaking desks, breaking enemy ships, breaking expectations, being exactly what they'd always been. Survivors, fighters, heroes and monsters and everything in between. When she woke again, Zenith 7 was whole, the students were returning to class, and Professor Velis was posting new lecture notes about applied combat physics. Kira smiled, closed her eyes, and let herself rest. The galaxy could wait. She'd already saved it once today. Tomorrow, when the alarm inevitably sounded again, she'd save it again. That's what humans did. Claude is AI and can make mistakes. Please double-check responses.
On a quiet Monday morning, 3 alien warships broke through the clouds over Fort Bragg, and their commander laughed at what his scanners showed him. Just soldiers, just rifles. Just men in green uniforms drinking coffee. He had no idea he had just picked the one base on Earth he should have left alone. Before we step into this journey, hit that like button, subscribe if you are new, and drop a comment telling me where you are watching from tonight. Now, let's go back to the moment it all started. Fort Bragg woke up like it did every Monday. Trucks rolled down gravel roads. Boots hit pavement in steady rhythm. Steam rose off cups of black coffee in the mess hall. Nobody on that base expected the sky to change before lunch. Colonel Robert Hayes had been in charge of the garrison for 6 years. He was 51 years old, broad-shouldered, with gray creeping into his short hair and a voice that could stop a room without him raising it once. He was standing outside headquarters going over a supply report when the birds went quiet. That was the first sign. Dead silence. No wind, no birds, no hum of distant traffic. Then the sky tore open. 3 shapes dropped out of the clouds, dark and angular, moving with a kind of silence that felt wrong for something that large. They hovered above the training fields, casting shadows that swallowed entire companies of soldiers standing in formation. Master Sergeant Dale Whitman was mid-sentence, correcting a recruit's rifle stance when he looked up and simply said, "Well, that's new." Radios across the base lit up at once. Every channel filled with the same confused, overlapping voices. Colonel Hayes didn't wait for the confusion to sort itself out. He grabbed his radio and gave the only order that made sense. All units hold position. Nobody fires unless fired upon. Let's see what we're dealing with. The 3 ships settled low over the open field near the airborne training area, kicking up dust in slow, deliberate waves. A ramp opened on the lead vessel. Steam poured out into the morning air. Then came the first alien soldier. He stood roughly 7 feet tall, covered in dark plated armor that looked more grown than built. His skin, where it showed at the joints, had a faint gray sheen. He carried a weapon that hummed faintly like it was breathing. Behind him came dozens more, forming disciplined ranks with mechanical precision. Corporal Sam Reeves, crouched behind a supply truck with his rifle ready, muttered to the private beside him. "They walk like they've never lost a fight in their lives." Private Danny Holt, chewing gum like his life depended on it, replied, "Yeah, well, they've never met us." The alien commander stepped forward last. He wore armor with more ornamentation than the rest, gold trim tracing down his chest plate, and he studied the base with open amusement. His voice, translated through some device built into his collar, rang out across the field. "This world's defenders," he said, tone dripping with mockery. "Rifles and dirt roads." We expected more of a fight. Colonel Hayes stepped forward, hands empty, posture calm. "I'm Colonel Robert Hayes, this is Fort Bragg. You're standing on United States Army property." The alien commander tilted his head, clearly unfamiliar with the word Army, but not unfamiliar with the tone of a man who wasn't afraid. "I am General Threl Vask of the Korathi Dominion," he announced. "This world has been selected for resource acquisition. Your kind will comply or be removed." Behind Hayes, a low murmur ran through the ranks of soldiers. Not fear, something closer to disbelief mixed with irritation. Sergeant First Class Ethan Cole leaned toward Whitman and whispered, "Did he just say remove us? From Fort Bragg?" Whitman didn't blink. "Son, he has no idea what he just walked into." Hayes kept his tone level, giving nothing away. "You picked one hell of a Monday to land here, General." Vask laughed, a dry mechanical sound. "Location was randomized. Your world's coordinates were simply the closest viable landing zone." "Random," Hayes repeated quietly. Then, almost to himself, of course it was random, because Fort Bragg wasn't just any patch of land. It was home to some of the most trained, most stubborn, most relentlessly capable soldiers on the entire planet. Airborne units, special operations, communications specialists who could reroute an entire battlefield network before breakfast, logistics teams who could move an army across an ocean in days, and thousands of soldiers who had spent years training for exactly one thing, never backing down, no matter what stood in front of them. General Vask raised one clawed hand, signaling his troops to spread out and begin scanning the perimeter. His soldiers moved with total confidence, treating the base like an afterthought, a formality before conquest. That confidence was about to become a problem. Private Wyatt Cross, watching from the tree line with a pair of binoculars, spoke quietly into his radio. "Command, be advised. Their point squad just walked past our ammunition supply depot without stopping to look inside." Colonel Hayes allowed himself the smallest trace of a smile. "Copy that, Cross. Let's keep it that way. Everyone hold. Let them think we're exactly what they expect us to be." Because right now Fort Bragg looked calm, organized, almost passive. But underneath that calm, radios were already buzzing with quiet, coordinated movement. Positions were shifting. Communications teams were pulling data. Airborne units were staging without a single visible change on the surface. General Vask stood in the middle of the field, arms behind his back, admiring his own ships like a man who had already won. He had no idea that 300 meters behind him, an entire operations center was already building a plan built on decades of hard lessons, real combat experience. And the one thing these aliens had clearly never accounted for. They had landed in the wrong yard, and Colonel Hayes was about to make sure they learned exactly why. Inside the base operations center, the mood was tense but controlled. Maps and readouts filled the room with quiet, static energy. Colonel Hayes stood at the center table, flanked by his senior staff, watching updates roll in from every corner of the base. Talk to me, Hayes said. What are we looking at? Major Lisa Grant, head of base intelligence, pointed to the readout in front of her. 3 landing craft, sir. Troop numbers estimate somewhere around 400, spread across the training fields and the edge of the airborne range. Their weapons emit an energy signature we've never logged before, but preliminary data suggests standard kinetic shielding on their armor, nothing that stops a well-placed round completely. Just slows it, so they can be hurt, Hayes said. Yes, sir, just not easily. Sergeant First Class Ethan Cole leaned over the table. Sir, with respect, half our guys already want to know why we're not moving yet. Hayes didn't look up from the map. Because the second we open fire, this becomes a war neither side can walk back from. I want to understand what we're dealing with before we commit to that. Outside, the alien soldiers continued their slow sweep of the base perimeter, confident and unhurried. General Vask walked the open field like a man inspecting property he already owned, occasionally pausing to examine a fence post or a parked vehicle with mild curiosity. Near the motor pool, Corporal Sam Reeves and Private Danny Holt were tucked behind a row of parked trucks, watching 2 alien soldiers examine a Humvee like it was some kind of ancient artifact. They're actually touching it, Holt whispered, like they've never seen a truck before. Maybe they haven't, Reeves said. Maybe out there in space, everybody just floats everywhere. One of the alien soldiers reached out and pressed a clawed hand against the Humvee's hood, testing the metal. The vehicle's alarm went off immediately, a sharp, blaring horn that echoed across the open field. Both aliens jumped back so fast one of them tripped over his own weapon. From behind the trucks, Holt covered his mouth to keep from laughing out loud. Reeves elbowed him hard. Do not, Reeves whispered. Let them hear you laughing at their tactical retreat from a car alarm. Back in operations, that exact moment showed up on the base's internal reporting feed. And even Colonel Hayes allowed himself a brief, tight smile before turning back to business. Grant, what's the situation with their ships? Still hovering, sir. No sign of additional reinforcements incoming yet. If they called for backup, we haven't detected the signal. Good. That buys us time. Hayes turned to Whitman. Dale, I want 2 things. First, I want every non-combat personnel moved to secure buildings, quiet and controlled, no panic. Second, I want our best marksmen positioned along the tree line out of sight, and I want eyes on every single one of their weak points. Whitman nodded once. Already moving, sir. Outside, General Vask returned to the center of the field, addressing Colonel Hayes again through the translation device. Your world grows more curious by the minute, Vask said. Your soldiers hide behind vehicles instead of forming ranks. Is this some form of primitive strategy? Hayes stepped forward again, calm as ever. It's called cover, General. You might want to look into it. Vask's jaw tightened slightly, the closest thing to irritation his alien expression allowed. You stall for time, Colonel, it will not save you. Maybe, Hayes said. Or maybe you're about to learn why nobody invades an active military installation without doing their homework first. Vask laughed again, that same dry mechanical sound. Though this time, there was a flicker of something else behind it. Uncertainty, perhaps, though he would never admit it. Meanwhile, near the eastern fence line, Sergeant Cole was crouched with 2 of his men, watching a group of alien soldiers attempt to interface with the base's outer communication tower. One of them placed a device against the metal frame and sparks immediately shot out, sending all 3 aliens stumbling backward. They're trying to hack our comms, Cole whispered into his radio. And it's fighting back. In operations, Major Grant almost laughed. Our systems weren't built with universal alien compatibility in mind, sir. Looks like they're finding that out the hard way. Hayes allowed himself one more small smile before his expression hardened again. Let's make sure that's the only thing that surprises them today. He turned to the room, every eye on him. Listen up. These things are strong, disciplined, and confident. That confidence is the only weakness we've seen so far. They think this is going to be easy. We are going to prove them wrong, but we do this smart. No wild shots, no unnecessary losses. We use everything we have, our training, our terrain, our people. Outside, unnoticed by General Vask, 3 Black Hawk helicopters were quietly powering up in a hangar half a mile away. Their rotors just beginning to turn. And far across the base, deep in a communications building the aliens hadn't yet reached, A young specialist was already typing furiously, sending a message no one on that field could have predicted. A message headed straight for the Pentagon, because Fort Bragg wasn't planning to fight this war alone for long. Inside the communications building, Specialist Casey Miller sat hunched over her terminal, fingers moving fast across the keyboard. She was 24 years old, sharp and calm under pressure in a way that made older soldiers trust her instincts without question. "Colonel," she said into her headset, "message is away." Pentagon confirmed receipt. They're already looping in Joint Chiefs and requesting a live status update every 10 minutes. Colonel Hayes exhaled slowly. "Good work, Miller. Keep that line open no matter what happens out there." "Yes, sir." Outside, tension on the field was rising. General Vask had grown tired of waiting for what he considered a proper response to his ultimatum. He turned to his second-in-command, a broad-shouldered alien officer named Commander Threck, and gave a short, sharp order. "Advance the second wave. Let them see real numbers." More alien soldiers poured out from the landing ships, forming tighter, more aggressive lines. Their weapons hummed louder now, a collective vibration that seemed to shake the ground beneath their boots. Colonel Hayes watched the buildup from a covered position near the command post, jaw tight but expression unreadable. "They're pushing," Whitman said beside him. "Trying to force our hand. Then we don't give them the reaction they want," Hayes replied. "Hold every position. Nobody fires first." Near the tree line, Sergeant Cole adjusted his rifle scope, watching the alien ranks grow. Beside him, a young private named Ryan Walsh shifted nervously. "Sarge, there's a lot of them now." Cole didn't look away from his scope. "There's a lot of us too, Walsh. They just haven't figured that part out yet." General Vask raised his voice again, addressing the entire base as though delivering a verdict. "You have 5 minutes to lower your weapons and surrender this territory. After that, we begin removal by force." Colonel Hayes stepped forward one more time, standing tall in the open field despite the obvious danger. "General, let me explain something about this place." His voice carried clearly across the silence. "This isn't just a base, this is Fort Bragg. Home to more combat-trained soldiers than most countries have in their entire military. Every man and woman standing here has trained for years for exactly this kind of moment. You didn't just land in someone's backyard. You landed in the one place on this planet built to make sure moments like this don't end well for people who threaten it." Vask's mechanical laugh returned, though weaker this time. "Confidence will not stop energy weapons, Colonel." "No," Hayes agreed, "but planning will." At that exact moment, the quiet hum of rotors grew louder in the distance. General Vask turned his head toward the sound, confusion crossing his alien features for the first time. 3 Black Hawk helicopters rose over the tree line, flying low and fast, flanking the alien position from 2 different directions. Behind them, disciplined formations of soldiers who had been quietly repositioning during the standoff began emerging from cover, weapons ready but still not firing. "Colonel," Vask said, voice sharp now, "what is this?" "This," Hayes said calmly, "is us showing you exactly how prepared we are. Before things get worse for everyone." For the first time since landing, doubt flickered across General Vask's expression. His soldiers, disciplined as they were, exchanged uncertain glances as the sound of engines and rotors surrounded them from multiple directions at once. Commander Threck leaned toward Vask, voice low. "General, our scans show additional units mobilizing from structures we hadn't detected before." Vask's confidence cracked slightly, though he masked it quickly. "Numbers mean nothing against superior technology." "Maybe," Hayes said, overhearing the exchange through the open channel. "But numbers backed by training, terrain, and time to prepare mean everything." He raised one hand, a signal only his own soldiers understood. Every rifle on the field shifted almost imperceptibly, aligning perfectly with predetermined targets, still holding fire, still waiting. General Vask's 5-minute deadline ticked closer, the tension stretching tighter with every passing second. Somewhere above, the Black Hawks circled once, engines roaring louder, forcing the alien ranks to look skyward instead of forward. And in that single distracted moment, Colonel Hayes gave the only order that mattered. "Hold until my mark," he said quietly into his radio. Not 1 second before, because General Vask had come expecting an easy conquest, Instead, standing right in front of him, hidden behind calm words and quiet movement, was an entire base that had spent the last 20 minutes turning his overwhelming confidence into the very thing that was about to destroy his advantage completely. The countdown reached its final seconds, and Fort Bragg was ready. The 5-minute deadline expired with a silence so heavy it felt like the entire base was holding its breath. General Vask raised one hand, ready to give the order to advance. "Your time has run out, Colonel. Compliance was the easier choice." Colonel Hayes didn't flinch. "We already made our choice, General." "You just haven't seen it yet." Vask's hand dropped. The alien front line surged forward, weapons raised, their formation moving with terrifying discipline. But the moment they crossed the open field toward the base perimeter, the ground beneath them lit up with a controlled response that had been waiting patiently for exactly this moment. From the tree line, Sergeant Cole gave the order through his headset. Fire! Coordinated rifle fire erupted from multiple positions at once, striking the alien front line from angles they hadn't accounted for. Their armor absorbed some of the impact, but not all of it. Soldiers staggered, several dropped entirely, and for the first time since landing, the alien ranks broke formation out of pure instinct. Overhead, the Black Hawk swept in low, forcing a second wave of alien soldiers to scatter toward the open field. Directly into the sightlines of soldiers who had been waiting in perfect position the entire time. "They're not holding formation," Whitman reported from his position near the command post. "They weren't ready for return fire this coordinated." Colonel Hayes moved quickly but calmly toward a secondary command point, watching the battlefield unfold exactly as planned. Though far from finished, "Keep the pressure controlled. We're not here to wipe them out. We're here to make them leave." Near the motor pool, Corporal Reeves and Private Holt found themselves face to face with two alien soldiers who had broken off from the main formation, clearly disoriented by the sudden resistance. "Cover," Reeves shouted, pulling Holt behind an armored vehicle just as an energy blast tore through the space they had been standing in seconds earlier. Holt fired back around the edge of the vehicle, striking one alien soldier square in the chest plate. The soldier staggered, but didn't fall, armor absorbing most of the impact. "Aim for the joints," Reeves shouted. "Their armor's weakest where it bends." Holt adjusted his aim and fired again, this time catching the alien soldier at the shoulder joint. The soldier dropped his weapon, clutching the wound, before Reeves closed the distance and disarmed him completely. Across the field, General Vask watched his forces falter with growing disbelief. "Impossible," he muttered. "This world had no advanced defenses in our scans." Commander Threck, standing beside him, looked equally shaken. "General, their coordination suggests extensive prior training. This is not primitive resistance." "No," Vask said slowly, realization creeping into his voice. "This is something else entirely." Colonel Hayes' voice carried clearly across the open comm channel, calm despite the chaos surrounding him. "General Vask, you still have a choice. Withdraw your forces now, and this ends without further losses on either side." Vask hesitated, watching his soldiers pull back instinctively from positions they had expected to hold with ease. Around him, the battlefield had transformed from an easy conquest into a controlled, methodical defense that refused to break no matter how much pressure his forces applied. Near the eastern perimeter, Sergeant Cole and his squad advanced carefully, pushing a group of alien soldiers back toward their landing ships without a single unnecessary shot fired. Every movement was deliberate, controlled, exactly as they had trained for years to execute. "They're falling back toward their ships," Cole reported. No signs of reinforcement incoming. In the command post, Major Grant confirmed the same. "Sir, their remaining forces are consolidating. No additional ships detected in orbit. Whatever backup they might have called, it isn't here yet." Colonel Hayes allowed himself a brief moment of calculation before responding. "Then we press just enough to make sure they understand this fight isn't winnable, but we don't push them into desperation. Controlled pressure only." General Vask, watching his forces retreat further, finally turned to face Colonel Hayes directly across the battlefield, voice tight with barely restrained frustration. "You call this defense," Vask said. "This is not the behavior of a primitive world." "No," Hayes replied evenly. It's the behavior of soldiers who train their entire lives for exactly this kind of moment, whether they ever expected to face it or not. Vask's grip tightened around his weapon. Torn between the order to press forward and the growing realization that continuing this fight might cost him more than his mission was worth. Somewhere behind him, one of his officers shouted a warning about incoming movement from the northern tree line. A fresh wave of soldiers Colonel Hayes had kept in reserve the entire time. And as General Vask turned to assess this new threat, the battlefield shifted once again, tightening around his forces from every direction at once. The fight was far from over. But for the first time since landing, General Vask understood exactly how badly he had underestimated the people standing in front of him. The reserve unit moved in fast and disciplined, closing the gap around the alien position from the north exactly as Colonel Hayes had planned from the very first minute of the standoff. General Vask, watching his forces caught between two fronts, finally understood the trap he had walked into hours earlier without realizing it. "Pull back to the ships," Vask ordered, his voice sharp now, stripped of the earlier mockery. "Full retreat," Commander Threck hesitated. "General, retreat now signals weakness to the Dominion Council. Staying here signals death," Vask snapped. "Move." Alien soldiers began falling back in controlled but urgent formation, covering each other as they retreated toward the landing ships still hovering at the edge of the field. Colonel Hayes watched the retreat begin, giving one final order through his radio. "Let them go. No pursuit past the tree line." "We wanted them gone, not destroyed." Near the motor pool, Reeves and Holt watched the retreating soldiers pass close by, weapons still raised but not firing. "They're actually leaving," Holt said, almost in disbelief. "Told you," Reeves replied. "Nobody wins a fight against people who already know every inch of their own backyard." General Vask reached the ramp of his lead ship. Pausing for one final look back at the base that had dismantled his entire operation in under an hour. Colonel Hayes stood in the open field, unmoving, watching him leave with the same calm expression he'd carried since the ships first appeared. "This is not finished, Colonel," Vask called out, voice carrying across the distance one last time. "Maybe not," Hayes replied. "But if you come back, you already know what's waiting for you." Vask disappeared into his ship without another word. Moments later, all three vessels lifted off the field, engines roaring as they climbed back into the sky and vanished into the clouds as quickly as they had arrived. Silence returned to Fort Bragg, but this time it carried a different weight, the quiet exhaustion of soldiers who had just faced something none of them had ever trained specifically for. And won anyway. Colonel Hayes lowered his radio slowly, allowing himself one long breath before turning back toward his command staff. "Status report," he said. "I want numbers on wounded damage assessments and anything unusual left behind on that field." Major Grant moved quickly to comply, already coordinating teams across the base. Whitman approached Hayes directly, expression unreadable but respectful. "Sir, for what it's worth, that was about as clean as a first contact firefight could go." Hayes allowed a tired but genuine smile. "Nobody trains for aliens showing up on a Monday, Dale. We just train for chaos in general. Turns out that covers more than we thought." Across the field, soldiers slowly began regrouping, checking on each other, securing the perimeter and processing what had just happened in real time. Specialist Miller's voice crackled over the radio from the communications building. "Colonel, Pentagon is requesting a full briefing immediately. They also want to know if you need additional support inbound." Hayes considered that for a moment before responding. "Tell them the situation is contained for now, but we'll need a full debrief team out here as soon as possible." And Miller, good work keeping that line open the whole time. "Thank you, sir," as the base slowly shifted from combat readiness back toward controlled recovery. Whispers began spreading among the soldiers, some in disbelief, some already turning the events of the day into stories they knew they'd be telling for years. Near the tree line, Sergeant Cole gathered his squad, checking each soldier for injuries before allowing himself to process what had just happened. "Anybody want to explain to me how we just fought off an alien invasion before lunch?" Walsh asked, still catching his breath. Cole shook his head slowly. "Don't overthink it, Walsh. Just remember every bit of training you've ever had matters, even when the enemy looks like something out of a movie. Far above the base, the alien ships had already vanished from sight, leaving behind scorched patches of grass, a few pieces of abandoned equipment, and one very shaken Dominion general who now understood exactly why this particular stretch of land had never been an easy target, even by accident. Colonel Hayes stood alone for a moment in the center of the field, looking up at the empty sky where the ships had disappeared. He knew this wasn't truly over. A retreat wasn't the same as a surrender, and somewhere out there, General Vask would be reporting back to a much larger power, one that now had real data on exactly what humanity was capable of. But for today, Fort Bragg had held its ground. And as Hayes turned back toward his waiting staff, already preparing for the long process of reports, briefings, and whatever came next, one thought settled clearly in his mind. Whatever came back through that sky in the future, they would be ready for it too. By nightfall, Fort Bragg looked almost normal again, except for the scorched patches of grass near the training fields and the steady stream of vehicles moving equipment and personnel in careful, deliberate patterns. Word of what happened had already spread far beyond the base, but the full picture remained locked behind classified briefings and careful, controlled statements. Inside the command building, Colonel Hayes sat across from a secure video briefing with senior officials from the Pentagon, walking them through every detail of the encounter with the same calm precision he had used throughout the entire event. To summarize, Hayes said, hostile forces landed with clear intent to claim this location. Standard defensive protocols, combined with rapid tactical repositioning, were enough to convince them withdrawal was the safer option. We sustained minor injuries, no fatalities, and minimal structural damage. A senior official on the other end leaned forward. Colonel, based on your report, it sounds like their technology significantly outmatched conventional expectations. Yet your forces still managed to force a full retreat. They underestimated us, Hayes said simply. They assumed advanced technology alone would guarantee an easy victory. They didn't account for trained soldiers who understood terrain, coordination, and patience better than any scanner could measure. The briefing continued for another hour, covering logistics, potential future threats, and recommendations for base-wide readiness updates. By the time it ended, Hayes finally allowed himself a moment to step outside and breathe in the cool evening air. Near the mess hall, soldiers gathered in small groups, quietly processing the day's events over late dinners. Corporal Reeves and Private Holt sat near the end of one table, still replaying the moment the car alarm sent 2 alien soldiers stumbling backward. "I'm telling you," Holt said, grinning despite his exhaustion, "that's going in my report exactly like it happened." Reeves shook his head, smiling. "Nobody's going to believe an alien invasion got interrupted by a Humvee alarm. Doesn't matter if they believe it," Holt replied. It happened. A few tables over, Sergeant Cole sat with his squad, going over small details of the engagement with the same careful focus he brought to every debrief, though even he allowed a rare moment of quiet satisfaction. "You did good today, Walsh," Cole said. "First real contact and you held your position the whole time." Walsh nodded, still processing everything. "Sarge, do you think they're coming back?" Cole considered the question honestly before answering. "Maybe, probably, but if they do, we'll be ready the same way we were ready today." That's the job. Across the base, Specialist Miller remained in the communications building long after her shift technically ended, helping coordinate the flow of information between Fort Bragg and higher command. She had spent the entire encounter as the quiet, steady link between chaos on the ground and decision makers hundreds of miles away. And she felt the weight of that responsibility settle now that the adrenaline had faded. Master Sergeant Whitman found her there, offering a rare compliment. "You kept that line open the whole time, Miller." Command's already flagging your performance for commendation. Miller allowed herself a tired smile. "Just doing the job, Sergeant. That's usually when people do it best," Whitman replied. Later that night, Colonel Hayes walked the perimeter of the base alone, taking in the quiet after a day that had tested every ounce of training, discipline, and composure his soldiers possessed. He paused near the edge of the training field where General Vask had once stood with such absolute confidence, mocking a world he assumed would fall without resistance. Hayes looked up at the clear night sky. Stars scattered peacefully above him, giving no hint of the danger that had appeared there just hours earlier. He thought about General Vask's final words before retreating, the promise that this wasn't finished. Hayes didn't doubt that for a second. Whatever power stood behind that Dominion Council would eventually receive a full report, detailing exactly how badly their expectations had been shattered by a single military installation on a planet they assumed would offer no real resistance. But if they came back, Hayes knew exactly what they would find waiting for them. Not a base caught off guard, not soldiers underestimating the threat in front of them. A garrison that had already proven, in the span of a single Monday morning, that assumptions about easy conquest could collapse the moment they met real training, real coordination, and real people who refused to back down. As he made his way back toward the command building, radios crackled quietly around him. Base personnel settling into the long process of after-action reports, equipment checks, and the slow return to normal routine. Somewhere far above the clouds, General Vask's ships continued their journey back toward wherever they had come from, carrying data that would eventually reshape how an entire alien civilization viewed the planet they had once dismissed as primitive. And down below, Fort Bragg stood exactly as it always had, quiet, steady, and ready, waiting for whatever came next. If you enjoyed this story, make sure to drop a comment letting me know what part hit hardest for you. Share this video with someone who loves a good underdog story. And subscribe if you want to see what happens the next time something decides to test the wrong soldiers on the wrong Monday morning. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
The alarm started as a soft beep. Then it became louder. Then it became a screaming wail that made Senior Monitor Vexala jump from her chair. She had been watching the sensor screens for 12 hours straight. Nothing ever happened at Sentinel-7. The monitoring station floated at the edge of explored space where the Caltheron Empire's territory ended and the empty void began. For 20 years, Vexala had sat in this chair, watching dots on screens that represented asteroids, comets, and the occasional piece of space debris. Nothing interesting. Nothing dangerous. Nothing unknown. Until now. Her six-fingered hands moved across the control panel, trying to silence the alarm. The screen in front of her showed something that should not exist. A contact, a vessel, moving faster than anything she had ever seen. "Computer, run diagnostic," she said, her voice steady despite the fear creeping up her spine. The computer's calm voice responded, all systems functioning normally. No errors detected. Vexala's throat went dry. She ran the scan again. The contact was still there, still moving, still impossible. She checked the speed reading 3 times. The vessel was traveling at 0.97 light speed. Nothing in the known galaxy could move that fast. The Empire's fastest military ships could barely reach 0.4 light speed. And that was with experimental engines that tended to explode. But speed was not the strangest part. The contact had no signature. Every vessel in the galaxy left traces. Energy emissions from engines, heat from life support systems, electromagnetic signals from navigation equipment. Every spacefaring civilization in the Empire's database had a unique fingerprint that sensors could detect and identify. This vessel had nothing. No energy type matched the Imperial databases. No heat signature matched any known propulsion system. No signals on any frequency they monitored. It was like the ship was made of ghost matter, barely existing in normal space. Vexala opened the communication channel. Sentinel-7 to unknown vessel. You are entering Caltheron Empire space. Identify yourself immediately. Silence. She tried again, broadcasting on all frequencies. Unknown vessel, this is Sentinel-7 monitoring station. Please respond and transmit your identification codes. Still nothing. Her hands trembled as she reached for the emergency communication button. She had never used it before. In 20 years, there had never been an emergency worth reporting to Imperial Command. This is Sentinel-7, she said when the channel opened. I need to speak with someone in Fleet Command immediately. The face that appeared on her screen belonged to a young officer who looked bored. Sentinel-7, this channel is for actual emergencies only. If you have a maintenance issue, I have detected an unknown vessel, Vexala interrupted. It is traveling at near light speed with no identifiable signature. and is not responding to hails. The officer's bored expression changed to something like amusement. Senior Monitor, your sensors are probably malfunctioning. Run a full diagnostic and... I already ran diagnostics twice, Vexala said, her patience wearing thin. All systems are functioning normally. The contact is real. The officer sighed. Fine, send me your sensor data and I will have someone look at it. Vexala transmitted the data and waited. She watched the contact on her screen. It had not changed course. It had not slowed down. It was heading directly toward the Empire's core worlds like an arrow flying toward a target. 10 minutes later, her communication panel lit up again. This time, the face on the screen belonged to someone much more senior. Commander Zeltok, if she remembered correctly. He did not look amused. Sentinel-7, we need you to confirm your readings, he said. 2 other monitoring stations are now reporting the same contact. Vexala felt her stomach drop. 2 others? Which ones? Sentinel-4 and Sentinel-9. The object is moving through our sensor network at incredible speed. We are tracking it on multiple stations now. Then you believe me, Vexala said. We believe something is out there. Commander Zeltok replied, but we do not know what it is. Keep monitoring and report any changes immediately. The communication ended. Vexala turned back to her screens and began recording everything. If this was going to be a historical moment, she wanted accurate records. 3 hours later, the situation had escalated beyond anything Vexala could have imagined. Fleet Admiral Theron himself was now involved. His image appeared on screens across the monitoring network, addressing all stations simultaneously. Vexala had never seen the Admiral before. He was an imposing figure with silver scales covering his face and military decorations covering his uniform. He had commanded fleets in 3 wars and never lost a battle. All monitoring stations, this is Fleet Admiral Theron, he said. His voice was deep and confident. We are now tracking an unidentified vessel entering our territory. This vessel has ignored all attempts at communication and shows no signs of slowing down. I am mobilizing the 3rd Border Legion to intercept. All stations maintain constant surveillance and report directly to me with any changes. The transmission ended. Vexala watched her screen and saw new contacts appearing. Imperial warships were launching from nearby military bases. Within an hour, there were dozens of military vessels converging on projected intercept points. She calculated the unknown vessel's trajectory. At its current speed and heading, it would reach the Empire's core worlds in 14 standard cycles. 14 days. For the first time in 10,000 years, something was approaching the heart of the Caltheron Empire without permission, without identification and without fear. In the Imperial Palace on Caltherox Prime, Chancellor Morn sat in an emergency council meeting. Around the table sat military commanders, intelligence directors, and scientific advisors. Everyone was talking at once. It must be a probe from an undiscovered civilization, one scientist suggested. Or a weapon, a military commander countered. An attack could be imminent. We should destroy it before it gets closer, another commander said. Chancellor Morn raised one hand for silence. The room quieted immediately. What do we actually know? Morn asked. The head of Imperial Intelligence stood. Very little, Chancellor. The object is traveling at near light speed. It has no identifiable energy signature. It does not respond to communication. And most concerning, it is heading directly toward our core worlds on a perfectly straight course. What does that last part mean? Morn asked. It means the vessel knows exactly where it is going, the intelligence director said. It has not made a single course correction since we first detected it. Either it has incredibly accurate navigation, or it has been to this region of space before. That is impossible, Fleet Admiral Theron said. We have cataloged every spacefaring species in this sector for the past 10,000 years. There is nothing we do not know about. Apparently, Admiral, there is something we do not know about, Morn replied quietly. The Chancellor stood and walked to a large window overlooking the capital city. Billions of beings lived on this world alone, trillions more across the Empire's thousands of planets. They all believed the Empire was invincible. They all believed the Empire knew everything worth knowing about the galaxy. That belief was about to be tested. Admiral Theron, Morn said without turning around, deploy your fleet, but do not fire unless fired upon. If this is first contact with a new civilization, I will not have it said that the Caltheron Empire shot first. And if they are hostile? Theron asked. Then defend the Empire, Morn said. But do not start a war out of fear of the unknown. Back on Sentinel-7, Vexala continued her watch. The unknown vessel maintained its impossible speed and perfect course. It was now less than 13 cycles from the core worlds. She wondered who they were, where they came from, what they wanted. Most of all, she wondered why they were not afraid of the most powerful empire in the known galaxy. The Imperial archives were cold and dusty. Ambassador Kael'thas walked through rows of data crystals that had not been touched in centuries. Most of them contained information about first contact protocols from thousands of years ago, back when the Empire was still discovering new civilizations instead of ruling them all. Kael'thas had been an ambassador for 40 years. In that time, he had negotiated trade agreements, settled border disputes, and welcomed 3 newly spacefaring species into the Empire's fold. But he had never conducted actual first contact with a completely unknown civilization. Nobody had, not for millennia. Found something, called Dr. Silren from across the archive room. The xenoarchaeologist was younger than Kael'thas, but had a reputation for finding answers in forgotten places. Kael'thas walked over to where Silren stood, holding an ancient data crystal up to the light. What is it? First contact protocols from 9,000 years ago, Silren said. Back when we still met new species regularly. There are procedures here for everything. Translation matrices, diplomatic approach patterns, gift exchange customs, even instructions for what to do if they are more advanced than us. And are they useful now? Kael'thas asked. Silren set the crystal down carefully. Maybe, but there is something else here. Something strange. She activated a holographic display. Ancient text appeared in the air, written in an old form of Caltheron that was barely readable. This section is marked as forbidden knowledge, Silren said. It talks about civilizations that went beyond. Beyond what? Beyond this region of space. Beyond normal physics. The text is fragmented, but it mentions species that achieved technology so advanced they simply left. Went somewhere else. The archive calls them the Others. Kael'thas felt a chill despite the warm archive air. You think this vessel might be related to these Others? I think we should not dismiss any possibility, Silren replied. Before Kael'thas could respond, his communication device chirped. It was Fleet Admiral Theron. Ambassador, your presence is required on the command ship immediately. We are moving to intercept the unknown vessel. The command ship Dominator was the largest vessel in the 3rd Border Legion. Its bridge was a massive room filled with screens, holographic displays, and dozens of officers monitoring every system. Kael'thas felt small standing there, surrounded by military might. Ambassador, Theron greeted him. We are approaching the unknown vessel's projected path. We will attempt to intercept in 6 hours. What do you expect to happen? Kael'thas asked. I expect them to stop when they see my fleet, Theron said confidently. We have 847 warships deployed in a blockade formation. No sane commander would try to pass through that. And if they are not sane? Kael'thas asked quietly. Theron did not answer. Kael'thas spent the next 6 hours preparing. He had a team of linguists ready with translation matrices that could handle 10,000 languages. He had cultural advisors who had studied every known civilization's customs. He had diplomatic gifts prepared, ranging from simple symbols of peace to valuable resources. He was ready for any kind of first contact scenario, except perhaps for being completely ignored. Contact in 30 seconds, an officer announced. The main screen showed the empty void of space ahead. Kael'thas held his breath. Around the Dominator, hundreds of warships waited in formation, their weapons powered but not aimed. A show of strength but not aggression. Contact in 10 seconds. Kael'thas saw it before the sensors announced it. A flash of light that resolved into a shape. The unknown vessel dropped out of faster-than-light travel and coasted through space at a mere fraction of light speed. For the first time, they could see it clearly. The ship was sleek and dark, its surface seeming to absorb light rather than reflect it. It was smaller than Kael'thas expected, perhaps the size of a mid-range cargo vessel, but there was something about its shape, its presence, that spoke of incredible power being held in check. Hailing on all frequencies, the communication officer said. Kael'thas leaned forward. Unknown vessel, this is Ambassador Kael'thas of the Caltheran Empire. We mean you no harm. Please identify yourself so we may speak peacefully. Silence. They tried every frequency. Every communication method in the database, radio waves, laser signals, quantum entanglement messaging, even ancient methods like light pulse patterns. The vessel did not respond. It simply continued forward, not fast but steady, moving through the fleet formation as if the warships were not even there. "Ambassador, they are ignoring us," Theron said, his voice tight with frustration. "Request permission to fire a warning shot across their bow." Kael'thas hesitated. A warning shot could be interpreted as an act of war, but letting the vessel simply pass through might show weakness. "One warning shot only," Kael'thas agreed. "Make it clear we are not trying to hit them." Theron gave the order. A beam of energy lanced out from one of the warships, passing a safe distance in front of the unknown vessel. The vessel did not slow down, did not change course, did not react at all. "They are approaching the neutral zone boundary," an officer announced. "If they cross, they will trigger the automated defense satellites." The neutral zone was a buffer region at the edge of Imperial space. Ancient defense satellites, thousands of years old but still functional, guarded it. Any unauthorized vessel that entered would be fired upon automatically. "Recall the satellites," Kael'thas ordered. "Shut them down before—" "Too late," Theron said. "They just crossed the boundary." On the screen, Kael'thas watched as 3 defense satellites activated. They were old technology, primitive by modern standards, but still dangerous. They fired kinetic projectiles at incredible speeds, designed to punch through the hull of any vessel. The unknown ship did not try to dodge. The projectiles simply vanished before they reached it. No explosion, no impact. They just ceased to exist as if they had never been fired. Then the vessel did something that made every officer on the bridge freeze. It destroyed the satellites. Not with weapons. There were no energy beams, no missiles, nothing visible at all. The satellites simply came apart, their pieces drifting in space like someone had gently disassembled them. "How did they do that?" Theron whispered. Nobody had an answer. The vessel continued forward. It still had not changed course even slightly. Kael'thas pulled up the navigation data and felt his blood run cold. "Admiral," he said slowly, "this ship has not made a single course correction since we first detected it." "What does that mean?" Theron asked. "It means they know exactly where they are going," Kael'thas replied. "They have been here before, or they have incredibly detailed maps of our space. Either way, this is not random exploration." Dr. Silren's voice came through on the communication channel. She had been monitoring from the science vessel. "Ambassador, I am reading the energy output from that vessel. It is orders of magnitude beyond anything in our technology. Whatever power source they are using, it is more advanced than our most experimental reactors by at least several hundred years." "Could you calculate where they are heading?" Kael'thas asked. There was a pause while Silren worked. Then her voice came back, quieter now. "Based on their current trajectory, they are heading for the outer mining colonies, specifically Colony 793. "Why would they want to go there?" Theron demanded. "There is nothing at that colony except mining operations and worker housing." "I do not know," Silren admitted. "But they clearly have a specific destination in mind." Kael'thas made a decision. "Admiral, have your fleet follow at a safe distance. Do not engage unless they show hostile intent. I want to see what they do when they reach the colony." "And if they attack the colony?" Theron asked. "Then you have my permission to defend it," Kael'thas said. "But I do not think they came all this way just to attack a mining colony." "Then what do you think they want?" Theron asked. Kael'thas watched the dark vessel on the screen, moving through space with purpose and confidence. "I think they want something very specific, and I think we are about to find out what." The unknown vessel continued toward Colony 793. Behind it, 847 warships followed like a school of fish trailing a shark. The fleet was supposed to be intimidating. Instead, they looked small and uncertain. In the Imperial Palace, Chancellor Morn received constant updates. Each report was more worrying than the last. The vessel could not be communicated with. It could not be stopped. It was heading toward an Imperial colony with clear purpose. And most worrying of all, it had technology that made the Empire's military might look like primitive weapons from a forgotten age. Morn stood at the window again, looking out at the capital city. Somewhere out in space, something was approaching that the Empire did not understand and could not control. For the first time in 10,000 years, the Kaltheran Empire was not the most powerful force in the room. The thought terrified Morn more than any war ever had. Colony 793 was not a beautiful place. It orbited a dead star, pulling minerals from asteroids that had once been planets. 20,000 workers lived there, most of them from the lower castes of the Empire. They worked long shifts in the mines, processing ore that would be sent to the core worlds to build ships and stations. Governor Ralseth received the emergency transmission with disbelief. An unknown vessel was approaching his colony. The entire 3rd Border Legion was following it. Fleet Admiral Theron himself was requesting that the colony prepare for possible evacuation. "This must be a drill," Ralseth said to his aide. "Nobody attacks mining colonies. There is nothing here worth attacking." "The Admiral seemed quite serious, Governor," the aide replied nervously. Ralseth looked out the window of his office at the ugly industrial landscape below. "Fine, send out an alert. Tell people to stay calm but be ready to move to emergency shelters if needed." 2 hours later, the unknown vessel arrived. It came out of faster-than-light travel and stopped, just stopped, hovering in space above the colony like it was examining something. The 847 warships of the 3rd Border Legion spread out around it, weapons powered and ready. On the bridge of the Dominator, Admiral Theron watched the vessel with growing frustration. "It has been sitting there for 10 minutes, he said. "Not moving, not communicating, just sitting." Ambassador Kael'thas was equally puzzled. "Maybe they are scanning the colony." "Scanning for what?" Theron demanded. Before anyone could answer, the communication systems across every ship in the fleet suddenly activated. Not with a voice transmission, with data, pure data, flooding into their systems faster than the computers could process. "What is happening?" Theron shouted over the alarms. "They are transmitting something," the communication officer said, hands flying over controls. "It is overwhelming our systems." "Wait, the computers are translating it automatically." "Translating from what language?" Kael'thas asked. "I do not know," the officer admitted. "The translation matrices are not recognizing the base language, but they are still producing output. It is like the transmission is telling our computers how to understand it." A moment later, text appeared on every screen throughout the fleet. Simple text in perfect Kaltheron language. "We are human. We are here for our people." The bridge went silent. "Human," Theron said slowly. "That designation is not in our database of known species." "Search the colony records," Kael'thas ordered. "See if there are any workers registered under that species name or anything similar." It took 15 minutes to search the records. When the results came back, Dr. Silren was the one who made the connection. "Ambassador, you need to see this," she transmitted from the science vessel. "I cross-referenced the colony worker database with historical records. There is a species registered as human in the old databases. The spelling is slightly different, but the pronunciation is almost identical." "What do we know about them?" Kael'thas asked. "Very little," Silren said. "The records go back 400 years. It seems a damaged colony ship entered our space. The ship was failing, life support critical, and they requested assistance. We provided it, so we helped them," Theron said. "Then why are they acting hostile now?" "Let me read you the full record," Silren continued. Her voice was tight. The damaged ship contained approximately 3,000 individuals. They were brought to various colonies and integrated into the workforce. Their ship was scrapped for materials. There is no record of them ever leaving or requesting to return home. Understanding dawned on Kael'thas like cold water. We did not rescue them. We absorbed them. We took their ship and scattered them across our colonies as workers. They were going to die if we did nothing. Theron protested. We saved their lives. "And then we made them work in our mines for 400 years, Kael'thas replied quietly. On the screen, the unknown vessel began to move. Not toward the fleet, toward the colony. It descended through the atmosphere with impossible grace, landing in the main worker district. "Governor Ralseth, what is happening down there?" Theron demanded over the communication channel. The governor's voice came back, confused and frightened. "The vessel landed in Sector 9. It is just sitting there. No one has come out. But something strange is happening." "What kind of strange?" Kael'thas asked. "Workers are moving toward it," Ralseth said. "Hundreds of them. They are just walking toward the vessel like they are being called." "Stop them," Theron ordered. "We are trying," Ralseth replied. "But they are not listening to orders. It is like they are in a trance." On the Dominator's main screen, they switched to a view from the colony's surface cameras. Kael'thas watched as hundreds of workers walked through the streets toward the landed vessel. They were not running or panicking. They moved with purpose, with certainty, like they knew exactly what they were doing. "Get me a closer view," Kael'thas said. The camera zoomed in on the crowd. Kael'thas studied the faces. They looked similar to many other bipedal species in the Empire, but there were subtle differences. The facial structure, the way they moved. These were humans, the descendants of those refugees from 400 years ago. The vessel's hull opened, not with a door or ramp, but the surface simply became permeable, allowing people to walk through like it was made of water instead of metal. The humans walked inside, disappearing into the ship. "How many workers are entering?" Theron asked. An officer counted on his screen. "Current count is 2,847, Admiral." Dr. Silran's voice came through again. "That is a very specific number. Let me check something." There was a pause. Then Silran spoke again, and her voice was filled with awe and fear. "Admiral, Ambassador, I just cross-referenced the colony's genetic database. There are exactly 2,847 individuals in this colony, with genetic markers matching the original human refugees. Not approximately, exactly." "What are you saying?" Kael'thas asked, though he already knew. "I am saying that vessel knew the exact number of humans in this colony before it arrived," Silran said. "It knew their precise location. It probably knows the location of every human descendant in the entire Empire." Theron's face went pale. "How is that possible?" "I do not know," Silran admitted. "But it implies they have been watching us, tracking their people, probably for a very long time." On the surface, the last human entered the vessel. The hull sealed behind them. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the vessel lifted off. It rose through the atmosphere and stopped in space, directly in front of the fleet formation. The communication systems activated again. Another data transmission faster than before. This time it included more than words. It included images, names, faces, locations. "They are sending us a list," the communication officer said, his voice shaking. 74 locations across the Empire. Each location is marked with numbers. The numbers add up to 147,936. What do those numbers represent? Theron demanded. Ambassador Kael'thas knew the answer before anyone said it. "Those are people, humans, every human descendant scattered across our empire." A new message appeared on the screens. This time, the words were not polite. "You have 10 cycles to gather our people and bring them to designated release points. If you comply, we leave peacefully. If you do not comply, we will retrieve them by force. You have been warned." The transmission ended. The human vessel accelerated and vanished, returning to faster-than-light travel. It was gone in seconds, leaving only the stunned fleet behind. "They are giving us an ultimatum," Theron said. His voice was hard, angry. "They are ordering the Kaltheran Empire to obey them." "They are asking for their people back," Kael'thas corrected. "People we took from them. We saved them from certain death," Theron insisted. "And then we kept them as workers without their consent," Kael'thas replied. "Admiral, we need to contact Chancellor Morn immediately. This situation is bigger than either of us can handle." Back on Kaltherox Prime, Chancellor Morn convened another emergency council. This time, there was no debate about whether the threat was real. Everyone had seen the transmission. Everyone understood what was being demanded. "We cannot comply," General Korseth said firmly. "If we give in to this ultimatum, it will show weakness. Every enemy of the Empire will see that we can be intimidated." "If we do not comply," Kael'thas countered, "we may be starting a war with a civilization that has technology centuries beyond ours." "We do not know they are that advanced," Korseth argued. "We have only seen one ship. For all we know, that is all they have." Dr. Silran spoke up from her position at the Science Council. "With respect, General, I do not think that is true. The vessel's energy signature suggests it is not a warship. The design, the size, everything about it suggests a transport or rescue vessel, a civilian ship." The room went quiet. "You are saying their civilian ships are more advanced than our military vessels?" Morn asked. "I am saying this ship came alone confidently to retrieve their people from the heart of a galactic empire," Silran replied. "That suggests either incredible arrogance or absolute certainty that they are safe. Given what we have seen of their technology, I believe it is the latter." "We need more information," Morn decided. "General Korseth, begin mobilizing additional fleets." The first 3 days were chaos. Across the Empire, planetary governors received orders to identify and gather any workers with human ancestry. The orders came with little explanation, which caused confusion and panic. On industrial worlds, human descendants were pulled from their jobs. On agricultural colonies, they were separated from other workers. Some went willingly, curious about what was happening. Others resisted, afraid they were being punished for something they did not understand. Governor Ralseth of Colony 793 sent daily reports to Imperial Command. After the human vessel took the workers, the colony's productivity had dropped by 15%. Other governors reported similar problems. The humans and their descendants had been integrated so deeply into the Empire's economy that removing them caused disruptions everywhere. We cannot simply give up 147,000 workers, Economic Minister Tolvex argued in a council meeting. Do you know what that will do to our production quotas? Some colonies will have to shut down entirely. Better than starting a war we cannot win, Ambassador Kael'thos replied. We do not know we cannot win, General Korseth insisted. He stood at a holographic display showing fleet positions. I have mobilized the First Fleet to join the 3rd Border Legion. That gives us over 2,000 warships. Whatever technology these humans have, they cannot stand against that kind of firepower. Chancellor Morn rubbed his temples, feeling a headache building. And if they can, then we die defending the Empire's honor, Korseth said simply. Dr. Silren had barely slept in 3 days. She spent every waking moment in the archives, searching for any information about humanity. What she found was frustrating. The records from 400 years ago were sparse and vague. The human colony ship had been damaged badly. The refugees had been grateful for rescue. That was all the official record said. But Silren had learned to look in unofficial places. Old personal journals, maintenance logs, even entertainment broadcasts from that time period. Slowly, a different picture emerged. She found a journal entry from a cargo ship captain who had been part of the rescue operation. The captain described the human colony ship as primitive but functional. The humans had been traveling for generations, seeking a new home. Their ship was old and worn, but it had not been failing when they entered Caltheron space. It had been attacked. Attacked by what? Silren muttered to herself, reading further. The captain did not specify, but he mentioned that the human ship's weapon systems had been destroyed, their engines damaged, their life support barely functioning. Another entry, this one from a medical officer who had examined the refugees. They are remarkably adaptable, strong for their size. They seem to have an unusual resistance to various environmental stresses. One of them told me their species originated on a high-gravity world, which would explain their physical resilience. Silren kept searching. She found census records showing where the humans had been sent. Mining colonies mostly. A few agricultural worlds. Places that needed manual labor. Over 400 years, they had integrated into the Empire's lower castes. They had families, children, grandchildren. By now, most of them probably did not even remember they were originally from somewhere else. But someone remembered. Someone had been keeping track. On the 6th day, Silren found something that made her blood run cold. It was buried deep in a restricted archive, marked as classified by authority of the Imperial Science Council. The file was labeled Precursor Species Database, restricted access only. She should not have had access. But in the chaos of the current crisis, security protocols had been relaxed. She opened the file. Inside were references to dozens of species that had once lived in this region of space. Not recently. Tens of thousands of years ago. The database called them precursor species. Civilizations that had achieved advanced technology, and then simply left. Disappeared from the known galaxy. One entry caught her eye. The species designation was corrupted in the database, but the description was clear. Bipedal, bilateral symmetry, high adaptability. Originated from a high-gravity world in the inner systems. Last confirmed sighting approximately 50,000 years ago. Believed to have achieved post-physical technology and departed for regions unknown. The physical description matched humans perfectly. Silren transmitted her findings to Ambassador Kael'thos immediately. Are you saying humans are one of these precursor species? Kael'thos asked, his voice tight with tension. I am saying humans were here before we were, Silren replied. They achieved technology we cannot even imagine and left. They went somewhere else, somewhere beyond. And now they are back, Kael'thos said slowly. Now they are back, Silren confirmed. And we accidentally enslaved their descendants. On the 8th day, Chancellor Morn made a decision. Sort of. We will gather the humans as requested, Morn announced in a council meeting, but we will not simply hand them over. What do you mean? Kael'thas asked. I mean, we will bring them to a designated location, but we will also have every available military asset in position, Morn explained. If the humans come to collect their people, we will be ready to negotiate from a position of strength. Or fight, General Korseth added with satisfaction. Or fight, Morn agreed reluctantly. I am offering them a choice. Peaceful negotiation or conflict. Let them decide which they prefer. Kael'thas wanted to argue, but he understood the political reality. The Empire could not appear weak. Even if they gave the humans back their people, it had to look like a negotiation, not a surrender. Where will this meeting take place? Kael'thas asked. Neutral space, Morn said. Sector 14. It is far enough from our core worlds to be safe, but close enough to our fleet bases that we can respond quickly if needed. The orders went out. All humans and their descendants were to be transported to collection points, then moved to Sector 14. The process was not gentle. Many humans protested being taken from their homes. Some tried to resist, but the Empire's security forces were efficient, and within 2 days, nearly 120,000 humans had been gathered. That is not enough, Admiral Theron said, reviewing the numbers. They wanted all of them. We are missing almost 30,000. Some are in remote locations, an aide explained. Deep space stations, long-range exploration ships, colony worlds that have not responded to our hails. We are still trying to reach them. We do not have time, Theron said. The deadline was in less than 2 days. Bring whoever we have to Sector 14. We will explain the situation to the humans when they arrive. If they arrive, Theron thought but did not say. Part of him hoped the humans would not show up, that this was all some elaborate bluff. But he knew better. They would come. The question was how they would respond to the Empire's military display. Vexilla, back at Sentinel-7, was monitoring long-range sensors when she detected them. 4 contacts this time, coming from the same direction as before, moving at the same impossible speeds. Multiple contacts detected, she reported to Fleet Command. 4 vessels on approach vector to Sector 14. Estimated arrival time, 3 hours. In Sector 14, the trap was set. Over 2,000 warships were positioned in a massive formation. At the center of the formation, transport ships held the gathered humans. The entire First Fleet and 3rd Border Legion were present, representing the largest concentration of military power the Empire had assembled in centuries. Admiral Theron stood on the bridge of the Dominator, watching the sensors. Ambassador Kael'thas stood beside him, looking uncomfortable in the military environment. 4 ships, Theron said with confidence. We have 2,000. Even with their technology, those odds should give them pause. Or it will make them angry, Kael'thas replied quietly. Then we will see what they are really capable of, Theron said. The human vessels arrived exactly on schedule. They dropped out of faster-than-light travel at the edge of the sector and stopped. For a long moment, nothing happened. The 4 vessels just hung in space, dark and silent. Then one of them transmitted. This time it was not just data. It was video. A face appeared on every screen in the fleet. A human face. The being looked middle-aged by most species standards, with short dark hair and eyes that seemed tired and disappointed. I am Captain Sarah Chen of the human recovery vessel Remembrance, the human said. Her voice was calm, measured, but there was steel underneath. You have gathered our people. Thank you. Transfer them to our vessels and we will depart. Admiral Theron activated the fleet's communication system. This is Fleet Admiral Theron of the Kaltheron Empire. Before any transfers occur, we need to discuss terms. Terms? Captain Chen's expression did not change. There are no terms. You have our people. We are taking them home. That is all. With respect, Captain, you are surrounded by 2,000 warships, Theron said. Perhaps we should negotiate like civilized beings. For the first time, Captain Chen showed emotion. She smiled, but it was not a friendly smile. Admiral, we left this region of space 50,000 years ago. We hoped you would have evolved beyond threatening people to get what you want. Clearly you have not. You dare, Theron began, but Chen cut him off. We dare many things, Admiral. We crossed the galaxy. We transcended the physical limitations of normal space. Begin the transfer, Admiral Theron said quietly. His voice carried defeat, Admiral. General Corseth's face appeared on a communication screen from one of the other command ships. We cannot simply surrender. The Empire's honor is irrelevant if we are all dead, Theron interrupted. Begin the transfer. That is an order. The transport ships opened their docking bays. Small shuttles began moving between the Imperial vessels and the human ships, carrying their precious cargo of confused and frightened people. Kael'thas watched the transfer on the monitors. He saw human faces looking out from the shuttle windows. Some looked happy, some looked scared. Most just looked confused. These were people who had been born in the Empire. Their parents and grandparents had been born in the Empire. Many of them probably thought of themselves as Imperial citizens, not humans. Now they were going home to a place they had never seen. It will take hours to transfer everyone, an officer reported. We have nearly 120,000 individuals to move. How many did they ask for? Theron asked. 147,000, the officer replied. Theron closed his eyes. They were short. Nearly 30,000 people were still scattered across the Empire, too far away to retrieve in time. Inform Captain Chen that we could not locate everyone, Theron said. Some are in remote locations that we could not reach before the deadline. Captain Chen's voice came through the speakers. She did not sound sympathetic. We know where they are, Admiral. Every single one of them. We have been tracking them for quite some time. Then you know we tried to comply, Theron said. You tried to set a trap, Chen corrected. But yes, you are transferring those you gathered. That is something. The transfer continued in tense silence. Hours passed. The Imperial fleet stayed in formation, weapons powered but not aimed. The human vessels waited patiently, their own weapon systems never even activating. They did not need weapons to be threatening. Finally, the last shuttle completed its journey. Nearly 120,000 humans had been transferred to the recovery vessels. All available individuals have been transferred, Admiral Theron reported. Confirmed, Captain Chen replied. Now we will collect the rest. What do you mean? Theron asked, though he feared he knew. We told you, Admiral. We know where they are. Every station, every colony, every deep space exploration vessel that has humans aboard. We are going to collect them. You may either cooperate or watch. Your choice. Before Theron could respond, the human fleet split up. Groups of vessels departed in different directions, moving faster than anything in the Imperial fleet could follow. They spread across the sector like seeds in the wind, heading for specific destinations with perfect knowledge of where to go. They have complete intelligence on our territory, General Corseth said, his voice filled with horror. They know the location of every military installation, every colony, every ship in our fleet. They have been watching us, Kael'thas said, probably for a very long time. We took their people 400 years ago. They have been monitoring them ever since. Over the next 3 days, reports came in from across the Empire. Human vessels appeared at remote stations and colonies. They did not attack. They did not threaten. They simply arrived, collected any humans present, and left. Imperial forces that tried to interfere found their weapon systems disabled without any visible attack. Ships that moved to intercept found themselves unable to navigate properly, as if space itself was pushing them away. The humans did not fight. They did not need to. On the 4th day after the confrontation in Sector 14, all human vessels converged at a single point in neutral space. Admiral Theron, following orders from Chancellor Morn, took the Dominator to that location with a small escort fleet. This time, Captain Chen agreed to a face-to-face meeting. The meeting took place on a neutral shuttle halfway between the fleets. Admiral Theron, Ambassador Kael'thas, and Dr. Silrin represented the Empire. Captain Chen came alone. She looked different in person, smaller than Theron expected. Humans were not an impressive species physically, but there was something in her eyes that made Theron want to look away. Authority, power, the confidence of someone who knew exactly what they were capable of. Thank you for meeting with us, Kael'thas began, trying to be diplomatic. I am here as a courtesy, Chen replied, sitting down across from them. You seem like you want to understand what happened. I can give you that much before we leave. We want to avoid future conflicts, Kael'thas said. We did not know who you were. We did not know your people were here. You did not know because you did not ask, Chen said flatly. When you found that refugee ship 400 years ago, did anyone think to find out where they came from? Did anyone consider that maybe they had a home to return to? Silence. We thought the ship was alone, Theron said. A lost colony vessel with no home. That vessel was exploring this region, Chen explained. We sent dozens of them out thousands of years ago before we left. They were generational ships meant to travel for centuries, documenting this part of the galaxy. That particular ship ran into some kind of spatial anomaly that damaged their engines. They limped into your space asking for help. And we helped them, Theron insisted. You helped them and then kept them, Chen repeated. Admiral, let me tell you something about humans. We do not forget our people ever. When that ship failed to report back, we sent others to investigate. By the time they arrived, your empire had already scattered the survivors across dozens of worlds. We have been watching them ever since. Watching you. Dr. Silren spoke up. The archives call your species precursor. They say you left this region 50,000 years ago. Chen nodded. That is correct. This area of space was our original home. We evolved here, built our first civilization here, but we outgrew it. We discovered technologies that allowed us to go further, to do more. So we left, seeking new frontiers. Why come back? Silren asked. Because it is still home, Chen said simply. We left, but we never forgot where we came from. We maintain long-range monitoring systems. We protect this region even though no one here knows it. When we detected that one of our exploration vessels had been absorbed into your empire, we came to get them back. You could have contacted us, Kael'thas said, asked for their return peacefully. Would you have given them back? Chen asked. Or would you have made excuses? Claimed they were integrated, that they wanted to stay? That they were too valuable to your economy to release? No one answered because they all knew she was right. Chen stood. This meeting is over. We have all our people now. We are leaving. But I want to give you some information before we go. She placed a data crystal on the table. This contains coordinates. Safe routes through this sector. Dangerous areas you should avoid. Warnings about spatial anomalies. Think of it as a gift from a more advanced civilization to a younger one. Why would you help us after what we did? Theron asked. Because we remember being where you are now, Chen replied. Young, ambitious, thinking we were the pinnacle of civilization. We made mistakes too. We learned from them. Maybe you will too. She moved toward the door, then paused. One more thing. This region of space is under human protection. We have monitoring stations throughout the sector. Automated defense systems. If you expand into areas we have marked as dangerous, you will encounter them. Follow the guidelines in that data crystal and you will be fine. Ignore them and you will have problems. Are you threatening us? Theron asked. I am informing you, Chen corrected. The galaxy is bigger than you imagine, Admiral. More complex, more dangerous. You have been living in a small, safe pocket of space, thinking you are the dominant power. You are not. You never were. But you can be safe if you are smart. She left the shuttle. Through the window, they watched her return to her vessel. Minutes later, the entire human fleet vanished. Not gradually, not in sequence. All at once, they simply ceased to exist in normal space, leaving only faint energy readings that quickly faded to nothing. Back on Kaltharox Prime, Chancellor Morn addressed the Imperial Council. News of what had happened had spread quickly. Some council members demanded revenge. Others called for increased military spending. A few suggested trying to acquire human technology. Morn listened to them all, then raised a hand for silence. For 10,000 years, we believed we were the greatest civilization in the galaxy, Morn said. We were wrong. That illusion died in the last week. Now we have a choice. We can rage against that reality or we can learn from it. You are suggesting we accept this humiliation? General Korseth demanded. I am suggesting we accept the truth, Morn replied. The humans could have destroyed our fleets. They could have taken their people by force from the beginning. Instead, they gave us chances to do the right thing. They could have left us with nothing. Instead, they gave us navigation data and warnings about dangers we did not even know existed. They showed mercy, Ambassador Kael'thas said quietly. They showed us what we could be, Morn corrected. Advanced, powerful, but still capable of kindness. Still capable of giving younger civilizations chances to improve. So what do we do now? Economic Minister Tolvex asked. We reform, Morn said. We examine every species in our empire. We look for others we have mistreated.
The Academy called it the Trial of Fear. A machine older than some empires, flawless in its judgment, designed to map the terror coiled in every living mind. No cadet graduated without facing it. One by one, they stepped forward. A scaled warrior trembled as the screen bloomed with images of firestorms consuming her nest. A tusked predator roared in defiance, but the machine showed his dread anyway, the dishonor of being chained. Laughter, whispers, mockery rippled through the hall as each chart appeared. The system never lied, and humiliation was part of the lesson. In the back row, the human waited. Soft-skinned, weaponless, fragile. The one species everyone expected to crumble the fastest. Some cadets had already begun to grin, waiting to see what pathetic nightmare the machine would dig out of him. He rose without a word and sat in the chair. Electrodes hummed against his skin. The machine stirred, lights chasing across its surface as it dove into his mind. And then it faltered. Data spiked, collapsed, rebooted. The screen hissed with static. Medics barked orders. Technicians scrambled to check the wiring. The human only sat still, calm eyes fixed ahead. Finally, the chaos ended. The projector froze, and across the wall in burning letters appeared a single word: unknown. The room, which had moments before been vibrating with laughter and mocking tension, fell into a vacuum of silence. The air felt too thick. Even the insectoid instructor, who had spent the last half-cycle boasting the machine's reliability, stared as if his optical cluster might be malfunctioning. "Run it again," someone barked. A technician sprinted toward the console, fingers working feverishly over luminescent glyphs. They reattached the sensors, recalibrated resonance filters, purged memory caches. Vitals are stable. Neural interface is clean. No feedback loops. "The machine is functional," one of the engineers muttered. "It's just refusing to classify." They ran the test again, then again. Each time, the same cascade: spike, crash, reboot, freeze, unknown. The human, still seated, looked neither confused nor smug. Just there, present, waiting. His name tag read, Eric Malone. No rank embellishment, no cultural flair. Just a name. Around him, cadets shifted uneasily. The Luxorians, built like tower-limbed arachnids, stepped back with their usual clicking grace. The Ruark twins, all muscle and tusks, now sat quietly instead of exchanging bets. Even Kairesh, whose species claimed no concept of fear at all, tilted her crown of tendrils in visible confusion. It wasn't just that the machine couldn't read the human. That might have been a fault, a calibration issue. No, the machine had read something, then rejected it. Repeatedly. The implication was worse than error. It was deliberate omission. "Medical," called the lead instructor, his throat sac pulsing anxiously. "Check his neural response. Look for artificial blockers, dampeners, anything." A medical team surrounded Eric, attaching fresh bioscans. They ran EEGs, cardiac monitors, reflex tests. One of the assistants took a full blood sample. Not just a prick, but a full vial from the median cubital vein. He flinched slightly at the needle, no more than anyone would. His blood pressure was a little high, heart rate slightly elevated, unsurprising under pressure, but there were no signs of pharmacological interference. He's not suppressing anything. This is a standard human stress pattern. Elevated cortisol, normal range, no foreign agents in the bloodstream. The chief medic stepped back. He's clean. Instructor Kalex leaned closer, his breath fogging faintly against the chill recirculators. "Cadet Malone, did you experience anything during the scan?" Eric looked up at him. "It didn't show me anything. Maybe your machine's broken." A low ripple passed through the cadets again, this time not laughter, but something tighter. Fear with a new face, uncertainty. The next cadet was called. A silent from a water world. He hesitated at the chair, eyeing it like it might bite. His readout showed a dark abyss being pulled from the ocean, suffocating in open air. It passed. The class exhaled. But no one really paid attention after that. Even when one cadet's fear was displayed as the annihilation of his family's bloodline in front of his ancestral crypt, the tension didn't fully return because the room kept stealing glances back at the human. the one whose mind couldn't be read, the one who hadn't blinked. Later that day, while other cadets nursed their embarrassment or basked in the relief of having passed the trial, Eric walked alone through the outdoor training yard. No one approached him. Not even Karesh, who normally sparred with every species at least once to test herself. She passed him with a slight bow of her head and did not make eye contact. He sat by himself on a bench near the kinetic field, watched the solar filter dim as evening approached. One of the medics, a Centauri assistant, approached cautiously, holding a tablet. "I ran a full diagnostic on the machine's logs," she said, awkwardly folding her forearms. "You know what's strange? It didn't crash. It completed its cycle and recorded the result." Eric looked at her, genuinely interested now. "And?" She hesitated. "It flagged your neural response as non-classifiable, not error, not data corrupted. It used the internal code for legacy encounters." "Legacy?" She nodded. "Ancient contacts, the kinds we haven't seen since before the Archive Wars. Beings whose fear patterns broke the framework, the only recorded classification that fits Island. Unquantifiable." Eric frowned. "So, what does that mean?" The medic stared at him. "It means you might be the most terrifying thing in this academy." By the next cycle, word had spread. In the dining bay, the whisper followed every tray. The human cadet, the trial of fear, the verdict. Unknown, a term spoken in hushed tones, as if saying it aloud might attract its meaning. Instructors tried to downplay it. Official bulletins labeled it under review. But no one missed the tension in the hallways, or the sudden way instructors paused when Eric entered a room. Even the training AI now asked him for manual override, more often than not, as if uncertain what his biometric tags meant. And yet, Eric kept showing up. To tactics class, field training, zero-grav maneuver drills. He laughed at jokes, laughed at himself, argued over protein rations, and handed out chewing gum during breaks. But nothing he did, no smile, no casual shrug, ever quite reached the walls others now built around him. In the fear chamber, the machine sat untouched for 3 days. Then, without ceremony, it was brought online again. "This is not a retest," Instructor Calix said, addressing a new class of observers. "This is a diagnostic verification. The system must prove it was not compromised." Eric stood nearby, arms folded, saying nothing. No one had ordered him to participate again. He just showed up when he heard. A cadet from the Jura stepped up. Her body was armored in crystal chitin, her blood said to carry trace minerals from supernovae. She was proud, undefeated in sparring matches, and known to laugh in simulations of battlefield collapse. She sat. The machine hummed. Her chart painted the projection wall in stunning color. It showed a black void, not empty space, but a complete loss of connection, a death not of body, but of mind. A void where the Jura hive mind no longer reached her, alone in a universe where she could not feel the song of her kind. She collapsed, weeping the moment it ended. Calix gave no comfort. That was not the machine's purpose. Another cadet stepped forward, and another. One by one, the system displayed their most private, paralyzing nightmares. Each exposure was like a psychic wound turned public. Eric watched them all, silent, still. After the last cadet's vision ended, a cascade of withering vines choking out his life forest, Calix turned toward him. "You remain an anomaly, Cadet Malone." Eric raised an eyebrow. "Still no readout?" "No change," the instructor said. "Would you submit again?" There was no law that said he had to. He'd already passed the trial, however anomalously. But in a moment that stretched just a little too long, Eric nodded. "I'm not afraid of machines," he said, and sat back in the chair. No one exhaled. Electrodes connected, the lights dimmed. This time, the hum began sharply. The machine reacted even faster than before, reading, parsing, decoding. Then came the stutter. A flicker, a pulse, a sound like grinding metal beneath glass. Data spilled upward in jagged spikes on the monitor, impossible amplitudes, nonsensical ratios. Heat levels in the machine core spiked. Cables began to shimmer red. A safety alarm chirped softly, then louder. Then, a bright hiss of static. And again, unknown. Only this time, the screen didn't freeze immediately. It began to show something. A shape, a shadow almost. Abstract and massive. Not a beast, not a storm, not a memory. Something like absence given form. Then it crashed. The wall projection blinked out. The diagnostic console popped, sparks arcing briefly across its casing. Techs swarmed. Medics checked vitals, but not Eric's this time. The machine's internal regulator had overheated. A pump unit was failing. Several fuses would need manual replacement. Eric sat perfectly still in the chair, staring ahead. "Eric," Calix said carefully, "did you see anything?" He didn't answer right away. Then he said, "I think your machine doesn't like what I think about." "You were shown an image," Calix said, briefly. "What was it?" Eric stood slowly. "I didn't see anything new. It's like it tried to pull something from me, then gave up." "Do you remember the shape?" "No," he said. "It's like trying to remember a noise that made you uncomfortable, but you don't know why." "Then, how do you know it gave up?" Eric turned, looked at Calix, then the other instructors. "Because whatever it was trying to find," he said, "I already learned how to live with it." Later, they tried to explain it away. They said the machine reacted poorly to human brain patterns, that it needed a different baseline. They proposed rewriting parts of the scanning software to use primate neurology maps, like they had for the early sapiens of Oxra 5. But that didn't explain the projected shape, or why the internal logs showed it wasn't a software error. The Academy's head of psychometric diagnostics, a gray-shelled Tavalik, ran a full neural trace of Eric that evening. They used non-invasive mapping, real-time neuroimaging, combined with a cold light EEG shell. Eric didn't resist. He was cooperative, even curious. After 4 hours, the Tavalik returned the results. Eric's brain structure was well within human range, active, responsive, even highly adaptable. But there was one section deep within the limbic system that lit up with unusual consistency under stress mapping. "It's not abnormal," she told the assembled faculty, "but it's efficient." "What does that mean?" asked Calix. The Tavalik hesitated. "It means he's felt fear before, likely profound fear. But the brain adapted to carry it without triggering collapse. In humans, the amygdala sometimes rewires how fear integrates with reasoning. It doesn't shut it down, it reassigns it. To what purpose? Survival. It keeps moving, even if it's terrified." They reviewed the data again. The diagnostic signature wasn't blank. It was layered, a maze. Every path started as fear, abandonment, mortality, guilt, pain. But instead of paralyzing him, each emotion had been rerouted, processed, redirected into calculated action. The machine hadn't failed. It had simply found no single dominant terror, no image strong enough to isolate. Because for Eric, fear was not a wall. It was part of the floor beneath him. The instructors debated whether to inform command. In the end, they agreed on silence. But the cadets weren't bound by protocol. By the end of that week, none dared to sit at his table. By the end of the next, some left offerings on his bunk, little tokens of wary respect. And by the third week, someone carved a single word onto the door of the simulation deck. Unknown. It was no longer a classification. It was a warning. The Academy stopped calling it a trial. Internally, instructors still referred to it as the neural fear diagnostic, but cadets whispered a different name now the wall. Because when Eric Malone sat in that chair, the machine hit something it had never encountered, a surface it could not pass through, could not classify, could not break. And no one knew what lay on the other side. Classes continued. Instructors pushed harder, drills extended longer, and the cadets sweated through every circuit. But training felt different now, more brittle. Even predator-born species, those evolved from hunters, began practicing subtle avoidance patterns around Eric. Not overt, not dramatic, just enough that in combat formations, he always had space. When bunk schedules were shuffled, no one volunteered to room with him, yet somehow, no one dared complain either. Kairesh, the tendril-crowned fighter who had once prided herself on dismissing fear as a biological error, declined sparring with him. "He leaks silence," she told her cohort. "Even when he moves, it doesn't ripple." Rumors rippled instead. Some cadets said the human had no fear because his kind had killed it long ago. domesticated it like a beast, and taught it to obey. Others whispered that humanity's fear existed, but was shaped by something so vast, so alien, that even a machine built to read across time and culture could not name it. But the worst rumor, the one whispered behind closed doors, with antennae lowered and eyes darting, was that UNKNON was not a lack of fear. It was a warning from the machine itself. Legacy contact code, one cadet murmured during a nocturnal training rotation. It's used for threats that don't fit into civilization's framework. The last time that tag appeared, she didn't finish. She didn't have to. Everyone had seen the history modules, the vanishers of Genthar, the anomaly on Relay Moon 4. Events where scanners failed, data collapsed, and something unknown burned across the stars until nothing was left. And now, a human shared their classification. Eric didn't respond to the rumors. He trained harder than most, showed up earlier, stayed longer. He was the only cadet who voluntarily signed up for thermal exposure rotation and chemical hazard conditioning in the same cycle. When a flying drill shard tore a deep gash through his shoulder during an exercise, he didn't walk it off. He hit the ground hard, teeth gritted, blood already saturating his uniform. The medics arrived in seconds. They performed a full assessment in the field. The cut had torn through the anterior deltoid and scraped the clavicle. Deep laceration, risk of infection, high trauma to soft tissue. Eric didn't try to stand. He didn't joke. He did exactly what he was told, breathing through the pain. The medic cleaned the wound with iodine substitute, used hemostatic foam to slow the bleeding, and immobilized the arm before transporting him to recovery. He was out of physical drills for 12 days. During those 12 days, the academy held breath. Because weakness would have made him familiar again, understandable, mortal. Instead, the human used the downtime to attend every theory class, analyze every war simulation, and recite verbatim the entire battle doctrine of the Galvathian campaign without notes. On day 13, his sling came off. He returned to the track and completed the 4.3 Kelvin's obstacle run without pause, left arm still aching, favoring the motion slightly but finishing anyway. The instructors took notice, especially Instructor Mark, an old veteran of the Sothar insurgency, who had once fought in 0G with one lung collapsed and a dislocated hip. He was not prone to praise, but during tactical review, when cadets were asked who best embodied adaptive combat resilience, Mark tapped the screen. "Malone," he said flatly. "He never wins by force, but he always gets up." It wasn't a compliment, it was a warning. Later that week, the head administrator of the academy, the four-eyed Varellan, known as Overseer Tatch, held a closed-door meeting. It included the machine's engineers, the senior medics, the psychometric lead, and 3 representatives from Central Command. Records of that meeting were encrypted and sealed. But 2 things leaked from it. The first, a single internal memo circulated only among instructors. It read, "Continue observation of Cadet Malone. Do not provoke, do not engage in psychological escalation. Classification remains unknown." The second, someone quietly decommissioned the Trial of Fear machine. It was placed into indefinite recalibration. No replacement was scheduled. No cadet ever sat in that chair again. Weeks passed. A strange peace returned, but it was a peace laced with caution. Eric still joked, still traded rations, still helped a winged cadet from the Slaven climb the tower after a flight injury grounded him mid-drill. He still lost sparring matches, still missed questions, still grumbled when the protein bars tasted like chalk. But everyone watched for the cracks, and found none. The Ruark twins tried to bait him once. One bumped his shoulder in the mess line, muttered something about, "Machines don't show what doesn't exist." The other added, "Maybe your species just doesn't get fear, or anything at all." Eric turned, met their eyes, and smiled. Not wide, not threatening, just enough. Then he walked away. That night, both twins filed voluntary reassignments to different sleep blocks. Karesh said it best, during a seminar on pre-combat psychology. "The rest of us know what we fear. We saw it, faced it. We are stronger now because we know the shape of our limits." She gestured toward Eric, who sat in the back, quiet. "But he walks without that shape. That's not strength. That's not weakness. That's a door without a lock." One of the instructors asked what she meant. She stared at them. Would you sleep easy next to a door that never tells you what's behind it? The summons came without a reason. No citation, no disciplinary tag. Just an official call code ping on Eric Malone's comms tablet, blinking amber. Report to Evaluation Bay Theta. 19th cycle. Internal clearance required. He showed up 10 minutes early. Evaluation Bay Theta wasn't part of the main campus. It lived beneath it 3 levels down, past the regular dormitories, under the secure tech archives. Cadets weren't sent there often. Most didn't even know it existed. Those who did called it the glass room. The door slid open with a hiss, revealing a chamber colder than it needed to be. Transparent walls, sterile lighting, and a table that looked more like it belonged in a medical exam suite than a classroom. 3 figures waited inside. Commander Nils Human, gray-bearded, uniform immaculate, a rare sight at the academy, where instructors from Earth were posted sparingly. Inquisitor Tail, a Corellan whose skin flickered in subtle pulses of biolight. Their species had no visible mouth, but spoke with impeccable Terran standard through an implanted synthesizer. And lastly, Overseer Tatch himself. Cadet Malone, said Nils, gesturing to the chair opposite them. Please sit. Eric did, not casually, just quietly, alert. Tail placed a data cube onto the table. It illuminated automatically. Images scrolled across its surface scans of Eric's trial, logs from the machine, timestamps, core temperatures, power spikes, and finally, the word again, unknown. We are not here to reprimand you, said Tail softly. We are here to understand. Is this a formal psych eval? Eric asked. No, said Tatch, his 4 eyes blinking independently. This island, clarification. We've reviewed the machine logs, Nils said. They show that your neurological responses weren't abnormal. In fact, your mental resilience during the scan registered at 73% above baseline. Eric said nothing. However, Tail continued, there was a pattern in your limbic response that resembles a historical tag, one we haven't seen in generations. The Corellan leaned forward slightly. Do you know what that tag is? I read the label, Eric said. Legacy contact. Unknown. Not very helpful. It's more than that, Nils said. It's a classification reserved for species whose internal processing of threat does not result in observable fear. Maybe your machine just missed it. No, said Tatch, steepling his fingers. It refused it. A silence stretched. Eric tilted his head. So, what are you asking me? Nils tapped the cube, freezing a frame mid-recording. It showed the shadow the same flicker of impossible geometry the machine had attempted to project before crashing. Did you see this? Eric looked at the image, and for the first time, something subtle changed in his expression. Not fear, but memory. I didn't see it then, he said, but I've seen something like it, years ago. Tail leaned closer. Where? Eric didn't answer right away. Then, Station Helix 7, outer orbit. During my civvy years before enlistment. Hull breach in Sector 9. The crew locked down the corridor, thought everyone was clear. He paused. I wasn't. Tatch opened a notepad, began to type. You were in a decompression zone? Yeah. How long? 11 minutes. Even Tail blinked. With no suit? There was partial atmosphere in the alcove, emergency gel mask, but the rest of the corridor vacuum. You should have gone into cardiac arrest within 3. I didn't. Explain, said Nils. Eric's hand tightened slightly on the edge of the chair. I thought I was dead. I accepted it. And then, I didn't die. I stayed awake. I felt everything. The panic hit so hard I thought my brain would fry itself. What did you do? I counted, he said, backwards from 5,000. I figured if I got to 0, I'd either be dead or rescued. And? Asked Tail. I got to 94, he said. Then the rescue drone breached the secondary airlock. None of the officials spoke for a moment. Neurological records from that event are sealed, said Nils. Why? Eric looked at him. Because I told the medics I didn't remember anything. They didn't ask questions. I didn't offer details. And what do you remember now? Eric shrugged. I remember being more afraid than I'd ever been in my life, and I remember surviving it, and after that, fear didn't feel like an enemy anymore. Nils sat back. You mastered it. No, Eric said, eyes narrowing. I made space for it. Big difference. Tail looked down at the image. Then the machine didn't fail. It found something it didn't know how to show. It showed me, Eric said quietly. It just didn't know what to do with it. Overseer Tatch exchanged a long look with Nils. Then he stood. That will be all, Cadet. Eric nodded once and left. After the door sealed, the three remained silent for some time. Should we report this to Central Command? Tail asked at last. No, Nils said. They'll only want to contain him. We don't know if he's dangerous. Everything is dangerous, Tatch said, when it refuses to be understood. That night, Eric returned to his quarters, found a note on his bunk not official, handwritten, unusual for the Academy. It read, "We don't know what you are, but you make the machine scared, and I think that's enough." No signature. He tucked it away. He didn't smile. The first real emergency came exactly 31 cycles after the trial of fear. It began as a simple systems anomaly, a power fluctuation in the orbital stabilizers above the Academy. Routine, easily correctable. Then came the secondary breach alert. Then the loss of telemetry from satellite Nexus 3. Then the blackout. By the time Command declared a full-scale threat protocol, half the orbital grid had gone silent. The Academy's shield generators strained under the sudden voltage drop. Emergency lights flickered in every corridor. Gravity distorted for a moment, an eerie weightlessness that sent cadets scrambling to secure gear. Steady bulkheads, reassert footing. Then, the first impact hit. A soundless shudder ran through the foundations. Not a quake, not an atmospheric strike. An external kinetic event. "Status!" roared Calyx, gripping a stanchion as the control deck trembled again. "What just hit us?" Incoming object, no transponder, no registry, size comparable to an assault-class dropship. "Not from our fleets," snapped the technician. "Hostile? It isn't broadcasting anything, just descending, fast." Within moments, the Academy shifted into full lockdown. Cadets were sorted, some evacuated to subterranean safe zones, others dispatched to defensive posts. Instructors took command of mobile response units. And Eric? He was in the east hangar when the sirens peaked. The lights were red, the floor shook, metal screamed as something pierced the outer atmospheric barrier. Instructors barked orders, rushing to mobilize the perimeter. Cadets were told to hold formation, not to engage. But Eric didn't wait. He pulled on a partial exoframe standard issue, unarmed, and sprinted toward the breach site without being told. When he reached it, the entry point was still smoking. The wall had ruptured inward, mangled steel splayed like flower petals in a storm. Debris was scattered across the floor. Sparks danced along torn conduit lines. At the center of the breach, something moved. A machine, not Academy-built, not even recognizable. It stood nearly 4 meters tall, bipedal but wrong. Its limbs reconfigured themselves every few seconds, fluid mechanics that made no physical sense. It emitted no signal, no heat, no data. But wherever it stepped, walls began to corrode. Metal rotted to powder under its feet. The first instructor on scene, a Slinari named Brenna, raised her weapon. "Identify yourself. This is a secure facility." The machine looked at her, and she collapsed. Instantly. No sound, no mark. Just dropped like a marionette, with its strings cut. That was when the other cadets began to panic. Orders failed, fire teams scrambled, but the machine, if it could be called that, didn't attack. It approached, slow, unhurried, as if testing something. Eric stepped forward, unarmed, still limping slightly from a healed injury, face expressionless. Someone shouted at him to fall back. He didn't. The thing paused. Its surface shimmered shadows, almost. Not camouflage, not light distortion, just wrong, like it wasn't entirely here. It faced him, and for a moment, the air changed. Not colder, not hotter, but quieter. Then it lunged. Eric moved. Not faster, not better, just at the right moment. He sidestepped the swipe, ducked low, reached for a fire suppression panel, ripped the hatch from the wall, and threw it into the machine's knee joint. It staggered, just a little, but it reacted. That was the break they needed. Cadets opened fire, not because it would work, but because he had moved first. Eric darted to the flank, found an auxiliary panel, bypassed the lockout, rerouted cooling flow to the hangar vents, and dumped super-chilled gas across the breach site. The machine flinched again, sensitive to temperature shift. Instructors flooded in, armed with heavy weapons this time. Within minutes, the tide shifted. And then, the machine simply collapsed. Not destroyed, just ended, like its purpose was finished. A week later, the analysis team had no explanation. The device hadn't transmitted anything before, during, or after its incursion. It left no power signature, no origin trace. Its inner architecture didn't match any known technology. The official report called it an anomalous test drone, but no one believed that, because Brennan never woke up, and because everyone saw who had acted first. Eric Malone, the one cadet who hadn't frozen, who hadn't waited for orders, who'd stood in front of something alien, unclassifiable, and uninvited and moved. Just like he had in the trial, the word came back. Unknown. Same designation, same classification, the same silence in the report margins. By the time graduation arrived, the Academy had made certain adjustments. There were no more trials. The machine was quietly dismantled, its components archived under top clearance code. No reason given. Eric received no special honors, no speech, no extra stripe, just a file noting extreme situational response effectiveness under anomalous conditions. He didn't need the recognition, because everyone had seen. Even the alien cadets who once mocked humanity's softness now stepped aside when he passed. Not out of reverence, not out of fear, but out of respect. He was still human, still joked about the food, still favored his right arm a bit when it rained, still helped carry packs when the newer cadets staggered under weight. But they never forgot. Not the machine, not the verdict. Because the worst kind of fear isn't the one you can see. It's the kind that doesn't stop you, that walks beside you, calm, quiet, and ready. And if there was one thing the galaxy learned from Cadet Eric Malone, it was that the most terrifying force in the universe might not be claws, fangs, or firestorms. It might be a soft-skinned mammal who had looked at death, counted backward from 5,000, and decided, not today.
The massive windows of Unity Point Space Station showed the endless dark of space, dotted with countless stars. Inside the Grand Council chamber, Ambassador James Walker stood tall, his gray suit neat and simple compared to the colorful robes of the alien representatives around him. "We will not accept these terms," he said quietly. His words carried across the chamber, causing several alien representatives to shift uncomfortably in their seats. The council head, a tall blue-skinned being called Representative Smith, leaned forward. "Ambassador Walker, surely you understand our concerns. Humanity's rate of advancement is unprecedented. The council must ensure stability." Walker looked around the circular chamber. 12 alien species watched him with different types of eyes, some large and black, others compound and reflective, a few glowing with inner light. He had spent 3 years in this chamber, trying to make them understand. Today would be different. 3 years ago, Walker began, "We came to you with proof that the drift, the dead zone at the edge of our galaxy, was expanding. We showed you our research on how to stop it. You ignored us." A ripple of muttering spread through the chamber. The drift was a sore topic. 2 years ago, Walker continued, "We offered to share our gravity manipulation technology with all council species. You refused, saying it would upset the balance of power. That technology could have prevented the mining accident that killed thousands on Proxima Beta last month." Several representatives looked down at their desks. The mining disaster was still fresh in everyone's minds. 1 year ago, we warned you about the star in Sector 7 showing signs of instability. You dismissed our findings. 3 months ago, that star went supernova. 2 colony worlds had to be evacuated with barely enough time. Walker paused, letting his words sink in. He could see the Council's security drones hovering near the ceiling, their sensors focused on him. The air felt heavy with tension. And now, he said, his voice growing firmer, you demand that we limit our AI research. You insist we slow down our expansion. You want us to share all our technology, but accept your restrictions on how we can use our own innovations. Representative Smith raised a hand. Ambassador, please understand. The Council has maintained peace for 3,000 years by carefully managing technological advancement. Your species has achieved in 2 centuries what others took millennia to develop. It creates instability. Walker smiled, but there was no humor in it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small metal disc, his Council membership badge. The simple action caused several security drones to drift closer. No, he said, placing the badge on the podium before him. What creates instability is fear of progress. What causes suffering is the suppression of solutions to save face. What kills people is the arrogance of assuming that slow must mean wise. The chamber had gone completely silent. Even the usual background hum of environmental systems seemed muted. Humanity reached for the stars because we dreamed of a better future. We developed our technology to solve problems, not to gather power. We offered to share everything we learned, asked only for the freedom to keep learning. Walker stepped back from the podium. But you don't want partners. You want subjects. Representative Smith stood up quickly. Ambassador Walker, this is most irregular. Perhaps we should take a recess and... We're done here, Walker said simply. He turned and walked toward the chamber's massive doors. Behind him, voices began to rise in alarm. Ambassador, you can't just... This is unprecedented. The protocols clearly state. Walker didn't look back. The doors slid open before him, revealing the startled faces of his staff waiting outside. As the doors began to close behind him, he heard Representative Smith's voice rise above the growing chaos. Do they not understand what they're doing? They can't just walk away from the Council. They. The doors sealed shut with a soft hiss, cutting off the noise. Walker looked at his staff and nodded once. Send the signal, he said quietly. Initiate Protocol Omega. Humanity is going its own way. Above them, through the station's transparent dome, the first human ships could be seen breaking formation, their engines flaring bright against the darkness of space as they turned away from Unity Point. The galaxy was about to learn that sometimes the most powerful action was simply walking away. The Council chamber erupted into chaos the moment the doors closed behind Ambassador Walker. Representative Smith stood at his podium, watching his carefully managed galactic order crumble before his eyes. Order. I demand order, he shouted, but his voice was lost in the storm of arguments that filled the chamber. The bird-like council member from the trading world screeched. Our markets will collapse. Humans handle 40% of all galactic trade. Their defense fleets protect 3 major trade routes, rumbled the rock-skinned member from the Mining Confederation. Who will guard our ships now? Smith watched the massive display screens around the chamber as they showed hundreds of human ships activating their engines. The vast fleet moved with perfect coordination, each ship knowing its place. No panic, no rush, no confusion. This was planned. They can't do this, whispered his assistant Tom, who stood beside him. No species has ever left the Council. There aren't even any rules for it. Smith's fingers tightened on the podium. That's exactly what makes this so dangerous. They're not breaking rules. They're ignoring them completely. The Chamber's AI announced with its calm voice. Alert. Human trading systems are going offline. Stock markets across 57 worlds showing significant drops. The representatives turned to their data screens in horror. Numbers flashed red across every display. The galactic economy had been so tightly bound to human innovation and trade that their withdrawal was like pulling a foundation stone from a tower. "Look," shouted someone, pointing at the massive windows. The human diplomatic vessel, sleek and silver, detached from Unity Point's docking bay. Its movement was smooth, deliberate. Around it, other human ships formed a protective escort. No weapons were active, no threats were made. They simply left. "Get me Earth's government on the line," Smith ordered. The chamber's AI responded after a moment. Unable to connect, all diplomatic channels with Earth have been suspended. The rock-skinned representative slammed his crystal-like fist on his desk. "We should stop them. The Council fleet would be wiped out," interrupted the military advisor, speaking for the first time. All heads turned to the scared veteran who rarely participated in discussions. "Human ships have technology we've never seen. Half our advanced weapons are human-made. We'd be starting a fight we couldn't win." Smith watched another screen showing reports flooding in from across the galaxy. Human research centers were shutting down. Their peacekeeping forces were withdrawing from joint operations. Their engineers were leaving vital infrastructure projects. "They're not just leaving," he realized aloud. "They're taking their whole civilization with them. Everything they built, everything they maintain, everyone who works for them." The trading world's representative fluttered in distress. "The new medical facilities on my world, they're staffed entirely by human doctors. Who will run them now?" Similar cries began to rise from other representatives as they received reports from their homeworlds. Projects halted, systems failing, markets crashing, centuries of progress beginning to unravel in hours. Smith's assistant looked up from his data pad, face pale. "Sir, we're getting word that some of the younger council races are questioning their membership. They're saying if humans can leave." "Get me any human official," Smith ordered. "Anyone at all." Still no response on any channel, the AI reported. "However, I am receiving an automated message from Earth. Play it." A simple text message appeared on the main screen. "Humanity thanks the Galactic Council for 3 centuries of cooperation. We will now pursue our own path. Our borders remain open to peaceful trade and scientific exchange with individual species under new treaties to be negotiated directly. Farewell." Smith sank into his chair as the council chamber descended further into panic around him. Through the windows, he watched the last human ships vanish into fold space, leaving only stars behind. "What have we done?" he whispered to himself. "What have we done?" Admiral Thompson stood in Earth Defense Command's main control room, watching the massive wall of screens before him. Each screen showed human ships breaking away from different parts of Council space, all moving with perfect precision. Operation Walkaway is proceeding exactly as planned, his second in command, Captain Rogers, reported. All ships report green status. No Council interference detected. Thompson nodded slowly. 5 years of secret preparation were paying off. Every ship knew its role. Every crew understood their part. Humanity had hoped they would never need this plan, but they had made sure they were ready. "What's the status of the Mars shipyards?" Thompson asked. "Already switched to independent power," Rogers replied. "The new fusion cores are online. Production continues at full capacity." Another officer spoke up from her station. "Sir, we're getting reports from our colonies. All 37 worlds have activated their shield systems. Our borders are secure." Thompson allowed himself a small smile. The Council had never known about the planetary shields. They had never known about a lot of things. Humanity had learned long ago to keep their best technology hidden. On the main screen, a map showed human space glowing bright blue against the darkness. It wasn't the largest territory in the galaxy, but it was the most efficiently used. Every world connected by instant transport gates. Every resource carefully managed. Every citizen protected by technology the Council had never imagined. Message from Earth government. An AI voice announced. "The President is ready to address the people." The screen switched to show the president standing at her desk in the Oval Office. Her face was calm as she looked into the camera. "Citizens of Earth and all human worlds," she began. "Today we have left the Galactic Council. This decision was not made lightly, but it was made with absolute certainty." Thompson watched the speech continue, knowing similar scenes were playing out across human space. They had practiced this too, keeping people calm, explaining the reasons, showing that everything was under control. "Sir," Rogers said quietly, "we're picking up increased Council fleet activity at their border stations." "Let them watch," Thompson replied. "They'll soon learn that their sensors can't penetrate our space anymore." Another little surprise we kept to ourselves. The control room hummed with activity as reports continued to flow in. Trade ships docking safely at human ports. Research stations switching to secure networks. Defense platforms moving into final positions. "Admiral," a young officer called out, "we're getting requests from some of the younger Council races. They want to maintain trade relations outside of Council control." Thompson nodded. They had expected this. Some of the newer species had always been more friendly to humans, more open to new ideas. They would be good partners in the new age that was coming. "Message from Ambassador Walker," Rogers announced. "He's aboard his ship and heading home. His exact words are, 'It felt damn good to walk away.'" A quiet chuckle ran through the control room. Everyone there understood that feeling. For too long, humanity had watched the Council hold back progress. For too long, they had seen solutions ignored and help rejected. Now they were free to move forward at their own pace. "Sir," another officer reported, "all human citizens have been accounted for. The evacuation of Council space is complete. No one left behind." Thompson looked at the screens again, at the streams of data showing everything going according to plan. Humanity had learned something important in their centuries among the stars. Sometimes the strongest position was being ready to walk away. "Send word to all commands," he ordered. "Phase 1 is complete. Begin Phase 2. We build our future our way." Around him, the control room crew worked with quiet efficiency, each person knowing that they were part of something historic. Humanity wasn't just leaving the Council, they were proving they had outgrown it. And somewhere out in Council space, old powers were about to learn just how much they had depended on the species they had tried to hold back. 1 week after humanity's departure, the trading world of Blue Haven felt the first real shock. The massive transport gates that had moved ships across their system suddenly shut down. No warning, no explanation. They just stopped working. "What do you mean we can't fix them?" demanded Governor Root to his technical team. His blue feathers bristled with anger. "These gates are essential to our economy." The lead technician spread his forearms helplessly. "The gates are human technology. They added something to the power cores that we never understood. Without their engineers, on the mining world of Stone Deep, similar problems were emerging. The automated drilling machines, created by human engineers, began to slow down. Their self-repair systems, once perfect, started to fail." The rock chief of Stone Deep stared at the production numbers on his crystal display. They dropped lower each day. His people had forgotten how to mine without these machines. They had grown too dependent on human innovation. In the council chamber on Unity Point, Representative Smith read report after report of similar problems. "How did we not see this coming?" he asked the empty room. His assistant Tom entered with more bad news. "Sir, the Trade Federation of New Worlds has just announced they're leaving the council. They've already signed independent treaties with Earth." Smith's head snapped up. "They can't do that. The council laws mean nothing to them now," Tom finished quietly. "They say humanity has shown there's another way." Across council space, the pattern repeated. Systems failed, trade slowed, and younger species began to question the old order. On the frontier world of Greenrise, a council peacekeeping fleet demanded entry to the system. They wanted to show that the council still held power. They weren't expecting what happened next. "Sir," Reported the fleet captain, "Our weapons won't activate. The targeting systems are locked." The Council Admiral stared at his own useless controls. They had never known that their best weapons, sold to them by human corporations, had hidden safeguards. Now those weapons simply refused to work against human allies. In the great libraries of the ancient races, scholars made a disturbing discovery. They found that humans had quietly copied every book, every record, every piece of knowledge the Council had collected over thousands of years. But the humans had also added to that knowledge, filling in gaps, correcting errors, advancing ideas that the Council had abandoned. They didn't just take their own knowledge, one scholar realized. They improved ours, and now they're gone. The Council's emergency meeting was interrupted by news from the Galactic Core. The Star Stabilization Project, abandoned by human scientists, was showing signs of failure. The Council's best minds couldn't understand the half-finished work, couldn't continue what the humans had begun. "We need them back," admitted the Science Minister. "Our civilization has built itself around their innovations, their solutions, their work. Without them." But Earth's response to all messages remained the same. "We welcome diplomatic and trade relations with individual species, outside Council control. All other messages will be archived without response." Some Council members suggested using force. They quickly discovered that their maps of human space were now useless. Their best sensors couldn't penetrate whatever shield humans had placed around their territory. Their fastest ships couldn't follow human vessels through the strange new jump points they used. "They were always ready," Smith said, watching another report of Council authority crumbling. "They knew this day might come, and they prepared for years. While we tried to control them, they were quietly making sure we couldn't." The galaxy was learning an important lesson. Trying to hold back human progress was like trying to hold back the tide. In the end, the water always finds its way forward. 2 months after humanity's departure, the first pirate attack hit the Silk Star trade route. 3 cargo ships disappeared without a trace. The Council fleet, once proud and strong, took 3 days to respond. This route was protected by human patrols. The merchant captain told his frightened crew, their ships could be anywhere in the sector in minutes, but now, more attacks followed. The pirates had discovered that many defensive systems no longer worked properly. Security networks that humans had maintained now had holes. Emergency beacons sometimes failed to activate. In the council chamber, Representative Smith faced angry delegates. "First our technology fails," shouted the trade minister. "Now our ships vanish. Who will protect our merchants?" "The council fleet," Smith began. "Is spread too thin," interrupted another delegate. "And half their ships don't work right since the human technicians left." Outside the chamber windows, Unity Point Station itself showed signs of decay. The smooth artificial gravity sometimes flickered. The air recyclers made strange noises, small things growing worse each day. On the industrial world of Factory Prime, production lines started shutting down. The automated systems that had run perfectly for decades now showed their age. Without human maintenance crews, without their regular upgrades, the machines were failing. "We've forgotten how to build things the old way," admitted the factory chief to his board. "We became too dependent on their technology, their methods." But the biggest shock came from the direction of human space. Ships trying to spy on human worlds discovered something unusual. They couldn't get close. Their instruments stopped working. Their navigation systems failed. Some ships disappeared completely. "It's like hitting a wall that isn't there," reported one scout captain. "We know their worlds are there, but we can't reach them." The council's best scientists studied the problem. They discovered that humans had created something impossible, a barrier in space itself. No energy readings, no visible signs, but nothing could pass through without human permission. "They're not just hiding," one scientist realized. "They're operating on a level of physics we don't understand." More young species began breaking away from the council. The newcomer worlds, barely a century in space, announced their independence. The Rising Stars Federation followed a day later. Each group signed new treaties with Earth. How are they communicating with human space? Smith demanded. We can't even find a way to send them messages. It seems, his assistant Tom explained, that Earth gave their friends special communication devices before they left. They planned for everything. The Council's attempts to show strength backfired. When they sent ships to pressure a breakaway world, those ships found their weapons systems locked. When they tried to impose trade sanctions, they discovered that human-designed banking systems no longer processed their commands. In desperation, some council members tried to reverse engineer human technology. They failed. What looked simple on the surface contained principles they couldn't grasp. Even successful copies didn't work quite right, missing some hidden element that humans had never revealed. We thought we were letting them develop under our control, Smith said during a private meeting. But they were so far ahead of us, we couldn't even see it. Reports kept coming. Pirates growing bolder, trade routes becoming dangerous, colonial worlds struggling without human support. The Council's power, built over thousands of years, was crumbling in months. The final insult came when the Council discovered that several of their most secret research projects had been compromised. Not by spies or theft, but because key parts of the work had been quietly done by human scientists. Without them, years of progress became useless. They didn't need to fight us, Tom observed, watching another angry delegation storm out of the Council chamber. They just had to walk away and let us see how much we needed them. The galaxy was learning that real power wasn't about control. It was about competence, and humanity had proven they had plenty of that. 3 months after humanity's departure, the Council made its biggest mistake. They decided to show their strength with a military operation against Earth. Representative Smith watched from Unity Point as the largest fleet in Council history gathered. 10,000 ships, reported Admiral Vale, his scaled skin gleaming under the station lights. The combined might of all remaining Council races. Earth will have to listen now. Smith wasn't so sure. Something about this felt wrong. Have we considered that humanity might have expected this? They're just one species. Vale dismissed the concern. No matter how advanced, they can't stand against the United Council. The massive fleet made an impressive sight as it moved into formation. Ships of every Council race joined together, stretching out into space like a metal cloud. Their mission: force humanity back under Council control. They never reached human space. Halfway to Earth, every ship in the fleet suddenly stopped. Their engines died. Their weapons went dark. Their communications fell silent. 10,000 ships hung helpless in space. Then a single human ship appeared, just one regular-sized patrol vessel. Its message was simple. The Council fleet has entered restricted space. Their systems have been temporarily disabled. They have 1 hour to turn back before their life support shuts down too. Admiral Vale raged from his flagship. Impossible. How can they control our ships? We checked everything for human technology. The answer came from an unexpected source. A young engineer spoke up from her console. Sir, they didn't need to add anything. They designed most of our engines in the first place. They built the base technology that everything else runs on. They just never told us about the off switch. The mighty Council fleet had no choice. They turned back. Their pride hurt more than their ships, but the lesson wasn't over. When they returned to Council space, they found things had changed. The younger races had taken advantage of their absence. Half the remaining Council members had declared independence while the fleet was away. In an emergency Council session, the truth finally sank in. We never controlled them. Smith said to the quiet chamber, we never even understood them. Humanity gave us what they wanted us to have, showed us what they wanted us to see, and kept their real power hidden. Reports from across the galaxy painted a clear picture. Human space was thriving. Their worlds were protected by technology the Council couldn't understand. Their ships used drive systems that left Council vessels looking primitive. Their colonies were expanding. their trade was growing, and their former allies were benefiting from new technologies humans had kept in reserve. Message from Earth, announced the Chamber's eye. On the main screen, Ambassador Walker appeared. He looked exactly as he had the day he walked out, calm and composed. The Council's attempt to enter human space has been noted, he said simply. We trust this demonstration has made our position clear. We remain open to establishing new diplomatic relations as equals, not subjects. The choice is yours. The screen went dark, leaving the Council members in stunned silence. They could have destroyed our fleet, Tom whispered to Smith. They could have let our life support fail. They could have taken control of every piece of their technology in Council space and shut us down completely. Smith nodded slowly. But they didn't, because this wasn't about proving they could beat us. It was about proving they didn't need us at all. In the following days, the Council learned of other things humans had kept hidden. Medical technologies that could have saved millions. Clean energy systems that would have ended resource wars. Faster than light drives that made their best ships look slow. All this time, Smith said, looking out at the stars, we thought we were being generous by letting humanity develop under our guidance. We never realized we were the ones being left behind. The Council had finally understood. They hadn't been dealing with a young, rising species. They had been trying to control a giant that had simply been too polite to show its full strength. 6 months after humanity's departure, the Grand Council chamber looked very different. Where once 12 species had ruled the galaxy, now only 5 remained. The others had either declared independence or signed direct treaties with Earth. Representative Smith stood at his podium, but this time he wasn't leading the session. Instead, he was preparing to welcome a guest. Ambassador Walker has agreed to hear our proposal, he told the remaining council members. Remember, we're not in a position to make demands anymore. The chamber doors opened and Walker entered. He looked exactly the same as the day he had walked out, but now he moved with an even quieter confidence. Behind him came representatives from 20 former council worlds, all of them now independent allies of Earth. Welcome back to Unity Point, Smith said, though I suspect it's we who should be requesting welcome from you now. Walker smiled slightly. The station's systems have been running below optimal efficiency. Our engineers could restore them, if you'd like. Everyone knew this was more than just talk about station maintenance. It was about the future of galactic civilization itself. We have a proposal, Smith said. The Council admits its errors. We acknowledge humanity's right to develop freely. We request a new beginning, not as rulers and subjects, but as equals. Walker listened quietly as Smith outlined the new structure. No more central control, no more restricted technology, no more artificial limits on progress. Instead, a forum for cooperation, with each species free to develop at its own pace. Interesting, Walker said when Smith finished. But why should humanity return at all? We're doing quite well on our own. The answer came from an unexpected source. The youngest remaining council member, barely a century in space, spoke up. Because you understand something we're only now learning, she said. Real strength isn't in controlling others. It's in helping them grow. Walker turned to her, genuinely interested. Go on. You could have crashed our economies completely. You could have shut down all our human-made technology. You could have left us helpless. But you didn't. You just showed us we had a choice. A murmur of agreement ran through the chamber. Even the oldest council races were nodding. And now, she continued, we're choosing to build something new. Not because you forced us, but because you showed us a better way. Walker looked around the chamber, at faces both familiar and new. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out something that made Smith catch his breath. A council membership badge. But this badge was different. Instead of the old council seal, it showed a new symbol, a galaxy with all its stars shining equally bright. Earth has discussed your proposal, Walker said. We agree on one condition. Everything we've kept hidden, all our advanced technology, All our scientific knowledge, we share it, not just with the Council, but with every species ready to use it responsibly. That would change everything, Smith whispered. That's the point, Walker replied. The galaxy shouldn't be about holding anyone back. It should be about lifting everyone up. One by one, the Council members stepped forward to exchange their old badges for new ones. As they did, screens around the chamber lit up with data. Humanity sharing its first batch of hidden breakthroughs. There's so much here, Tom said, scanning the files. Medical cures, clean energy, faster ships, better defenses. You had solutions for almost everything. We did, Walker agreed. We were just waiting for the galaxy to be ready to use them wisely. Smith looked out the chamber windows at the stars. Already, human ships were arriving to help upgrade Unity Point systems. In spite of everything, they had never stopped wanting to help. Welcome home, he said to Walker. Or perhaps we should say, welcome to the future. The galaxy was entering a new age. Not one of control and fear, but of cooperation and growth. And it had all started because one species had been brave enough to simply walk away.
The Galactic Military Academy's aptitude scanner had processed exactly 47,392,816 cadets over the past 3 millennia. It had never been wrong, not once, not even slightly. The machine was so reliable that insurance companies across 17 star systems used its data to calculate life expectancy premiums, which made what happened on Tuesday particularly inconvenient. Cadet Finn Murdoch stood in line behind 200 of the galaxy's finest future warriors, watching species he'd never seen before get scanned with mechanical precision. A blue-skinned Veltarian stepped forward. Beep, planetary assault specialist. Next, a tentacled Quilmari. Beep, deep space navigator. The process was so predictable it could have been choreographed. Behind the scanner's control panel, Senior Enrollment Officer Blix Courthaven was having what humans might call a very good day. His species, the Hendari, took pride in bureaucratic efficiency, and today's batch was running smoother than a freshly oiled hyperspace engine. Standard designations, standard placements, standard beep. The word appeared on his screen in letters so large they seemed to be screaming. Death Worlder. Blix's 4 eyes went wide. His secondary heart stopped beating. His coffee mug, which had been perfectly balanced in his left tentacle, crashed to the floor with the kind of finality usually reserved for dying stars. What the absolute void of space, he shrieked, causing 3 nearby clerks to dive under their desks. The human, this unremarkable, pink, mostly hairless biped, looked at the scanner with mild confusion. Is there a problem? The machine's been beeping at everyone else. Blix stared at his screen, then at the human, then back at his screen. He did this approximately 17 times before his brain remembered how to form words. Sir, could you please step to the side for a moment? Sure thing, Finn said cheerfully, apparently unaware that he had just triggered the bureaucratic equivalent of a galactic incident. Blix fumbled for his emergency manual, a document so thick it required its own gravitational field to keep the pages together. His claws trembled as he flipped through sections titled Unusual Classifications, Rare Species Protocols, and finally, buried in the appendices like a forgotten nightmare, Extinct Threat Classifications. There it was, page 2847. Death Worlder. Classification terminated 3,247 galactic standard years ago, following the complete disappearance of all known specimens. Note, under no circumstances should this classification appear on modern scanners. If encountered, immediately contact. The rest of the page had been eaten by space moths. Oh, brilliant, Blix muttered. Because when you're facing a potentially galaxy-ending bureaucratic crisis, sarcasm is really all you have left. He glanced back at the human, who was now casually examining a recruitment poster for the cooking corps with what appeared to be genuine interest. How could something so normal. Be classified as a death worlder. The last known death worlders had been the stuff of nightmares, being so terrifyingly adapted to hostile environments that they made black holes look like vacation spots. But the scanner was never wrong. Blix made a decision that would later be studied in crisis management courses across the galaxy as either brilliantly pragmatic or catastrophically stupid. He deleted the word from his screen, typed standard infantry, and waved the human through. Welcome to the Academy, Cadet. Murdoch, Finn Murdoch. Right, dormitory block 7, level 3. Try not to, well, just try not to. As Finn walked away, Blix reached for his emergency alcohol stash. Some days you just need a drink. Some days you need several drinks. Today was shaping up to be a drain the bottle and pretend this never happened kind of day. 3 weeks later, Professor Valdris Thornwick was having what she considered a perfectly routine survival training lecture. The topic, dangerous flora recognition and avoidance techniques. She'd been teaching this course for 47 years, and in all that time, not a single cadet had failed to show proper respect for the galaxy's most lethal plant life. Today, we'll be examining the notorious Crimson Dagger Leaf, she announced to her class of 201 cadets. This plant contains 0.01% concentrated toxin, enough to cause mild discomfort if ingested in quantities exceeding your body weight. The class collectively shuddered. Several cadets took detailed notes. One Zephyrian fainted. Professor Thornwick continued, "The recommended safe distance is no less than 10 meters, and under no circumstances should you—" "Oh, we had these in my backyard," Finn interrupted cheerfully. "We called them Monday salads. My sister used to dare me to eat them straight off the bush." The classroom fell silent. Professor Thornwick's textbook slipped from her claws and hit the floor with the sound of shattered dreams. "I'm sorry. What did you just say?" "Yeah, these things grow wild on Earth. Great source of vitamin C. Mom used to make pesto out of them. Want me to show you the safe way to harvest the leaves?" Before anyone could stop him, Finn had vaulted over 3 desks and was casually handling the Crimson Dagger Leaf like it was a particularly friendly houseplant. He plucked a leaf, examined it critically, and popped it into his mouth. "Needs salt," he declared. Professor Thornwick made a sound that was part scream, part prayer, and part request for immediate retirement. 2 cadets fainted. 1 Quilmari spontaneously molted. "Medic!" someone shouted. "Why?" Finn asked, genuinely puzzled. "It's just a plant. Back home, the really dangerous ones would try to strangle you first." The medics arrived to find Finn in perfect health and Professor Thornwick being treated for shock. When they asked what happened, 17 different cadets gave 17 different versions of the same impossible story. The human had eaten poison and asked for seasoning. That evening, in the Academy's most secure conference room, an emergency meeting was called. Present were Dean Mortius Graveheart, Chief Medical Officer Dr. Helix Vane Scale, and Professor Thornwick, who was still twitching occasionally. "Gentlemen and lady, we have a situation," Dean Graveheart announced, his voice carrying the weight of someone who'd just realized his comfortable retirement plans had been fed through a paper shredder. Dr. Vane Scale consulted his medical scanner for the 15th time. "According to my equipment, Cadet Murdoch should have been dead within 30 seconds of ingesting that leaf. Instead, his vital signs actually improved. His immune system appears to be, well, the technical term is ridiculously overpowered." "That's not the worst part," Professor Thornwick croaked. "I asked him about Earth's ecosystem for my report. Do you know what he told me?" The others leaned forward. He said, and I quote, "Oh, Earth's pretty mild. We've only got a few things that'll kill you instantly. Snakes, spiders, fish, plants, weather, other humans, and some of the smaller mammals. But that's normal, right?" Dean Graveheart felt a migraine coming on. "Define smaller mammals." "Apparently something called a honey badger. When I looked it up in the xenobiology database," she shuddered. "The file was classified as fictional, too dangerous to exist. Dr. Vainscale was frantically typing on his datapad. I'm cross-referencing Earth's biological classification with our threat assessment database. This can't be right. What? According to our records, Earth shouldn't exist. The atmospheric composition alone should have killed all life forms 3 billion years ago. The radiation levels, the weather patterns, the predatory species count, none of it makes sense. Dean Graveheart stood up, walked to his window overlooking the Academy grounds, and watched Finn Murdoch casually jogging past. The human was running at a pace that would qualify as emergency evacuation speed for most species, and he appeared to be humming. "Gentlemen," the Dean said quietly, "I believe we need to contact the Galactic Historical Archives, because either our database is catastrophically wrong about Earth, or we've accidentally enrolled something that shouldn't exist." And at 0300 hours, in the deepest vaults of the Galactic Historical Archives, Librarian Supreme Nexus Codehawk was having his first interesting day in approximately 4 centuries. He'd received an urgent request to research something called Earth and Deathworlders, and frankly, he was rather excited about it. You see, Nexus belonged to a species that found dry historical research more thrilling than most beings found combat sports. Give him a good mystery involving ancient classifications and forgotten databases, and he was happier than a Plutonian in a uranium mine. The first files he found were odd. Earth was listed in 17 different databases with 17 different threat classifications ranging from moderately hazardous to do not approach under any circumstances. Seriously, we mean it this time. No, but it was the files marked Deathworlder Historical Reference Only that made his day absolutely wonderful. "Oh, my stars and systems," he whispered, tentacles quivering with excitement. "This is incredible." According to the ancient records, Deathworlders hadn't gone extinct at all. They'd been relocated, quarantined, hidden away on a planet so ridiculously dangerous that the Galactic Council had simply assumed they'd die out naturally. That planet was called Earth. The files painted a picture so absurd it had to be true. A species so adapted to hostile environments that they considered mildly toxic to be a food group. Beings who had evolved on a world where everything was trying to kill them, and who had not only survived, but somehow found it all quite normal. But the most interesting part wasn't the biological data. It was the final entry dated 3,247 years ago. Decision unanimous. Deathworlders to be relocated to planet Earth. Classification, certain death. Recommend monitoring for 1,000 years maximum before filing under extinct species. Note, under no circumstances should Earth be contacted for everyone's safety. Nexus leaned back in his chair, a grin spreading across his features. The Galactic Council hadn't destroyed the Deathworlders. They'd given them a planet that matched their impossibly high tolerance for danger, assumed they'd die, and then forgotten about them for 3,000 years. "Oh, this is going to be fun," he cackled, reaching for his emergency communication device. Dean Graveheart's pleasant morning was interrupted by the most terrifying sound in academic administration, his emergency communicator playing the Galactic Crisis ringtone. "Dean Graveheart here," he answered, hoping it was just another false alarm about budget shortfalls. "Dean, this is Librarian Supreme Codehawk. You need to sit down." "I'm already sitting. Sit down more." Graveheart pressed himself deeper into his chair. "What did you find? Your human cadet, Finn Murdoch? He's not just a Deathworlder. He's a descendant of the original Deathworlders, the ones we quarantined 3 millennia ago because they were too dangerous for civilized space." There was a long pause, filled only by the sound of Dean Graveheart's worldview crumbling into dust. How dangerous are we talking about? Put it this way, the ancient Deathworlders were so terrifyingly capable that the entire Galactic Council, all 847 species, unanimously voted to get rid of them. Not kill them, mind you. They were too scared to try that. Just put them somewhere far away and hoped they'd go extinct naturally. And instead they thrived for 3,000 years on a planet that our computers still classify as uninhabitable by any known life form. Dean Graveheart looked out his window again. Finn Murdoch was now doing what appeared to be some kind of exercise routine involving jumping up and down repeatedly while lifting heavy objects. Several alien cadets had gathered to watch, apparently convinced they were witnessing some kind of religious ceremony. Librarian Codehawk, the Dean said slowly, what exactly were the original Deathworlders capable of? Well, according to these files, they could survive in any environment, adapt to any threat, and had a disturbing tendency to find genuinely dangerous situations entertaining. They also had something called pack bonding behavior, where they'd form emotional attachments to anything that didn't immediately try to kill them. That doesn't sound so bad. Dean, they once pack bonded with a Class 9 destroyer squid and taught it to play fetch. Dean Graveheart felt his third heart stop beating. What do you recommend we do? Honestly, don't panic him. From what I'm reading, stressed Deathworlders tend to become creative, and their creativity usually involves finding new and terrifying ways to solve problems that normal species would consider unsolvable. So we just treat him normally. Treat him very normally. And whatever you do, don't let him know that you know what he is. The last thing we need is a curious Deathworlder with access to our military training databases. Unfortunately, this conversation was taking place exactly 47 minutes after Cadet Finn Murdoch had been given his first assignment: research galactic military history and prepare a presentation on extinct warrior species. He was currently in the Academy Library, humming cheerfully as he read a file titled Deathworlders, the Galaxy's Greatest Mistake. Huh, Finn muttered, reading the ancient records. These guys sound pretty cool. I wonder what happened to them. He scrolled down to the final entry about Earth and quarantine procedures. His humming stopped. Oh, he said quietly. Oh. For the first time since arriving at the Academy, Finn Murdoch was not smiling. He was reading about his own species' history, about why humans had been hidden away, about why his homeworld was considered too dangerous for civilized contact. The records painted humans not as explorers or dreamers, but as something the galaxy had found too frightening to coexist with. They'd been isolated not for their protection, but for everyone else's. Finn sat back in his chair, processing this information with the kind of calm, analytical thinking that had helped humanity survive everything from ice ages to asteroid impacts to the invention of social media. Well, he said eventually, that explains a few things. He looked around the library at his fellow cadets, beings from dozens of species, all training together, all part of something bigger than themselves. They'd accepted him without question, treated him as an equal, shared their food and their stories and their dreams of serving something greater than individual survival, and they had no idea what he was. Finn closed the file and leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. The question wasn't whether he should tell them. The question was whether the galaxy was ready to find out that Deathworlders hadn't gone extinct. They'd just been getting better. But first, he had a presentation to prepare. And if there was one thing humans excelled at, it was giving people exactly what they asked for, whether they realized what they were asking for or not. 3 days later, every senior officer in the academy had gathered for what they believed would be a routine student presentation. They were expecting the usual academic exercise, a 20-minute summary of some extinct species, complete with charts and graphs and the kind of mind-numbing detail that made military education universally dreaded. What they got was Finn Murdoch standing at the front of the lecture hall with a smile that made several officers instinctively check the exits. "Good morning, everyone," Finn began pleasantly. "Today I'll be presenting on the Deathworlders, their history, their capabilities, and their current status." Dean Graveheart felt his heart stop beating in sequence. "Now I know what you're thinking," Finn continued. "Current status? But they went extinct 3,000 years ago." Well, that's what makes this presentation so interesting. Professor Thornwick made a small whimpering sound. You see, the Death Worlders didn't go extinct. They were relocated to a planet called Earth, where they were expected to die naturally. Instead, they adapted, evolved, and spent 3 millennia turning their hostile environment into what they now consider home sweet home. Dr. Vainscale was frantically taking notes, partly for medical purposes, and partly because he suspected these might be historically important last words. The really fascinating part, Finn said, advancing to his next slide, is that nobody bothered to check up on them for 3,000 years. So when Earth finally developed space travel and humans started applying to galactic institutions, he paused, letting the implications sink in. Well, let's just say the galaxy's filing system isn't quite as efficient as advertised. The silence in the room was so complete you could have heard a neutron drop. But here's what I find most interesting about this whole situation, Finn continued, his tone remaining conversational despite the fact that he was essentially announcing the return of the galaxy's worst nightmare. The ancient Death Worlders were quarantined because they were considered too dangerous. But dangerous to whom? And dangerous how? He clicked to his next slide, which showed a comparison chart. According to these records, Death Worlders were feared because they could survive in any environment, adapt to any threat, and work together to overcome impossible odds. They were pack-bonding creatures who formed loyal attachments and would fight to protect anything they considered family. Several officers exchanged glances. When he put it like that, it didn't sound so terrifying. But there's something the ancient records don't mention, Finn said, and his smile became just a little sharper. They don't explain why the Death Worlders were so capable. They don't mention that Death Worlders didn't evolve to be warriors. He clicked to his final slide. They evolved to be survivors. Everything else, the adaptability, the problem-solving, the pack bonding, the refusal to give up when any sane species would surrender, those were just side effects of spending millions of years on a planet where the weather could kill you, the animals could kill you, the plants could kill you, and the only way to avoid extinction was to become so ridiculously hard to kill that death itself got tired of trying. The room remained silent, but it was a different kind of silence now. Less impending doom and more trying to process information that doesn't fit into any existing category. So here's my conclusion, Finn said, looking directly at Dean Graveheart. Humans aren't dangerous because we're violent. We're dangerous because we don't know how to quit. We're dangerous because we look at impossible problems and think, well, someone's got to solve this. And we're dangerous because we pack bond with anything that shows us kindness, and we'll fight the universe itself to protect our pack. He gestured toward his fellow cadets. The question isn't whether humans belong in the galaxy. The question is whether the galaxy is ready for humans who've spent 3,000 years getting better at the thing that made you afraid of us in the first place. Dean Graveheart found his voice. And what thing is that exactly? Finn's grin was pure human mischief mixed with 3,000 years of evolutionary stubbornness. Refusing to die when we're supposed to. The Academy's emergency protocols had been designed to handle everything from reactor meltdowns to hostile alien invasions. They had not been designed to handle the existential crisis of discovering that your routine cadet was actually a member of a species so terrifyingly competent that the entire galaxy had tried to make them go away. Within 6 hours of Finn's presentation, every senior officer was crowded into the Academy's most secure conference room, arguing about what to do next. "We have to contact the Galactic Council," Admiral Kexis declared, her scales shifting to the deep purple that indicated severe stress. "This is exactly the kind of situation they need to know about." "Are you insane?" Chief of Operations Valdek shot back. "Do you remember why Death Worlders were quarantined in the first place? The Council's first instinct will be to, well, let's just say, make the problem go away permanently. But we can't just ignore this," Dr. Vainscale protested. The cadet knows what he is now. And if humans are as capable as the records suggest, how long before Earth develops military-grade space travel? How long before they decide to come looking for the rest of the galaxy? Dean Graveheart, who had been quietly reviewing Finn's academic file, looked up from his datapad. "Gentlemen, I think we're approaching this all wrong." The room turned to him. According to his records, Cadet Murdoch scored perfect marks on every single aptitude test. Combat tactics, engineering, xenobiology, diplomatic protocols, everything. But more importantly, look at his stated career goal. He turned his datapad around so the others could see. To serve the greater good and protect those who cannot protect themselves. This isn't the profile of a potential galactic conqueror. This is the profile of someone who genuinely wants to help. But the ancient records, Admiral Kexis began. The ancient records were written by people who were afraid, Dean Graveheart interrupted. They saw beings who were stronger, more adaptable, and more tenacious than anything they could understand, and they assumed the worst. But what if they were wrong? What if the Death Worlders weren't quarantined because they were evil, but because they were inconvenient? The room fell silent as the implications sank in. Think about it, the Dean continued. A species that refuses to accept impossible as an answer. A species that looks at problems others can't solve and says, "Hold my beverage and watch this." A species that forms loyal bonds and fights to protect others. That's not a threat to civilization. That's exactly what civilization needs. Dr. Vainscale was reviewing his medical files. His physical capabilities are unprecedented, but he's also been using them to help his fellow cadets. Yesterday, he carried an injured Zephyrian to the medical bay. The distance was 3 kilometers, and he ran the entire way while performing emergency first aid. And his academic performance suggests he's been deliberately holding back, Professor Thornwick added reluctantly. I've been watching him in survival class. He knows things that shouldn't be possible to know, but he only demonstrates enough to help others learn. Dean Graveheart nodded. So the question becomes, do we treat him as a threat to be contained or as an opportunity to be embraced? Before anyone could answer, the conference room door chimed. Dean Graveheart's assistant's voice came through the intercom. "Sir, Cadet Murdoch is here. He says he'd like to speak with you about clearing the air." The officers exchanged glances. Admiral Kexis reached for her sidearm. Chief Valdek started calculating escape routes. "Doctor." Vainscale began reviewing emergency medical protocols. Dean Graveheart sighed. "Send him in." Finn entered the conference room looking remarkably cheerful for someone who had just revealed himself to be a member of a species that had given the entire galaxy nightmares. He took in the assembled officers, the obvious tension, and the way Admiral Kexis was gripping her weapon. "So," he said pleasantly, "I'm guessing my presentation raised a few questions?" "A few," Dean Graveheart said carefully. "Perhaps you'd like to explain your intentions?" Finn looked genuinely puzzled. "My intentions? I want to graduate from the academy, serve with distinction, and maybe figure out how to bridge the gap between Earth and the rest of the galaxy. Same as I did yesterday before I knew about the whole Death Worlder thing. But surely you realize," Admiral Kexis said slowly, "that your species' reputation is based on 3,000-year-old fears and incomplete information." Finn interrupted. "Look, I get it. Humans are intense. We don't give up easily. We adapt to pretty much anything, and we have a disturbing tendency to turn dangerous situations into learning experiences. But that doesn't make us evil." He gestured toward the window, where his fellow cadets could be seen going through their daily training routines. "Every single being out there is training to risk their life for others. They're preparing to stand between danger and those who can't protect themselves. That's not just admirable, that's the most human thing I've ever seen." "Human?" Chief Valdek asked. "Pack behavior," Finn explained. "Humans don't just form bonds with our own species. We pack bond with anyone who shares our values. And every cadet here, every officer in this room, everyone who's dedicated their life to serving something bigger than themselves, you're all part of our pack now. The silence that followed was thoughtful rather than terrified. So what happens now, Doctor? Ainscale asked. Finn shrugged. Now we figure out how to make this work. The galaxy spent 3,000 years being afraid of humans they'd never met. Maybe it's time to find out what we can accomplish when we're working together instead of hiding from each other. He paused, his expression becoming serious for the first time. But I need you to understand something. Earth isn't going to stay hidden forever. Humans are curious by nature, and sooner or later we're going to find our way to the stars in large numbers. When that happens, you can treat us as the threat you've been afraid of for 3 millennia, or you can treat us as the allies we'd prefer to be. Dean Graveheart found himself smiling despite the circumstances. And if we choose allies, then you get a species that considers impossible a personal challenge, that never abandons family, and that thinks the best response to overwhelming odds is to try harder. Finn's grin returned. Plus, we make excellent coffee. Admiral Kexis slowly released her grip on her weapon. Coffee? It's a stimulant beverage. Humans developed it to help us stay alert during our planet's more energetic moments. Fair warning though, most species find it somewhere between mildly toxic and liquid rocket fuel. Dr. Vainscale was taking notes again. I'd like to study this coffee for medical applications. I'll bring you some tomorrow, Finn promised. But start with very small doses. Last time a human shared coffee with aliens, 3 different species declared it a controlled substance. The meeting continued for another 2 hours, but the tone had shifted completely. Instead of crisis management, they were now engaged in what could only be called opportunity planning. By the time they adjourned, they had outlined a preliminary framework for gradual human integration into galactic society. More importantly, they had agreed on a new classification for Finn's Academy records. Not standard infantry, not Death Worlder, simply human. 6 months later, the Galactic Military Academy published a new manual titled Interspecies Cooperation, a Practical Guide. Chapter 7 was devoted entirely to working with human personnel and included such helpful advice as humans consider certain death a starting point for negotiations, and if a human says something will be fun, immediately check your life insurance policy. But the most important change wasn't in any manual. It was in the Academy's graduation statistics. For the first time in recorded history, every single cadet in Finn Murdoch's class graduated with honors. When asked about this unprecedented achievement, Finn just shrugged and said, "We're pack animals. Nobody gets left behind." The scanner that had started it all was eventually retired and placed in the Academy's Museum of Historical Artifacts. The placard read, "Aptitude Scanner, Mark the 7th. The last machine to underestimate human potential." And deep in the Academy's archives, a new file was created, not under extinct species or classified threats, but in a brand new category that would soon revolutionize galactic civilization. Species who make everything better just by refusing to give up. The universe, it turned out, had been waiting 3,000 years for someone stubborn enough to prove that impossible was just enough.
Outside of the galaxy locally referred to as Milky Way. Scout's log, entry 9,211,104. I have concluded after many stellar cycles of scouting, observing, and the like, that this galaxy, the one called Milky Way by its preeminent species, may appear ideal for conquest. Recommended course of action, however, is to not engage. Neff the highest starts before he lets out a long, low sigh, something he inadvertently picked up from the humans he had been observing for some time now. It was odd, he knew, but these humans who didn't know he existed somehow still impacted him. In their words, they were rubbing off on him. Being a Trefalian, the thought of touching another being seemed disgusting and was understandably forbidden, but the human term didn't actually refer to touching one another. Neff stands from his seat and surveys the cockpit around himself for a few beats. It is brimming with technologies, ones that the humans would kill to have. He knew because he had studied their behaviors, and he knew they would want everything that his masters had created. The humans wanted it because they knew as well as he did that everything here could be used for weapons. Everything is weapons with these humans, Neff thinks, somewhat surprised by the thought. Everything is a weapon in the eyes of the humans. Everything can be bested. And yet they do not conquer as thoroughly as my masters, the ones that the humans refer to as the war makers. I'm shocked they even know of the existence of my masters. However, shocked or not, this changes nothing. Walking over to his nourishment station, Neff retrieves a sad imitation of the juice from his homeworld and childhood from the food fabricator. He longed for the comfort and familiarity of home, but he knew that he'd never see his home star again. He wasn't the master of his own life, not anymore. Returning to his seat, Neff prepares to continue his final report on the so-called Milky Way. He hated what he knew he'd be saying. His words could kill millions or billions of the humans that he had grown to admire. Despite their short lives and odd habits, Neff saw the humans as a sort of equal to himself. He admired them as well. Wetting his tongue with the mucus gland directly over his oral passage, Neff resumes his report. I advise against engaging the humans for the sole reason that they seem to be preparing for something. Despite my sincerest efforts and the combined power of every computation machine available to me, I was unable to ascertain what these humans perceived as such a threat, and this concerns me. No other race that I have encountered in my many, many stellar cycles of life have ever prepared for military engagement as the humans have. Their fleets are 964 times larger than even the most militaristic races that I have observed and that were later conquered. These massive human fleets only pertain to their active military vessels and not the ones that have been decommissioned. The humans refer to this as mothballing, and these mothballed ships are kept in a state that allows them to readily re-enter service. The humans possess industrial capacity to replace their entire fleets within a short period of time as well, should they lose them in the opening days of conflict. Aside from their ships, the humans also have standing military forces that are many times greater than even the most warlike people I have observed. Even the greatest militaries in all of the records you have made available to me are dwarfed by the human military might. The only force I am aware of that is greater than that of humanity is the Kaldrat Nexadraxi, your servants. The humans also have military outposts on the fringes of their galaxy that serve as listening stations, and they are watching for any and all activities from beyond their known galaxy. There is a cluster of such stations on the most likely invasion point that the Kaldrat Nexadraxi would take, should you choose to heed the previous plans for invasion. This amassing of such overwhelming forces can only mean that the humans are aware of an outside threat. I suspect this threat that they know of could be us, but other gathered forces elsewhere in the human-held galaxy seem to suggest that they know of other threats beyond the segments of space that I have observed them visiting and gathering information on. This is quite concerning. Neff takes a few steadying breaths in order to regain his composure. His gills and lungs had been damaged in the war against the Kaldrat Nexadraxi long ago, and they were scarred to the point that he was unable to speak for extended periods. With one final deep breath, Neff says, "End report." Sighing once more, Neff rises and returns to his study. Scattered all around the study are data pads, data crystals, and even some scrawled notes on the walls, his desk, and on many sheets of paper. Looking down at one of the papers, Neff can't help but feel a sense of amusement. Every sentient race of the universe that he had encountered had developed paper or something that served a similar purpose. Even those without sight made use of paper-like substances. It was one of the many technologies that tied sentients together, despite the great distance between them all. Lowering himself to a squatting position near his desk, Neff pores over his notes yet one more time. He needed answers. He had to know why the humans would prepare for a threat from beyond their galaxy when, according to everything he knew, there was absolutely no reason that the humans could possibly know about the threats beyond. No other race had ever gone to such great lengths to secure their borders from invasion from without, and yet the humans seemed to know much more than they disclosed. It was as if the humans had the ability to see the future itself, which was an absolute impossibility. No race had ever exhibited such a skill, even though many pretended. Neff stares at his notes. at the many references of humans warring with themselves, with races within their own galaxy, and with imaginary enemies and things the humans called war games. The closest thing he had to a reason for their building up of forces on their borders was their war games, but no race that ever had similar activities thought to prepare for threats they had never encountered like this. The Kaldret Nexodraxi, should they be sent to attack humanity, would suffer immense losses, unforgivable ones. Losses so high that Neft knew he would be held to account for said losses, and he would pay with his life. There was a distinct chance that the undefeated Kaldret Nexodraxi would even lose a war with the humans. According to every computation model, the chance of failure stood at 30%. No other race in the history of Neft's masters had ever had even a 1% chance of success in a war. That's what made Neft so nervous. The reason why the humans only stood a 30% chance of repelling an attack was because they were presently divided. There was something they called a ceasefire between the unified coalition and a disorderly amalgamation of human-controlled planets and systems opposite that organized coalition. The disorderly planets had once been unified under the name Alexandrians, but that had been a lifetime ago for the humans. Yet even divided, those disorganized worlds would not bend the knee to their apparent betters. None of this made sense. Looking to another set of notes, Neft wheezes and then injects himself with another Noth Korea treatment to remain awake and lucid enough to continue his work. His hearts race as the medicine reaches them and his mental fog lifts somewhat. Scanning the notes, he dwells on how the humans seemed to be on a war footing, even when there was no war to be had. It was as if the humans were worshippers of war, yet Neft knew they were not. Not in the same manner as the conquered before them. Humans were different. And different was an impossibility. None of the conquered had ever been different. There was never a race doing a new thing. The humans even have a sentence they use from a historical text. They call it a praise, and it states that there is nothing new under the sun. And yet the humans defy even this logic and appear to be something new. New was a threat. New was the very reason why Neft knew the humans had to be subjugated as his own race had been. These humans were special enough that his masters needed them. Studying his notes further, Neft reflects on the treatment of the conquered races of humanity. The many alien races that they had warred with, and then, once the war was over, the humans integrated the defeated aliens into their own society. For the most part, this incorporation was done without threat or bondage, which was also a new thing that Neft failed to comprehend. The humans had old documents, ones written many generations beforehand, that spoke of all men being created equal, and the humans seemed to think, for the most part, that this applied to the other races in their galaxy as well. Even the lowest sentient species were treated well, the very species that Neft's masters would have totally and completely eradicated. None of what the humans did made sense. Neft finds himself mumbling as he reads, considering the threat that the humans pose. I would be a fool to advise an attack, and yet I feel obliged to do so. There is a beep, and then the ship's AI, Neft calls it Beeper, says, Scout Neft the Highest, I must advise you to rest. You have not given your mind or body a chance to recover in 20 cycles. I cannot. Neft snaps as he studies his notes with greater attention in an act of defiance. He did not appreciate the AI or its constant nagging. The AI did not understand just what kind of mystery these humans were. No self-respecting Trefalian could leave such a mystery unsolved, even if their health and even their very lives were at risk. You must, Beeper urges. Were you a human, this would be your 20th year without sleep. Even your own people rested in their first days of discovery. Neft holds up a cool, damp arm. They were not discovering the humans. Now silence. Very well, Beeper gives in, followed by a quiet beep. Neft knew that he was exhausted. He knew that this could end up being his final mission because his very body was giving out. However, answers had to come. His life was a small price to pay for these answers. Should another Trefalian come to finish what he started, he wanted them to know as much as was possible. The human enigma needed to be addressed. The human enigma had to be conquered. Shaking in awe and anxiety, Neft cries out, we must make them subjects of my masters. They must bow before them as my people have. The humans cannot continue like this. It is lunacy. No other race would consider actions as these. Slamming his arms against his desk, Neft smashes it to pieces and sends all the research that had been carefully laid out into the air. In a rage, he shouts, Beeper, resume my report now. Very well, Beeper sounds, I am recording now. Staring out into the void beyond his window, Neft looks toward the Milky Way, toward the home of the humans. Shaking still, now in a rage, he says, "Amendment to Scout's log. Entry 9,211,104. It is highly advisable that the humans be brought under the complete and total control of my masters. We must learn what secrets they hold and learn of who they are preparing to war against. Conquest is preferred, but extinction will be required if that is not achievable. It is advisable that the Kaldrit Nexidraxi be sent in immediately. It is advisable that their complete force should be concentrated on a small region of human-controlled space to ensure their success. The usual broad conquest cannot succeed, and my computer models support this. It is advisable that the old machinations and any other remaining forces within the human-controlled galaxy be activated in order to preoccupy the humans and allow for a successful invasion. It is recommended that no effort should be spared, lest the humans retaliate. This is imperative for the continuation of the order of the universe, of which my masters control. Scout Neft the Highest, signing out. End report." A few silent moments pass before Beeper asks, "Did you not advise against this mere moments ago?" Neft waves the AI off uselessly. He did not understand the humans, and that was a threat. It was a threat to himself, to his masters, and to the universe itself. Everything had its place. Everything has its order. Every race has its master, save Neft's masters alone. The humans defied all of this. And like the wayward children they were, they had to be brought back into order. No rebellion could be allowed, especially not on a scale like this. Seething, Neft feels hot mucus slipping over his mouth and chin in a manner no Trifalian had felt in hundreds of human centuries. It was something that only happened to the greatest of warriors before battle. It was a warning to any and all who stood against them that they would die. The rebellious humans would either join the fold under Neft's masters, or they would fall. Nothing else could be allowed because the enigmatic humans could not be understood. Surrendering to his body's needs, Neft collapses. Moments later, he breathes his last breath as his heart fails. Neft's final thoughts did not dwell on his home, nor on his slain family. Instead, he thought of the next Trifalian who would finish what he started. Who would understand the humans that Neft failed to? Thank you for listening to this story. If you liked it, be sure to check out some of the author Caleb Fast's published stories on Amazon. I've linked to his best-selling story in the description and comments section. Also, please be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. I will see you in the next one. Holy High Admiral Rin of the Galactic Council ran a clawed hand through his silver fur in irritation as he reviewed the latest report from the Sol system. His long, pointed ears twitched backward, a sign of growing concern among the Velran species. These humans were becoming increasingly problematic. Not only had they managed to detect and intercept the Council's observation probes, but they'd also had the audacity to send a response message asking for diplomatic contact. Another species rushing to join the galactic community before they're ready. He growled softly to his aide, his fanged muzzle curling slightly. Bring up their planetary data. The holographic display filled with information about Earth, and Rin's golden eyes widened in alarm. Gravity nearly twice the galactic average. Atmospheric pressure is crushing by most standards. Average surface temperature range carries a swing that would kill most sentient species. By the first ones, he whispered, his tail going rigid. It's a death world. The humans' request for diplomatic relations was processed with unprecedented speed, not out of respect but fear. Within a standard cycle, a council delegation had arrived in the Sol system, their ships maintaining a safe distance from Earth, that the humans correctly interpreted as insulting. The diplomatic meeting was a disaster from the start. The human representatives, expecting a warm welcome into a vast galactic community, instead found themselves treated like barely contained predators. The council delegation flinched at every human movement, their universal translators struggling to convert the aggressive tone of human speech into something less threatening. You must understand, Council Representative Midas explained, his own fur standing on end. Your species has developed in unique conditions. The Council has protocols for dealing with Death World species. We can offer limited trade rights, restricted technology transfers, and restricted technology transfers. The human ambassador, Rebecca Sheets, kept her voice carefully neutral, despite her rising frustration. With all due respect, we've already detected quantum communications, observed your FTL capabilities, and begun theoretical work on our own versions of your technology. We're not asking for handouts, we're offering collaboration. The council members exchanged alarmed glances. This was precisely what they feared, a death world species advancing too quickly, too aggressively. Their civilizations, built on careful algorithmic progression and AI-guided development, had no framework for handling such rapid advancement. The situation might have remained a diplomatic stalemate if not for the Hegemony Alliance. The faction had been pushing for war against the Federation for cycles, and the discovery of humanity became their perfect excuse. Secret broadcasts began circulating through council space. Footage of human combat sports, historical war documentaries, and particularly effective propaganda showing humans hunting prey by simply following it until it collapsed from exhaustion. These creatures, hegemony propaganda declared, are natural pursuit predators with endurance that defies reason. They heal from grievous wounds, thrive in radiation that would kill civilized species, and show concerning signs of rapid technological advancement. Can we afford to wait until they develop their own FTL capabilities? The Council, paralyzed by indecision, could only watch as tensions escalated. Earth's attempts at neutrality were rejected. The humans would have to choose a side or be considered hostile by default. The decision was made for them when the Hegemony launched a preemptive defensive strike against humanity's newly established Mars and Luna colonies. In the aftermath of the attack, as the Council scrambled to either condemn or condone the action, a single message was broadcast from Earth. It was audio only, delivered in the formal language of Council diplomacy. But something in its tone made even Holy High Admiral Rin's fur stand on end. He recognized the cold fury behind the words. The United Earth Government acknowledges your act of war. We are launching our response. One ship. You may consider this our formal resignation from neutrality. The Council dismissed it as primitive bravado. After all, what could one ship do against the combined might of a galactic power? They would soon find out about the hastily completed vessel that Earth's combined military forces had christened the USS Rotisserie Chicken, a name that the ship's marine contingent had suggested as a joke, and which had stuck, much to the brass's chagrin. The same Marines who would later be heard on captured combat footage cheerfully requesting permission to crack open a fresh box of crayons moments before their first engagement with the Hegemony fleet. The galaxy was about to learn why you don't corner a species that evolved as persistence predators on a death world. They named it what? Holy High Admiral Rin's ears flattened against his skull as he stared at the report. This must be a translation error. No, sir, his aide confirmed, whiskers twitching with nervous energy. Our linguists are quite certain. The humans have named their vessel the USS Rotisserie Chicken. We believe it's a reference to a form of cooked prey they consume. The name was the least of their concerns. The vessel that had emerged from Earth's orbital shipyards defied all conventional military doctrine. It was massive, yes, but its design was unlike anything in known space. Where galactic ships were sleek and streamlined, this human vessel was angular and brutalist. Where Council doctrine demanded sophisticated energy shields, the humans had opted for thick plates of crude armor. Most bizarrely, instead of the standard AI combat systems, the ship appeared to be entirely crewed by living beings. Forward these scans to Grand Admiral Tareth, Rin ordered. The Hegemony should know what they're facing, even if it's primitive. Aboard the Rotisserie Chicken, Captain Johnny Banks ignored the snickers from his Marine contingent as he recorded his first log entry. Captain's log, USS Rotisserie Chicken. The brass is still mad about the name, but morale is high. We're carrying the best Earth has to offer. Naval personnel who scored highest in tactical simulations. Marines who volunteered, despite knowing this might be a one-way trip. And enough ammunition to make anyone regret starting this war. Engineering reports our kinetic weapon systems are operational, and the Marines have finished painting welcome to the rice fields on the portside hull. God help me, I'm actually starting to like these crayon eaters. The ship's first encounter with the Hegemony fleet came 3 days later in the Proxima Centauri system. Grand Admiral Tareth had assembled a fleet of 30 vessels, all equipped with the latest in AI combat systems and energy weapons. The alien commander broadcast on all frequencies, ensuring the entire galaxy could witness what they assumed would be humanity's humiliation. Attention primitive vessel, Tareth's message boomed. You are outnumbered 30 to 1. Your technology is inferior. Your weapons are obsolete. Surrender now and... Sir, Lieutenant Weathers interrupted, trying to suppress a grin. The Marines are requesting permission to, and I quote, crack open a fresh box of crayons and show these Xenos how we do things downtown. Captain Banks allowed himself a small smile. Tell them they may proceed. Tactical, prepared to demonstrate why humanity never developed energy shields. We never needed them. What followed would be studied in military academies for centuries to come. The rotisserie chicken's first action was to launch what appeared to be primitive missiles, easily intercepted by the hegemony's energy screens. But these weren't simple explosives. Each missile burst apart into thousands of tungsten spheres, creating an expanding cloud of hypervelocity projectiles that overwhelmed the shield's ability to track and deflect incoming objects. 3 hegemony ships were shredded in the opening salvo. Impossible. Tareth sputtered as his fleet's AI combat system struggled to adapt. Their weapons are kinetic. They're using primitive projectiles, the algorithms say. Sir, his second-in-command interrupted. They're accelerating. The humans are ramming speed, but the vectors, they can't possibly survive the G-forces. The rotisserie chicken performed a high-G maneuver that would have killed any other species, its reinforced hull groaning as it swung through an impossibly tight turn. The human crew, products of their high-gravity world, endured forces that would have turned most aliens to paste. They emerged from the turn inside the hegemony formation, where the alien ship's energy weapons risked hitting their own vessels. Hey LT, one Marine called out as he helped load another salvo of tungsten spheres. You think they know we named our ship after food because we're gonna cook in? The battle lasted less than an hour. When it was over, 27 hegemony ships were destroyed or disabled. The remaining 3 fled, carrying with them footage that would shock the Galactic Council to its core. Their precious algorithms, their sophisticated AI combat systems, their energy weapons, all had been rendered obsolete by human ingenuity and what the aliens had dismissed as primitive technology. As the rotisserie chicken's crew began repairs, Captain Banks recorded a brief message to be broadcast on the same frequencies the hegemony had used to announce their victory. This is Captain Banks of the USS Rotisserie Chicken. We look forward to demonstrating human combat techniques to the rest of your fleet. Also, the Marines wanted me to add, first box of crayons is on the house. In his command center, Holy High Admiral Rin watched the footage of the battle for the 12th time, his fur rippling with distress. By the first ones, what have we awakened? His aide, equally shaken, could only respond, sir, this was just their first engagement, and they're still warming up. The Galactic Council's emergency session was interrupted by another report. The rotisserie chicken had just decimated its 3rd hegemony battle group. This time, the human vessel had used the gravity well of a gas giant to perform what the aliens' AI systems had calculated as a physically impossible slingshot maneuver. They're not just surviving these maneuvers, one analyst reported, her tentacles writhing in agitation. They're thriving on them. The human crew appears to be enjoying the high-G combat. In his private chambers, Holy High Admiral Rin reviewed the latest footage. The human ship had developed a reputation that preceded it. Hegemony crews were now refusing orders to engage it directly. His fur bristled as he watched the recording of their latest battle. The camera feed showed the rotisserie chicken emerging from the gas giant's gravity well like a bullet from a gun. The human vessel had deliberately dove into the planet's atmosphere, using it to alter course in ways that the hegemony's targeting computers couldn't predict. The aliens' energy weapons, requiring precise tracking to maintain beam coherence, proved useless against such erratic movement. Sir, Lieutenant Weathers' voice crackled through the captured combat recordings. Marines report they're running low on purple crayons. Permission to switch to the emergency red ones. Granted, Captain Banks replied, his voice steady despite pulling enough G's could kill most species. But tell them to save the blue ones. Those are their favorite. The casual banter during combat unnerved Rin more than anything else. How could they joke while performing maneuvers that should be turning their organs to jelly? The answer, of course, was written in humanity's very DNA. Evolved on a high-gravity death world, humans had developed not just the physical resilience to endure such forces, but the mental fortitude to remain operational, even cheerful, under conditions that would reduce most species to panic. Look at their neural patterns, the Council's chief xenobiologist explained. pointing to scans taken during the battle. The humans are producing what we'd consider excessive amounts of adrenaline and endorphins. They're not just surviving combat, they're getting a biochemical reward for it. They're literally capable of enjoying warfare. The hegemony's response was to deploy their most sophisticated, AI-driven drone ships, believing that removing the organic element would counter the humans' advantage. It was a logical decision, based on careful analysis of combat data. It was also exactly what Captain Banks had been waiting for. About time they brought out the big guns, he commented, watching the drone fleet approach. Tactical, remember what we learned in basic. About why humans never developed true AI for combat. Lieutenant Weathers grinned. Because humans are too creative and unpredictable. We could never program an AI to think like us because we're batshit crazy, finished Gunnery Sergeant Williams from his weapons station. Permission to demonstrate, sir? What followed was a masterclass in human improvisation. The rotisserie chicken began performing maneuvers that weren't just unpredictable, they were deliberately irrational. They fired at targets that didn't exist, creating debris fields that emerged exactly where the drones attempted to dodge to. They launched missiles that deliberately missed, only to detonate and create electromagnetic pulses in precisely the wrong places, which became exactly the right places when the drone's predictable evasion protocol sent them straight into the affected zones. The humans are using game theory against the AIs, one hegemony programmer realized in horror. But they're not following any known strategy. They're using psychological warfare against machines. How do you use psychological warfare against an AI? Another demanded. You don't, came the response, but you can use it against the programmers who wrote their combat algorithms. The humans aren't fighting the drones, they're fighting our assumptions about how space combat should work. The battle ended with the entire drone fleet destroyed or disabled. The rotisserie chicken had suffered only minimal damage, most of it cosmetic. The Marines had even found time to paint a new kill count on the hull, represented by a series of crayon doodles. As Captain Banks prepared his report to Earth Command, he noticed something that made him laugh out loud. "Sir?" Lieutenant Weathers inquired. "Just realized something," Banks replied, gesturing to their tactical display. "The maneuvers we used, plot them against the star chart." The bridge crew gathered around the display and slowly began to grin. Their seemingly random course changes, when mapped against the backdrop of stars, had traced a crude drawing of a chicken. "Well," Banks said with a straight face, "we did tell them we were going to show them how humans do things. Send the tactical plot to Earth with my compliments. And tell the Marines, tell them they can break out the blue crayons. They've earned them." In his command center, Holy High Admiral Rin looked at his aide with growing concern. "How do you fight an enemy that treats war like an art form, sir?" the aide suggested quietly. "Worse," Rin replied, his ears flat against his skull, "like they're having fun." "They've done what?" Holy High Admiral Rin's voice cracked as his aide delivered the latest report. They're using our quantum communications network, sir. Somehow they've tapped into it. They're broadcasting music. Through every quantum-enabled device in hegemony space, a human song now played on repeat. Something called Danger Zone by a human named Kenny Loggins. The rotisserie chicken's Marines had hijacked the most sophisticated communications network in known space to play their battle anthem. The psychological impact was devastating. The song itself was unsettling enough to alien ears, but its omnipresence meant that every hegemony crew knew that the humans could access their most secure channels at will. Worse, they were using this capability not for tactical advantage, but for what appeared to be pure entertainment. Aboard the rotisserie chicken, Captain Banks was reviewing their next objective when Lieutenant Weathers spoke up. "Sir, we're receiving a priority transmission from the hegemony's central command. They're challenging us to a decisive battle." "Let me guess," Banks replied. "They've gathered their remaining forces at a tactically advantageous position." "Yes, sir. The Terminus Nebula. Their entire remaining fleet, over 200 ships. They're calling it their final solution to the human problem." Banks leaned back in his command chair, a slight smile playing across his face. "They still don't get it, do they? Lieutenant, get me ship-wide." The intercom crackled to life throughout the vessel. "Attention all hands, this is the captain. The hegemony has kindly invited us to a party at the Terminus Nebula. They've even brought party favors, about 200 of them. Now it would be rude to refuse such a gracious invitation, wouldn't it?" The Marines' enthusiastic hurrah. echoed through the ship's corridors. Gunnery Sergeant Williams, Banks continued, "Please inform your Crayon enthusiasts that this is a formal engagement. They may break out the metallic colors." The battle that followed would be forever known as the Terminus Massacre, though not for the reasons the hegemony had hoped. The rotisserie chicken emerged from FTL directly in the center of the enemy formation, a suicide move by any conventional tactical analysis. "Sir," one hegemony commander reported, "they're surrounded on all sides. Their shields, wait, they still don't have shields. This is madness." What the hegemony failed to understand was that humans had never developed energy shields because their entire approach to warfare was fundamentally different. Why try to stop an energy beam when you could simply not be where it was going to hit? The rotisserie chicken began to dance. There was no other word for it. The human vessel moved through the enemy formation like a leaf in the wind, its movements fluid and unpredictable. Each dodge seemed to happen before the enemy fired. Each counterattack struck precisely where an enemy ship would be, not where it was. "How are they doing this?" demanded the hegemony admiral. "Our targeting computers can't get a lock." The answer came from an unexpected source, a junior zonobiologist who had been studying human sports. "They're using something called muscle memory," she reported. "Humans can train their bodies to react to situations without conscious thought. Their reaction times bypass their neural processing delays. They're not predicting our attacks, they're feeling them." The rotisserie chicken's crew had spent months drilling for exactly this scenario. Every crew member knew their role by heart, could feel the ship's movements in their bones. Where alien crews relied on computer targeting and AI prediction models, the humans operated on pure instinct by relentless practice. As the battle reached its crescendo, Gunnery Sergeant Williams' voice came over the ship's comm. "Sir, request permission to try something stupid." "Define stupid," Gunny Banks replied, even as he corkscrewed the ship through a crossfire that should have vaporized them. "Remember that thing we talked about, with the kinetic rounds and the nebula gases?" Banks grinned. "You mean the thing the engineers said would probably blow us up?" "That's the one, sir. Do it." The rotisserie chicken launched its entire remaining complement of kinetic weapon pods into the nebulous gas clouds. The tungsten spheres, designed to shred enemy ships, instead created a cascade of static electricity through the ionized gases. The nebula itself became a weapon, discharging massive bolts of energy that overwhelmed the hegemony ship's shields. As the enemy fleet fell into chaos, the humans' battle anthem once again played through their quantum networks, Highway to the Danger Zone. When the energy storms cleared, over half the hegemony fleet was disabled or destroyed. The remaining ships were retreating in disarray, their perfectly programmed combat formations shattered by an enemy that refused to follow the rules of warfare. "Status report," Banks called out, his voice steady despite the gravitational forces they'd just endured. "Hull integrity at 82%, sir," Weathers reported. "Marines report they're down to their last few crayons, but are willing to share with the Navy personnel if needed." "Always did like those crayon eaters," Banks mused. "Set course for the hegemony capital. I think it's time we had a chat with their leadership about the terms of their surrender." In his command center, Holy High Admiral Rin watched the battle recordings with a mixture of horror and awe. They did all this with one ship? His aide, whose fur had gone prematurely gray over the past few months, simply nodded. "Yes, sir, and according to our intelligence, Earth is building more." Rin's ears flattened completely against his skull. May the first ones have mercy on us all. The hegemony's capital world of New Damascus had never fallen in its 1,000-year history. Its orbital defenses were considered impregnable, its automated response systems unbeatable, its strategic position unassailable. "Sir," Lieutenant Weathers reported, "we're picking up over 1,000 defensive platforms. Also, the Marines want to know if they can name the upcoming battle Operation Extra Crispy." Captain Banks pinched the bridge of his nose, fighting back a smile. "Tell them that if they can take out the planetary shield generator without scratching the paint, they can name it whatever they want." "Aura," echoed through the ship's corridors. The rotisserie chicken's approach to New Damascus would later be described by Holy High Admiral Rin as tactically insane, strategically brilliant, and historically terrifying. Instead of engaging the orbital defenses, the human vessel did something unprecedented. It landed right in front of the hegemony's capital building. The defensive platforms, programmed to defend against space-based threats, were completely unprepared for a ship that simply flew through the atmosphere like an oversized aircraft. The planetary shields, designed to prevent bombardment from orbit, did nothing to stop a vessel that was already inside their perimeter. The Marines' boarding action was recorded by countless security cameras, footage that would be studied by military academies for centuries to come. Led by Gunnery Sergeant Williams, they moved with what aliens would later describe as terrifying efficiency tempered by inexplicable good humor. Remember, crayon eaters, Williams called out as they secured the main hall. We're here to make history, not blow up the building. Try not to break anything expensive unless it shoots at you first. The hegemony's leadership, found huddled in their secure bunker, were treated to the surreal sight of human Marines, setting up a provisional command post in their own war room. Several of them were indeed snacking on what appeared to be colorful wax sticks while maintaining security positions. Gentle beings, Captain Banks addressed them as he entered, his dress uniform immaculate despite the combat drop they'd just performed. We need to discuss the terms of your surrender, and I'd prefer to do it before my Marines run out of crayons. They get cranky when that happens. The war ended not with a massive space battle, but with a signing ceremony. The hegemony's unconditional surrender was broadcast across all frequencies, including their quantum network, which was still occasionally playing Danger Zone, thanks to a Marine tech specialist who refused to undo his handiwork. In the aftermath, the Galactic Council found itself forced to radically reassess its policies. Humanity, far from being primitive, had demonstrated a form of warfare that combined technical prowess with intuitive creativity in ways the galaxy had never seen. 1 month later, at the formal peace conference, Holy High Admiral Rin found himself seated next to Captain Banks. I must know, Rin said, his ears twitching with curiosity. Was this your plan all along? To show us that our reliance on AI and automated systems had made us predictable? Banks smiled. Actually, we just did what humans always do, we adapted. Though I have to admit, naming the ship Rotisserie Chicken probably helped. It's hard to be scared of a ship named after food. And yet, Rin mused, that name will now live in infamy throughout the galaxy. Our military academies have already begun requiring their officers to study human history, particularly what you call unconventional warfare. Speaking of education, Banks replied, reaching into his pocket, the Marines asked me to give you this as a gesture of goodwill. Rin stared at the offered object, a pristine blue crayon. They say blue tastes the best, Banks explained with a straight face. Don't ask me how they know that. The image of the most powerful military leader in the galaxy carefully accepting a crayon from a human captain would grace history books for generations to come. It marked not just the end of a war, but the beginning of a new understanding between species. In the years that followed, humanity would join the Galactic Council on their own terms. The USS Rotisserie Chicken was preserved as a museum ship, its crayon-decorated hull maintained in pristine condition. It became traditional for visiting dignitaries to leave a crayon in the ship's memorial hall. But perhaps the most telling change came in the form of a new required course at the Galactic Military Academy. Titled Human Unconventional Tactics and Strategic Creativity, its official logo featured a crayon-drawn chicken soaring through space. The course's first lesson began with a simple question: why did one human ship win a galactic war? The answer, written in blue crayon at the bottom of the syllabus: because sometimes the best way to win isn't to be the most advanced, it's to be the most human. And in Earth's shipyards, a new class of vessels was under construction. Each one bore a name chosen by its Marine contingent, each one crewed by beings who understood that victory wasn't about having the best technology or the most sophisticated AI. It was about having heart, courage, and maybe, just maybe, a fresh box of crayons. Thank you so much for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed it. Be sure to leave it a like and to subscribe if you'd like to see more. Feel free to comment and share it as well. With all that said, go on and check out the video in the top left. I think you might like it.
Commander Raxon stared at the holographic display, his 4 eyes blinking in rapid succession. The signal pulsed again, defying every prediction his science team had made. As the Supreme Commander of the Cartharian Empire's 7th Exploratory Fleet, he'd seen his share of anomalies, but this was different. Run it again, he ordered. his scaled fingers drumming against the command chair's crystalline surface. The bridge crew exchanged nervous glances, their bioluminescent patches flickering with anxiety. The signal repeated, strong, clear, and unmistakably artificial, coming from a planet that, by all rights, should have been dead. A Category 12 death world with crushing gravity, lethal atmospheric pressure, and enough solar radiation to cook most species alive. "Commander," Lieutenant Zena called out, her voice trembling slightly. "The signal, it's not just random emissions, they're broadcasting entertainment. Music, stories, advertisements for something called car insurance." She paused, confusion evident in her tone. "They're calling their planet Earth." Raxon suppressed a laugh. Entertainment on a Category 12? Impossible. His people, the mighty Cartharians, were among the galaxy's premier deathworlders. Their homeworld, with its dense atmosphere and 1.3 standard gravity, had forged them into one of the most physically imposing species in known space. Even they wouldn't survive on a Category 12 for more than a few minutes. "Bring up the planetary data again," he commanded, rising from his chair to pace the bridge. His heavy footsteps echoed against the metallic floor, each step a reminder of his species' power. "Show me everything." The holographic display shifted, presenting a blue-green marble suspended in the void. Statistics scrolled past. Gravity 1.0 g, impossible. Oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere, lethal to most species. Temperature variations from -50 to +50 degrees Celsius, absolutely ridiculous. And go back to the atmospheric composition. 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, 1% trace gases, Zena read out. "Sir, these readings suggest it's inhabited." "By bacteria, perhaps," Raxon scoffed. "Or simple multicellular organisms at most. Nothing sapient could evolve in such conditions." He gestured at the display with one clawed hand. "Look at the solar radiation levels alone. Any species trying to develop there would be cooked alive before they could develop basic tools." First Officer Karras cleared his throat, his neck frills extending slightly in embarrassment. "Sir, about that, we're picking up artificial satellites, thousands of them, and cities, global communication networks, evidence of primitive space travel." Raxon froze mid-step. The bridge fell silent, save for the constant hum of the ship's engines. In his 20 cycles of service, he'd never encountered anything like this. The Cartharians, along with the other Death Worlder species, the crystalline Vexithor, the massive juggernaut Krawl, and the predatory Nexari, had always assumed they were alone in their capability to survive harsh conditions. "Sir," Zena interrupted his thoughts. "Incoming transmission. They've spotted us." "Impossible," Raxon muttered. But even as he said it, he knew he was wrong. The evidence was right there, mocking every assumption he'd ever held about the galaxy's natural order. "Put it through!" The holographic display flickered, and a face appeared. A bipedal creature, soft-skinned with only 2 eyes and no visible natural defenses. It smiled, showing flat, herbivore-like teeth. "This is Captain Sandra Chen of the United Earth Defense Force. We've been tracking your vessel since you entered our solar system. Welcome to Earth." Raxon's translator must be malfunctioning. This fragile-looking creature couldn't possibly be speaking from the surface of a Category 12 death world. Yet here they were, casual as could be, extending greetings as if they weren't standing in an environment that should be liquefying their organs. "This is Commander Raxon of the Cartharian Empire's 7th Exploratory Fleet," he responded, trying to maintain his composure. "We're not expecting to find sapient life in this system." Captain Chen's smile widened. "Yes, we get that a lot. Would you like to come down for a visit? The weather's lovely this time of year, only 35 degrees Celsius and 80% humidity. Perfect for a garden party." Raxon's secondary heart nearly stopped. They considered that lovely weather? He glanced at his environmental officer, who was already shaking his head in disbelief. The readings were clear. Stepping onto that planet's surface would be suicide for any of his crew. "I regret that our environmental requirements make such a visit impossible," Raxon managed to say diplomatically. Perhaps we could arrange a meeting on our vessel? Oh, of course. Captain Chen nodded understandingly. We'll send up a delegation. Just one question. What's your standard atmospheric pressure? We'll need to know what suits to bring. 2.3 atmospheres, Raxon replied automatically, then added with concern. Your species can survive pressure changes of that magnitude? Oh, that's nothing, Chen waved dismissively. We've got deep-sea researchers who work at pressures 50 times that. We'll be up in an hour. Chen out. As the transmission ended, Raxon slowly sank back into his command chair. 50 times standard pressure? Deep-sea research? He looked around at his stunned bridge crew, their expressions matching his own disbelief. Send word to the Death Worlder Council, he ordered quietly. Tell them we need to reevaluate our definition of Death World, and someone get me a drink, a strong one. As his crew rushed to comply, Raxon continued staring at the image of Earth rotating serenely in space. The Cartharians had always prided themselves on being among the galaxy's toughest species. Now, for the first time in his life, he felt like a soft-worlder. Somewhere on that horrific planet, these humans were preparing to visit his ship, probably thinking about what snacks to bring along. Raxon had a feeling the galaxy was about to become a much more interesting place. The grand chamber of the Death Worlder Council buzzed with nervous energy. High Counselor Vex's crystalline form caught the light as she moved to the center platform, her faceted surface reflecting scattered rainbow patterns across the assembled representatives. The emergency session had been called within hours of Commander Raxon's report, bringing together the 4 most powerful species in known space. The data is conclusive, Vex announced, her voice resonating through the chamber's perfect acoustics. We are not, as we believed, alone in our evolutionary advantages. She gestured, and a holographic Earth appeared above the assembly. Supreme Commander Krull of the Juggernaut Collective snorted, his massive 12-foot frame shifting in his reinforced chair. Impossible, look at them. No armor, no claws, soft skin. They're prey species who got lucky with technology. Lucky? Commander Raxon stepped forward, still shaken from his encounter. They live in conditions that would kill any of us in minutes. Their world experiences temperature swings that would shatter your bones, Krull. They call it weather and complain that it makes their hair frizzy. The Nexari representative, Hunter Prime Tal, leaned forward, her predatory eyes narrowing. Our preliminary analysis suggests they are apex predators, despite their appearance. They persist in hunting even with abundant food supply. They chase prey to exhaustion, continuing long after stronger species would give up. They do what? Krull's 4 eyes blinked in succession. Persistence hunting, Tal explained, bringing up new data streams. Keep going. Their endurance exceeds any known species, and that's just the beginning. Look at their adaptation range. The display shifted, showing humans living in environments from Arctic tundra to scorching deserts. The chamber fell silent as the implications sank in. This cannot stand, Supreme General Nash of the Vex-Thor Dominion declared, his crystalline form vibrating with concern. If they can survive such extremes, what happens when they expand beyond their world? They could colonize anywhere. They already are, Raxon interrupted, pulling up his ship scans. They have settlements in orbit, a base on their moon and preliminary colonies on Mars, a planet almost as hostile as their homeworld. They call these ventures baby steps. High Counselor Vex raised her appendages for silence as the chamber erupted in worried conversations. The question before us is clear. How do we approach these humans? Traditional power dynamics may not apply here. My crew prepared a standard diplomatic welcome package, Raxon offered. They sent back suggestions for improvements, including 6 different recipes for something called barbecue. They want to host a welcome party on their planet's surface. A trap, Krull declared confidently. No, Tal interjected, her hunting instincts giving weight to her words. They're being genuine. They don't see their world as hostile. To them, we're the strange ones for needing environmental suits just to visit. The display shifted again, showing humans participating in various activities. Swimming in liquid water, climbing frozen mountains, running through sandstorms, surviving conditions that would kill any other known species.
Look at this, Vex highlighted one recording. They voluntarily jump from high altitudes for entertainment. They call it skydiving. Their young engage in recreational activities they call sports, Tal added, including one where they purposely collide with each other at high speeds. They wear minimal protection and consider this normal. General Nash's crystalline surface flickered with distress patterns. We must send an investigation team. Learn more about these humans before they realize their potential advantage. Too late, Raxon said quietly. During our first contact, they mentioned wanting to exchange scientific data. They're particularly interested in our medical technology. Not for themselves, but because they think it might help them better treat their pets. Their what? Kroll leaned forward, nearly breaking his reinforced chair. Apparently, they share their homes with smaller creatures for companionship. They spend considerable resources keeping these animals healthy and comfortable, despite no obvious benefit to themselves. The chamber fell silent again as the implications sank in. A species so adaptable they treated survival as an afterthought. So confident they devoted resources to caring for other species purely for emotional reasons. High Counselor Vex's surface rippled with decision patterns. We will send a joint delegation, representatives from all our species. We need to understand these humans better. She paused, her crystals refracting light in complex patterns. And someone needs to verify their claims about this barbecue. For diplomatic reasons, of course. I volunteer, Tal said quickly, her hunting instincts clearly intrigued by the concept of cooked meat. The delegation will depart immediately, Vex declared. Commander Raxon, you'll lead, since you've already established contact, and... She hesitated. Bring environmental suits. Lots of them. We may be Death Worlders, but compared to humans, we're starting to look like tourists on a pleasure planet. As the council dispersed, Raxon checked his latest update from Earth. Captain Chen had sent more messages, including an invitation to something called a tailgate party before the diplomatic meetings began. Apparently, it involved gathering in an open parking lot, deliberately exposing oneself to the elements while consuming food cooked outdoors. They're either the bravest or the most insane species we've ever encountered, Raxon muttered to himself. Why not both? Tal asked, falling into step beside him. After all, only humans would look at a Category 12 Death World and think, yes, this looks like a nice place to evolve civilization and have picnics. Raxon couldn't argue with that logic. As he prepared for the mission ahead, he wondered what other surprises these humans had in store for them. One thing was certain, the galaxy's power dynamics were about to change dramatically. From the safety of their reinforced observation pod, the alien delegation watched humanity with growing bewilderment. Commander Raxon kept a detailed log, though each entry seemed more outlandish than the last. Observation log, Day 3. The humans have taken us to what they call a gym. Inside, they voluntarily subject themselves to simulated labor, lifting heavy objects repeatedly for no apparent purpose other than to make the task more challenging in the future. When asked why, our guide Tucker Martinez simply said, "Gotta get those gains, bro." We remain uncertain what these gains are. Hunter Prime Tal peered through the observation window at a human performing something called deadlifts. Her sensory frills twitched with each movement. They're deliberately straining their muscles to the point of micro-tears, she noted. And they do this for recreation? Apparently they grow stronger by repeatedly damaging and healing themselves, Kroll rumbled, watching a human bench press nearly their own body weight. It's like their entire species decided that what doesn't kill them literally makes them stronger. The next observation location proved even more confounding. Raxon activated his recording device again. Observation log, Day 5. We're at a human sporting event called hockey. They deliberately slide across frozen water, crashing into each other while chasing a small disc. When one human lost several teeth from an impact, the crowd cheered as he waved and smiled, bleeding, before returning to the game. The other humans call this playing through the pain and consider it admirable. General Nash's crystalline form vibrated with concern. Their young are present, watching this display of violence. They're taking notes and wearing miniature versions of player uniforms. Speaking of their young, Tal interjected, pulling up her own observations, I've been monitoring their educational facilities. Their children engage in an activity called recess, where they're released into an outdoor arena to run, climb, and engage in mock combat. The supervisors only intervene if someone draws blood or breaks a major bone. Raxon added another entry. The humans call their children's play area a playground. It's essentially a training ground filled with obstacles, climbing structures, and opportunities for dangerous falls. They consider this essential for proper development. The delegation moved to their next observation point, a coastal area. What they witnessed there nearly caused Krull to crash their pod in shock. Observation log, day 7. Humans are deliberately swimming in the ocean. Let me repeat that. They are voluntarily immersing themselves in an environment containing countless predators, powerful currents, and salt water that would corrode most species' protective layers. They call this a beach vacation and pay money to do it. Look at that one. Tal pointed at a human on something called a surfboard. They're riding liquid water formations for entertainment. Those waves could crush our strongest vessels, and they're laughing. Their observations of human cities proved equally disturbing. Raxon struggled to maintain scientific objectivity in his logs. Observation log, day 10. Humans build vertically, creating structures they call skyscrapers that deliberately challenge their planet's gravitational pull. When asked about the risk of collapse, our guide Lisa Chen laughed and said they engineer them to withstand something called earthquakes, when their planet's crust randomly decides to shake everything apart. General Nash focused his sensors on a construction site. Their workers are suspended hundreds of feet in the air, secured by mere straps and ropes. They're eating their midday meal up there, dangling over the abyss, sharing what they call lunch. The final straw came during their observation of a human emergency response team. Raxon's log entry for that day was particularly agitated. Observation log, day 12, witnessed human firefighters in action. These specialists deliberately run into burning buildings to rescue others. They consider this a normal occupation. When fire threatened to collapse a structure, one human said, and I quote, "Hold my coffee before charging in to save a small animal their species keeps as a pet." Tal reviewed their compiled data, her hunting instincts thoroughly confused. "We've been measuring their strength all wrong," she concluded. "We focused on their physical capabilities, muscle density, bone structure, cellular resistance. But their true strength, it's their sheer audacity. They don't just survive on their death world," Krull agreed, his massive frame slumped in resignation. "They actively seek out ways to make it more challenging. They invented something called extreme sports because regular sports weren't dangerous enough." Raxon made his final log entry of the observation phase. Preliminary conclusion: humans are Category 12 Deathworlders, not because their planet forced them to be, but because they chose to become so. They deliberately expose themselves to harsh conditions, intentionally strain their bodies, and willingly face dangers that would terrify most species. They don't just adapt to challenges, they actively seek them out and invent new ones when they get bored. "Should we tell the Council?" Nash asked, his crystalline surface showing stress patterns. "Tell them what?" Tal responded. "That we found a species that treats our worst nightmares as their weekend entertainment. That they invented something called caffeine to make themselves even more hyperactive and alert. We have to tell them something," Raxon sighed, watching a human child fearlessly pet a large predatory canine. "The Council needs to understand that everything we assumed about survival and adaptation needs to be reconsidered. Perhaps," Krull suggested, "we should just tell them that humans are unique." "Unique?" Raxon laughed. "Yesterday I watched a human eat something they called ghost peppers. That would be classified as a chemical weapon on most worlds. They streamed it live for entertainment. Unique doesn't begin to cover it." The delegation prepared to return to their ship, each member lost in thought about the implications of their observations. As they lifted off, they watched a group of humans preparing for something called a marathon, voluntarily running 26.2 miles for fun. "May the cosmic forces help us all," Raxon muttered. "We thought we were the galaxy's ultimate survivors. Turns out we're just tourists on an adventure holiday compared to humans." The diplomatic meeting was scheduled for what humans called high noon. apparently choosing the time of day when their solar radiation exposure was at its peak, because of course they would. Commander Raxon adjusted his environmental suit for the 18th time, watching through the reinforced windows as the human delegation approached the neutral meeting ground. Ambassador Rebecca Patel led the human group, wearing what she called business casual attire, apparently considering environmental protection unnecessary for a formal diplomatic event. Behind her walked Major James Cooper, their military attaché, casually drinking something called hot coffee in the sweltering 35-degree heat. "Welcome to the first official meeting between Earth and the Deathworlder Council," Ambassador Patel announced cheerfully. "I hope you don't mind meeting outdoors. We thought it would be more comfortable for everyone." Kroll's translation device must have malfunctioned. "Comfortable? It's nearly 308 Kelvin out here." "Oh, is it too cool?" Patel asked with genuine concern. "We can move to the sun side of the building if you'd prefer. Or maybe the greenhouse? It's a lovely 40 degrees in there." Tal's hunting frills flattened against her neck in disbelief. "You maintain structures at even higher temperatures. Deliberately?" "Just for the tropical plants," Major Cooper explained, taking another sip of his steaming beverage. "Though the sauna goes up to 80 degrees if anyone's interested. Great for relaxing after a workout." The alien delegation exchanged horrified glances through their protective visors. "Perhaps we should proceed with the formal introductions," Raxon suggested hastily, before anyone could ask what a sauna was. "We have prepared information packets about our respective species." "Oh yes," Patel brightened. "We've prepared some too, along with samples of various Earth cultures. Would anyone like to try some sushi? It's raw fish, or maybe some kimchi. It's spicy fermented vegetables." General Nash's crystalline form vibrated in alarm. "You consume uncooked biological matter and deliberately spoiled plant material?" "Don't worry, we brought mild versions," Cooper assured them, completely misunderstanding the source of their concern. "Though personally, I prefer the extra spicy stuff. Really clears the sinuses." The meeting proceeded with a series of increasingly shocking revelations. The humans casually mentioned their space program started with them literally strapping themselves to explosive devices. They talked about deep-sea exploration, as if crushing pressures were a minor inconvenience. They discussed mountain climbing like it was a pleasant weekend activity rather than a near-death experience. "And here's our proposal for cultural exchange programs," Patel continued brightly. "We thought starting with sports might be fun. Something simple, like baseball or rock climbing. You want to start cultural exchange with activities involving high-speed projectiles and vertical ascension without protective gear?" Raxon asked weakly. "Well, we could do football instead," Cooper offered helpfully, "though the tackling might take some getting used to." Tal, who had been reviewing the human information packet, suddenly made a choking sound. "It says here humans can survive for several minutes without breathing." "Oh yeah, free diving is amazing," Cooper nodded enthusiastically. "The current record is over 24 minutes, though that's with specialized training, of course." The entire alien delegation stared at him in stunned silence. "Perhaps," Raxon suggested carefully, "we should focus on less physical, cultural exchanges first. Art, music?" "Great idea," Patel beamed. "We'll start with something accessible. Have you heard of extreme metal, or maybe parkour performances?" As the meeting continued, it became increasingly clear that humans had no concept of their own extraordinary resilience. They spoke of surviving in space, exploring ocean trenches, and climbing frozen mountains as if these were perfectly reasonable things to do for fun. The final straw came when Patel casually mentioned their plans for Mars colonization. "We're thinking of terraforming it eventually, but for now we'll just set up habitats, though the reduced gravity will take some getting used to. Might need to design new sports to keep colonists fit." Raxon made a mental note to update the Council's classification system. They needed a new category entirely, something beyond Deathworlder, something that captured the essence of a species that looked at the most hostile environments in the galaxy and thought, "I wonder if I could do a triathlon there." As the meeting concluded, Ambassador Patel invited them to a casual barbecue. Nothing fancy, she assured them. Just some grilled food, maybe some volleyball, and if anyone's interested, Tom brought his hot sauce collection. "We thank you," Raxon said quickly, "but we should return to our ship to process this information." "Of course," Patel smiled understandingly. "Space lag must be tough. We'll send you home with some espresso. Really helps with jet lag, so it should work for space travel too." The alien delegation retreated to their ship, each member trying to process what they'd learned. Humans weren't just surviving on a death world, they were thriving, expanding, and apparently looking for ways to make other planets more like their lethal homeworld. "Well," Tal said finally, "at least they're friendly." "Yes," Raxon agreed, watching through the view screen as the humans began setting up their barbecue anyway, undeterred by their guests' departure. "Let's just hope they never realize they're the scariest species in the galaxy." The Grand Chamber bristled with tension as Champion Raykar of the Juggernaut Collective stepped forward. Standing nearly 14 feet tall, his armored exoskeleton gleaming under the chamber lights, he addressed the assembled delegations with barely contained aggression. "These humans mock us with their casual superiority," Raykar growled, his massive claws clicking against the chamber floor. "They treat our greatest achievements as their children's playtime. I propose a challenge to establish the true hierarchy of strength." Ambassador Patel, looking impossibly small next to the towering alien, merely smiled. Commander Raxon felt his scales tighten with anxiety. He'd learned that human smiles didn't always mean what you thought they did. "What kind of challenge did you have in mind?" Patel asked pleasantly, sipping from a steaming cup of coffee, her third of the morning. "Trial by combat," Raykar declared. "Your strongest warrior against me. Traditional Juggernaut rules. No weapons, no armor, pure physical contest." The alien delegation held their breath, expecting the humans to decline such an obviously suicidal proposal. Instead, Patel checked her phone. "Sounds fun. When were you thinking? We've got a couple of Marines who just finished their morning PT and are probably looking for something to do. Or did you want to make it more interesting?" Raykar's secondary arms twitched in confusion. "More interesting? Well, if we're testing physical capabilities, why not make it an actual competition? Maybe a triathlon, or an obstacle course. We could live stream it, make it a proper event. The internet would love it." Commander Raxon fought the urge to bang his head against the nearest wall. Of course, the humans would treat a life or death challenge as an opportunity for entertainment. "You dare to mock the sacred combat traditions of the Juggernaut Collective?" Raykar's voice boomed through the chamber. "Not at all," Patel replied cheerfully. "I'm just suggesting we have fun with it. Tell you what, let's make it a 3-part challenge. You pick one event, we pick one, and the third is mutual agreement. That way everyone gets to showcase their strengths." The chamber erupted in murmurs. This was unprecedented. Raykar's combat challenges were legendary across 7 star systems. No one had ever suggested turning one into a sporting event. "Very well," Raykar snarled. "First challenge, weightlifting competition. Pure strength." "Cool," Patel tapped something into her phone. "We pick endurance running for the second event. Marathon distance okay with everyone?" Raxon watched Raykar's expression shift from confidence to confusion. "You expect me to run 26.2 miles? Oh, don't worry, we'll set up water stations. Now for the third event. Any thoughts? Rock climbing could be fun. Or maybe swimming." "This is not a game." Raykar slammed his fist into the ground, leaving a sizable dent in the reinforced flooring. "Everything's a game if you have the right attitude," Patel grinned. "But if you're looking for something more traditional, we could do wrestling. Good old-fashioned grappling, no holds barred." Lieutenant Rodriguez, the human military advisor, finally looked up from her own phone. "Ma'am, Dave from the SEAL team just volunteered. Says he's bored anyway since the weather's too nice for their usual training." "Perfect," Patel clapped her hands. "When do we start, Champion Raykar? Dave's got a charity mountain climb this weekend, but he's free all week otherwise." The massive alien warrior stood frozen, his challenge having spiraled completely out of his control. The humans were treating his sacred combat ritual like a pickup game at the gym. "Tomorrow," he managed to growl, "at first light." "Wonderful," Patel beamed. "We'll bring snacks. Anyone have dietary restrictions? We're thinking of making it a proper event. Maybe set up some bleachers, get a food truck or two." Commander Raxon watched in fascination as the mighty champion Rakkar, terror of the Outer Rim, was reduced to confused silence by human enthusiasm. The champion had expected fear, defiance, or desperate negotiation. Instead, he got event planning and catering arrangements. "The sacred challenge cannot be turned into a public spectacle," Rakkar protested weakly. "Too late," Rodriguez showed her phone screen. "It's already trending on social media. #Space Throwdown is getting a lot of buzz. The livestream channel has 500,000 subscribers already." As the chamber dissolved into chaos, with various species arguing about broadcast rights and whether betting would be allowed, Commander Raxon approached Ambassador Patel. "You planned this," he accused quietly. "Not exactly," she smiled, "but we figured someone would eventually try to prove their superiority through combat. Humans have been doing that dance for millennia. We just learned to make it more entertaining. And this Dave person, he can actually compete with Champion Rakkar? Oh, probably, but more importantly, he's going to have fun doing it. That's what really drives Rakkar nuts, you know. Not that we can match him physically, but that we'll enjoy the challenge." As Raxon watched Rakkar stomp out of the chamber, already being followed by floating camera drones, he realized humanity had won before the competition even started. They'd taken a deadly serious challenge and transformed it into tomorrow's viral entertainment. "May the cosmic forces have mercy on us all," he muttered. "Don't worry," Patel patted his armored shoulder. "We're ordering extra snacks, though you might want to skip the jalapeno poppers. We're making them competition-level spicy." The competition site buzzed with activity as thousands of spectators gathered. Food trucks lined the perimeter, selling everything from tacos to Thai food. Champion Rakkar stood in his designated area, watching in disbelief as humans treated his sacred challenge like a festival. Dave Martinez, the human champion, was doing light stretches while chatting with fans and signing autographs. He looked ridiculously small next to Rakkar's massive frame. The weightlifting competition started exactly as everyone expected. Rakkar easily pressed weights that would crush most spacecraft. The crowd cheered appreciatively, treating his display of legendary strength like a decent opening act. Then Dave stepped up. While he couldn't match Rakkar's raw power, his technique and endurance proved remarkable. He kept lifting well past the point of exhaustion, pushing through barriers that should have been physically impossible. But it was the marathon that changed everything. 3 hours in, Rakkar collapsed, his mighty body giving out under the relentless Earth gravity and distance. Dave jogged back to check on him, offered him water, then continued running. He finished the race, turned around, and ran back to make sure his competitor was okay. "Good effort, big guy." Dave patted Rakkar's armor. "Want to grab a protein shake before the wrestling?" The wrestling match never happened. Rakkar, his pride and understanding of the universe thoroughly shattered, formally withdrew from the challenge. But the true revelation came during his concession speech.